Now continue this discussion. We talk about kind of same thing every day. It's all about the non-self angle, or how this feeling of self has happened. So if you can understand, we can discuss it in different ways, and the way we discuss it actually change in the way that we actually with whom we are talking. So how we feel this self existence, how we have developed this idea of self. No one is actually teaching us that there is self. Even the animal would know that there is it's an idea which occurs without anyone teaching you, because you get the perception without any teaching that there is self. So we can see Dr. Sakuntala is also here. Is it possible for you to kind of develop this into a discussion?
Yes, Dr. Kokila Terwasana. Yes, I was also thinking of the same topic. Something around self-existence or self-feeling, how it builds up from the dot like a firefly, and then it gradually sort of gets empowered, and then how the strong concept of myself becomes like a huge tree starting like as a seedling. We can talk on that, isn't it? Like how it starts now. The small baby has no concept about myself.
Even that small baby even doesn't have a concept about anything.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Nothing. It just feels.
Yeah.
And that is the level that we are unable to feel too. But we can, if our mind power is not that great, we might be able to actually feel the feel that we talk about. And that is the feel where, the main kind of how do we say, sensory organ function. And if no one knew that it is the only thing that was there, but only Lord Buddha actually explained this, that this is ignorance is there. The ignorance is the main culprit here, that which actually is there until the vibration is gone, and the self vibration is not there. But what actually that means is that now we can't say that actually that's the thing. We it's not actually there is one vibration. So like this might confuse us also. So we have to be careful in when we try to say things. So it's not as it is there. Now if the stimulus is taken for granted, only the the self vibration is there. That is where the ability of, vibrating non-vibration, synchronizing to non-vibration has become a possibility. So this possibility was found by Lord Buddha, and we worship Lord Buddha for that great thing, because it's such a difficult thing to understand by oneself. But here, when we hear this Dhamma, we understand. Okay, the baby didn't have any problem of self-thought or any thought in that sentence. But the thing is that the a bunch of cells, or we can call it body, actually had the feel. And it could be in the form of the eye, it could be in the form of the ear, it could be form of the tongue or the nose or the chin. Doesn't matter what form, but at one particular point it's only the stimulus is starting from only one of them. They can't coexist. But what actually happens is later, when all the sensory organs are developing, they co-vibrate kind of. When they vibrate together, because it happens so quick, there's new kind of vibration. That is what is called mind. And we know all about the mind because we are already in our mind. So the mind is full of things, from toy to, from mother, from father, from sister, brother, house, home, school, toy. From that, we have like billions of, or even maybe not billions, but there are so many stimuli. So even sit down, stand up, those things are kind of a mental construct. Without the mental construct, you can't actually do anything. The mental construct part is the one which actually augment the state of this self-vibration. When we talk about this, the main important points to understand is that only one stimulus in which begins from one sensory organ happens at one time. And when it is felt as a thing, in different levels, it could be in the non-form level, and it could be the form level, or even the sensual world. Doesn't matter. Whatever the level, how much you feel it as existent, then it is going to give you that power, the self-vibration, or self-power, or the self-perception. So that is the problem which happened. But if someone is having wisdom about this, the ignorance is going to go down, as well as that power is going to go down. Why? Because we learn that there's nothing, everything we have touched, we have touched the tea, we have tree, we have touched the chair, we touch our mother, we can say like that. But when we understand that it's actually a perception in the mind only, that even the touch word, like when we say touch, in Kankamburus in Chinnoru, we say Durgina Gila touch something, like there's like a saying in Sinhala, some play where you have to run and touch something. How do you know when someone says in Sinhala, no one will do that, but if you say that in the Sinhala English way, the English child, who knows, who talks in English might do that. And how is that? Because that perception is there. How a Sinhala child will not do it when it is told in English medium, but might do it when it is told in Sinhala medium. So this perception level in the mind is very important to understand, and actually a lot of people can understand this easily, that all the kind of everything that we thought is existing is actually in the mind. But then, is that true? That's a bit tricky to understand. Is that true? Is it actually in the mind? Then we go on to understand, how did that happen? How did the mind perception happen? How did the go and run and touch the chair, you can say. And so go, run, or run and touch the chair. And a single child might look at the person who says and just stay there, but if it is told in single language, he might do it. But what I'm trying to say is the perception. Is the perception true? The chair, is it true? Touch, is it true? Go or run, is it true? So these perceptions are actually formed with the help of these sensory organs. So it's a construct too. It's a mental construct. None of the mental constructs are true. But then there is a feel too. What do you feel then? Then if none of these things are true, why am I feeling something? You're feeling something because you didn't know that it's just a sensory function, It's just a sensory function. If you're feeling something, it is just a sensory function. Nothing else. So that's how we keep changing the power, that we keep changing the understanding we have about everything that was felt, that was thought, or that was associated. Yeah, you can add more. Suranka is also here. You can continue or add something, Suranka. Maybe she is busy.
Actually, recently I remember in one of the discussions, Aaron Wahanse, our noble friend, asked, who am I? And he was sort of asking questions from different people to, indicate where this self-feeling, where can it be localized, or can you localize or point out and say that this is where myself. So he was first talking about the body. What part of the body can you point out and say, this is myself? Now, one of the beautiful examples he was giving was that if you amputate a hand or a leg, you won't call that part myself, but you will say it was my leg. or even, the intact parts of the body. If you, even for a small child, we sometimes ask them to show where is your head. So they will say, my head. In none of the occasions, it's mentioned as the head is me. So it becomes automatically mine. So it is no different from the rest of the world where we call my house, my toys, my gowns, my mother. So all becomes my, where there is ownership, but none of them can be labeled as myself. So it's similarly the body parts also. If you take the body parts separately, none can be labeled as myself. They are all mine, belong to me, but none of them are mine. Then the second question was, can you say the thoughts are myself? Thoughts or your mind. Mind, in other words, mind is just a flow of thoughts, fast flowing thoughts are labeled as mind. So can you call mind is me or myself? No, again, the mind is so-called thoughts are not under control. You cannot, the system cannot control the occurrence of the thoughts, appearance of the thoughts. So then you can't call it's myself. The thoughts or the mind cannot be labeled as myself. So like that, he was sort of, then finally he came down, he pointed out when this system is in function, that means when the sensors are actively creating some stimuli and the collective vibration of the sensors is called thought, and thoughts doesn't stop from there. Thoughts will create some form of a current within the system. So that current is the one which, due to the ignorance, which is labeled as myself, the current may be going up and down depending on the stimulus. There may be high currents, there may be low currents. Now, high currents could be in the form of, we can label them as anger, sad, or happiness. Any words can be, different words can be used depending on the situation. And that current is something that the system feels. It's not a thought, it's a feel. And that current is labeled as self. And also I remember, I think Lord Buddha also has described in one of the sutras, sometimes the body is taken as me, sometimes the myself is considered as inside the body, or sometimes vice versa. The body is within myself. So like that, in 4 ways he has described, the Lord Buddha has described how this, due to the ignorance, how this system associates the self-feeling with the physical body. So those are the things that I wanted to add actually. And also this self-feeling is something which starts as a very tiny point when the baby is small, when the child is little by little growing. So many stimuli will add power to this self self-perception of this self-feeling, that world, so-called myself, created around, or maybe you can call it the bubble, becomes stronger and stronger because so many data are added every day through the stimuli from different sources, and the self-feeling becomes empowered more and more and becomes very strong. So ultimately, uh, uh, whatever the stimulus which is taken as real is automatically the other side, or like the other side of the coin. It's the self-perception on the other side. So whatever stimulus which is taken as real, in Sinhala we say deyak kara ganima. So whenever there is something which is taken as real, automatically there is myself or the self feeling on the other side. Anything else to add, Dr. Kokila or Surangika?
Yeah, it's good. Is there anything to add, Surangika? I think she must be
She must
busy.
be at work. Yes.
Yeah.
So I think everything is centered around this, isn't it? The self-feeling is the center pole, and everything is centered around that. All the defilements, whatever uh, you can, name, everything is because there is a self. And now the defilements like clinging or aversions, all the sufferings uh, is because this misconception of self, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. When we come to a thought, one thought, just take one thought, chair or pineapple. Any of these thoughts or stimuli can actually start from any of the sensory organs. So someone comes to the house of a friend, and when the door is open, you might smell something, different. And without any hesitation, without any time, if the person is fully in the functions, the sensory organs are functioning, immediately the thought is that it is pineapple. So the what you felt there is not actually touch, it's a direct form which comes, and that is where the self perception also is already there. That is the thing. If that is taken as a thing, not when someone has gone through Dhamma. I'm talking about normal person.
Yes.
So try and understand this one thought having all the features, 31 realms, because I saw the topic today in the actual the picture of this English room today was 31 planes of existence is in one thought. And that's a very beautiful thing to actually understand, because that's where we can trap, not we, any being can get trapped in any one of these things, whether it is the sensual world. Sensual world has like a lot of stages, the animals, everything. So it can be sensual world, it can be the other beings in the form world and non-form world as well. But why it is important is this human thought actually has all these levels. That's why a human can actually attain or actually synchronize to the non-vibration too, because someone has to actually understand all the three levels to vibrate to the non-vibration, or synchronize to the non-vibration. That's the most important thing. Otherwise, what happens is, just imagine someone is already in the non-form. This actually Aranwanse told in one of the recent, I can't remember whether it's even yesterday or that if someone is already in the non-form world, that person is automatically in the field, and there is no possibility for you to do even a vidarshana or think about these dhamma points. So the actual change starts from that. It starts from that. And that's where you understand that there is no self, and then only you actually feel it. So that's the important thing to understand. It's very important to see why the human realm is so important, why the humans have this, the mind, which is great ability, and in mind, one thought has all these planes, 31 planes, or 31 realms, or 31 worlds. They are all just forms, different forms, which actually the self vibration is trapping. Whenever, whatever the level, if it's a thing, all the below levels are already has become a thing. You can't change it. If someone is in the sensual world like humans, all the form level and the non-form levels has already become a thing anyway.
Yes, and it can change from thought to thought also, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the beauty of this thoughts. But the thing is, even though it can change, this non-vibration has never happened before.
Yes.
So that is the thing that we try here, kind of try, and through vidarshana, through understanding of this non-self dhamma, you have to first hear this, and then you have to think about this and try and understand this. Now, after understanding, you have to, try and feel this. And try and feeling part is the important part. According to Lord Buddha, Trividya is very important. What is Trividya is how you feel about your own previous perceptions, or all your feelings. what happened when that whatever thought, imagine it's a chair again or pineapple. How did the pineapple arise? And that you should kind of feel it too, not just think about it. But you have to think about it to feel. You can't just feel something you haven't thought about even. That's the thing. So this Dhamma starts from Satyajnana. And when you start feeling this, you call it Krutyajnana. You try to make it happen. Then there is relief. Like you have some part of the power is gone. That is Krutajnana. But yeah, there's so many beautiful aspects that we kind of try to incorporate now. Yesterday, one of the sermons, I think Andolnath sermon also, there was a question about something. I can't even remember now the question, but the question was actually going around theory. And that is the issue that we get, because we get engrossed in theory part of this Dhamma, or not the practical part of this Dhamma, and try to think about the practical side. But it's much better if you just stop thinking about the practical side and try to practice it. How do you practice it? You just try and see whether you can feel your own, defilements. But there's a trick too. What? Because you have to understand that you have to keep putting wisdom everywhere, because due to the ignorance we have taken everything as defilements, everything as my sadness, my anger, my greediness, my everything is mine. What happens with Dhamma is there is one moment that without me, then the me, the whole view about the me, that it's it is me who is important, all those stuff is now no value, because that there's no me when the stimulus is not a thing. If it's not felt as a thing, you know that there's no as a feel as me. So then what happens to the defilements then? Defilements are there, but view that it is mine is not there. How good is that? It's really good. That's where you stop half of your problems. Why? Because that person, Lord Buddha says, if you have felt this, even once, if you have felt this non-vibration, you will never enter lower realms than humans. If at all, it would be humans or anything above that with some aditi. But the tricky part is when someone asks a question, and someone says, I know Dhamma, that's what happened. I know Dhamma, that person says, I know Dhamma. And then he says, how does the Suddhashtaka go away and this happens? That question itself shows that how do you say you know Dhamma? It's so tricky when we say something like that, because there's always something you don't know until you become an arahant. So you have to be very careful in when you say I know Dhamma. There's always something you don't know. That's why you are not an arahant yet. Ignorance is there until then. So these are the things. So, and also, if there is someone who has at least felt this once, that non-vibration, he definitely knows how much vibration you have. Kind of what your sasa status is, what type of glueness you have, and you know that field as well as you know that non-vibration field. And non-vibration, how the sensory organs function with non-vibration, and how sensory organs work with the self-vibration. So, what is about Suddhastaka there? Suddhastaka is what it's very tricky to answer all this in English, because the Suddhastaka, we don't even have an English word for that. But Suddhastaka is actually the mind, the thought.
Yeah,
So
you have to
thought,
describe it in a sentence. I suppose there is no single word for Shuddhashtaka. Yes.
yeah. So it's just a thought. Thought has all this 8
Components.
forms in it. 8 forms in it,
Yes.
and 8 forms are from the 5 sensory organs. What are the 8 forms? It's just light, sound, taste, smell, and
Smell.
other touch, all the 4 levels of touch. And that's all. That's the 8 from. But the 8 is about the thought. And what happens to that? Nothing happens to that. Until you have the respiration, it will continue. That's the thing. If you know this Dhamma, and you say you know this Dhamma, and you say, what happens to this? And that shows that you don't know them. That's the tricky part, and we have to be careful anyway. No one would say, I know Dhamma, until they actually become an arahant, because then only you can definitely say that there's no ignorance at all. Because until such time, there is something you don't know. Isn't it?
Yes, I think Lord Buddha has explained the Shuddhashtaka just as a way to explain, isn't it? I mean, not that Shuddhashtaka is something existing, but
Yeah.
as a concept, Lord
To
Buddha has
understand the
taken it,
thought.
yes,
Yeah.
to understand thought.
Because
Yes.
it is true. I mean, if you feel this, okay, you're trying to feel the pineapple. If you say pineapple, you can definitely understand that this thought has all these features. Yes. But it's something you have to feel, not like understand. And nothing happens to these things just because you have telepathized to non-vibration, and the self-perception is gone. That is the thing that we are confused sometimes, because we are wondering how come we still have the thoughts, and we still can taste, still can see, still can hear, still can smell, still can touch something, and still have no self vibration. That is why you have to become at least a stream enterer to understand this. That's what the practical part is for. Because if you go by the theory and you feel that you know Dhamma, that's the trickiest part, because we can say, yeah, I know Dhamma. Now, can't we actually say, now, even when describing, we can say everything as no extrapolating into the we can there's a part of imagination then, if you are saying something. But actually, if you are saying something you have felt, there's no imagination. Do you know what you're talking about? And there's so much confidence. So nothing happens to your thoughts. Nothing happens to actually what happens is the ownership is not there, and also the vibration is not there. That's all. When the view is broken, anyway, the ownership is not there. When the self-perception is gone, yes, there's no defilements. That means there's no power underlying any of these sensory organs. They will function until the last breath, until the last thought.
Yes, and so, yeah, yes.
Every action is actually a chitta kampana. Or if you say stand up, how come you know stand up? And if you go and tell it to a child, you have to know the language, you have to know what it is. And you go to a patient with dementia, you say stand up, she doesn't do anything. It's because, but doesn't she have that power? She has. So none of these things are not the problem. Self-vibration is still there. Nothing has happened. Just because you have forgotten everything, the self-vibration is nicely there. Why? It is in the way that whatever she knows, it is in that. And if it is even in the field level, we always tell this, like for an instance, a worm. We always talk about these things, that there's no big mind to a worm. There's no plans to conquer the the next neighboring land. There's no plan to kill the other neighboring worm. There's there's nothing like that, plan to bomb the other neighboring country. There's nothing like that. The worm has a very small area of field. This is the importance of having the ability to feel the 31 realms in one thought. So when you vibrate to the non-vibration or synchronize to the non-vibration, you have to go through all these levels to understand that they are nothing. If they are a thing, you are trapped in that level. That's all. It could be sensual world, it could be form world, it could be non-form world. Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Talking about these 31 realms, I remember now, practically you can say that each thought, it could be in different realms, but depending on the level of defilements of that system.
Now, in that sentence, that what you were trying to say, I will just say them, otherwise I will forget. Now, imagine that animal is there with a higher vibration. Everything below that is also there. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, awakening, Buddothpado.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. May I pay homage at your feet. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Everybody wants to live a happy and contented life, isn't it? But from the day we were born, aren't we suffering? Maybe due to a sickness, maybe due to losing parents, or maybe due to various natural disasters, accidents, maybe loss of legs, hands, and maybe we have to depend on others. So likewise, we face lots of suffering day to day in our life, isn't it? Physically as well as mentally. So we need a way out of suffering. We search for a way out of suffering. Even we are healthy and living a happy life at this moment, a disaster can happen at any time, leaving you physically and mentally unstable, isn't it? For that, we can't implement a time. But always we try to find out a way out of the stress by doing lots of rituals, offering pujas, flowers, worshipping, praying. Yes, but we get some sort of relief. But if someone has wisdom, he will want to find a permanent way out of suffering, isn't it? So we know that Prince Siddhartha has seen these 4 signs: an old man, a sick person, a dead body, and a monk. In other words, impermanence, suffering, death, and a path to liberation. So this has inspired Prince Siddhartha to find the way out of suffering. Don't we see this daily? So even we also see this daily, these signs. But have we even thought of ending the suffering permanently? Even though we see the same 4 signs in everyday life, we see people getting old, relations get sick, they die. Say, as for my own experience, my father was bedridden for 8 years. Though he was a very strong, independent person, ultimately he had to depend on everyone. and he suffered and died. And death is something we even don't like to talk about, isn't it? But it is inevitable. So we go to others' funerals. But did we ever thought that someday I will die too? No, we just say then that one is dead. And if we see and if we think almost all the important people we have known are dead. Say the actors, singers, politicians, musicians, presidents, businessmen, doctors, nurses, soldiers, children, friends, parents, pets, monks. They are no longer there, isn't it? Even if we take our own personal lives, people we cared and loved, they are also dead and gone, isn't it? But someone would say, yes, so that is life. Don't worry and don't think about it. But there are some people who are still suffering even after 20, 30 years thinking about their loved ones. Why did this happen to me? This won't happen if my father was there. Oh, I wish my child is here. So we suffer due to a thought. For example, we had lots of disasters in our country, isn't it? We had a war, a tsunami, bomb blasts, earth slips, landslides, floods, droughts. So some happen naturally, say the tsunami, landslides, floods, droughts. But there are man-made things as well, artificially created. So how can a person even think of killing another person or an animal? If we take the war is a creation of the mind, a thought in somebody's mind, isn't it? So what I wanted to highlight is that we suffer due to thoughts. So in the mundane world, everything is happening. Even in Lord Buddha's days, all things were happening. Say Patachara and Kisa Gotami. They suffered due to the loss of their children, husband. Even nowadays, same thing is happening. If we take our life, aren't we a Patachara, a Kisa Gotami, a Kujjuttara, or a Kukkutumitta? So more or less, we have also undergone this suffering, isn't it? So, is there a permanent way out of this suffering? If we actually want to get rid of suffering, we should find out how Patachara, Kisa Gautami, has get rid of suffering, isn't it? And not only that, they have become Arahat. They have attained the Arahathood. Say a person who has lost everything goes for a concentration meditation retreat. Then what do you have to do? Then you have to focus on your breathing or focus on something else. This might give you some temporary relief. But say once you come home to the familiar surroundings, the memories will come back definitely. Just like you can't keep a rubber ball underwater. As soon as you release the hand, it will come up, isn't it? So likewise, in concentration meditation, what happens? You suppress the thoughts, but at any moment it can come out. It can come out with anything you see, hear, smell, taste, or feel. But in insight meditation, what happens? You understand how the thoughts are created. And you know how the thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And you know the telepathizing system, how it works. How these past perceptions becomes new perceptions. Say you have lost your husband and the thought of the husband comes repeatedly, and you feel your husband in whatever you see, whatever you hear, smell. So you see him everywhere, you hear him everywhere, you hear his voice. Say when you drink coffee, you might remember that how he liked to drink coffee and how you used to drink coffee with him. Also, when you smell a nice smell, then also you might remember that this is his perfume. So likewise, the thoughts, they become so powerful, so real, and you get physically and mentally weak. Sometimes you don't feel like going out, not to meet friends, not to do anything. Just sit somewhere and suffer and think and suffer. And some go into depression. So this might go on for some time. So you might want to get rid of this suffering and think of going for a retreat. Do some concentration meditation. But what happens as soon as you sit down to do the meditation, the thoughts comes back. It happens naturally from the system. One can't control it or suppress it. So what happens once you return from the meditation? The thoughts might become more powerful. The me is powerful. But Lord Buddha has shown us a way out of suffering by preaching a non-soul Dhamma, a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? It is the dependent origination Dhamma. So we know that attachments or disattachments gives us the suffering. So how can we get rid of attachments and disattachments? So in 84,000 Dhamma sermons or in Tripitaka, Lord Buddha has shown a way out of suffering. It happened 2,600 years ago. Though it was written in the Tripitaka, there was no one who could read the hidden meaning of it. So it was actually hidden there for a long period until our noble spiritual friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa revealed it once again to the world through Dhamma Abhijna. So this is not knowledge. This is not in a book. So Dhamma Abhijna arises when all the sense of self dissolves, which means there is no self, but only Dhamma itself, which is revealed through wisdom. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa shows how this thought is created and how this suffering is created. If we take this stimulus or the aramuna as real, we have to see this reality, how this illusion is created. So the only path to see this is this insight meditation. So we have to know that everything you see, everything you hear, everything you smell, taste and feel are merely thoughts. Death and birth also are thoughts. So someone can suffer due to thinking that I am going to die, but that's also a thought. So thoughts are different from person to person. If we take animals, various animals have different thoughtful worlds. So we can't say whose world is true, isn't it? Likewise, the world created by senses is not true because it is a creation due to a speedy vibration. So this cannot be seen through mind, but could be seen through wisdom. So likewise, one can't attain Nibbana through mind, because mind is an illusion, a creation, a sankata. So Lord Buddha has given some examples that rupa, or what is seen, is like a foam bubble which won't last. Feel is like a water bubble which also won't last either. Sankara, or the formations, are similar to a banana stem, and the consciousness is similar to a mirage. These similes were given by Lord Buddha. So it is very true, isn't it? So we suffer due to a thought. So even at this moment, even if one thinks I am going to die and can suffer due to that particular thought. But thoughts are not real. Even if we think I am going to die in future, it's also a thought at this moment. So even if I think my father died in 2018, it is also a thought at this moment. We can't actually implement a time. So we have to see through wisdom, not with the mind. So what does that mean? See through the wisdom and not with the mind. We know that the senses creates the mind, isn't it? But when we talk about wisdom, wisdom is not created through senses. It is actually to understand the senses. So if someone asks the question, what should I do to attain Nibbana? So Lord Buddha has explained, Ekayano Maggo. There's only one way to attain Nibbana. It is to see the truth of the stimuli. Aramune Satya Dakima. Which means to see how this illusion is created. Lord Buddha has also said it's even better than seeing a colorful film to see this, how this illusion is created. So actually there's nothing called mind. Mind means how this illusion is created in the first place. In other words, mind is the stimulus which comes every fraction of a moment, a vibration. So we know that the stimulus comes from one of the senses, either the eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin, or the mind. So is this world we create from our senses. Is it true? So if it is true, then all the animal world and the world we perceive should be the same, isn't it? So we will see just how a bird sees the world. Actually, the birds, they see a very colorful world. They can detect UV spectrum also. Their vision is clear. Even when they are flying, their vision is very clear. So if we take a fish has a 360-degree view. So it seems that they can even move their lens forward and backwards. Like a camera, it can be focused. So they have a very clear vision under the water. But as we know, the humans can't do that. So if we take a horse, how does a horse see the world? They also have a 360-degree field of view. Also they have a excellent motion detection and also good night vision. But they can see shades of blue and green only. So again, if we take from a human, it is different, isn't it? So if we talk about an elephant, they also have a good night vision. And they see shadows of blue and yellow. And they don't see far. It seems that they can see only up to 10 meters. But they have a superior sense of smell and also hearing. And it seems that it is difficult for them to judge the distance, especially straight ahead. So if we take a dog, how does a dog see the world? They see the world in shades of blue, yellow, and grey, rather than the red-green spectrums of which humans can see. Actually, they are colorblind to red and green. But they have a good night vision and a higher sensitivity to movements. So likewise, animals have their own world, isn't it? Even an ant, bee, a worm, a fly creates their own world. If we take a worm, worms do not have eyes and they cannot see. They cannot see images. Instead of that, they perceive the world through the skin vibrations. They are also sensitive to light. So they can identify day and night to keep them, so they can keep their skin moist. So if we take humans, so even in humans there are colorblind people, isn't it? So they can confuse red with green, orange with yellow, or purple with blue. But the most common type is red and green color blindness, which means these colors appears as shades of yellow and brown. And also there are some people, very rarely, there are people who are totally colorblind. They see only the shadows of black, white and green. So when we talk about seeing the world, whose world is true? We can't implement it, isn't it? Not only the scene. When we talk about sounds, it is also different. So if we take a cat, they hear far better than humans. They detect high frequency sounds up to 64,000 Hertz. Dogs hear frequencies up to 60,000 to 65,000 Hertz. Whereas the human, we can hear between 20 Hertz to 20,000 Hertz. So we know that animals, especially dogs, they often can detect or sense the impending waves of vibrations, just like a tsunami. So what does that mean? That means they can hear the deep earth rumbles or low frequency vibrations. This we can't hear. As humans, we can't hear this. Not only that, even dogs' paw pads, those are highly sensitive to low frequency vibrations in the ground. They also have a very good sense of smell. So all in all, what we can say is that everyone, humans, animals, no matter what they are, they have their individual worlds, isn't it? So we can't say which world is true. As we are talking about humans, we should know how our mind is created. For that, we have to go back to the radiant mind, because we also came from a radiant mind, which was very clear, pure as a white sheet. So we can't implement defilements in a radiant mind. So we say the baby's mind is very pure. But even he has the glue for the attachments or disattachments. It happens later, once the mind is created. So if we take a newborn baby, when the baby is born, if he does not take his first breath and breathe naturally, we say the baby is dead. So we resuscitate the baby and try to make him cry, isn't it? Because he can't survive without breathing. Here I just wanted to add that in Vata Sutra, Lord Buddha has said, wind does not blow, rivers does not flow, pregnant women does not give birth. So what does this mean? This means that everything is a natural phenomena. So likewise, as we were talking about the baby, so after the baby is born, he is given to the mother to feed. But nobody taught him to suck the milk, isn't it? But he naturally sucks the milk. So likewise, after some time, he sleeps, gets up when he is hungry or wet or warm. All this happens naturally. The system starting to work, isn't it? Though he does not speak any language, he only knows to cry and smile. He will smile when he is comfortable. He will cry when he is uncomfortable. We all came from there, isn't it? So what happens once the baby grows up? He starts to turn his head. He starts to turn his head towards sounds. Follows with eyes, actively moves hands and legs. These things happen naturally. So we can see that the system is working. So you must have noticed that the babies, even they are small, they cry when there's no one around them. Though they don't know how to tell it, they feel it. Even though still he does not recognize mother, father or siblings, he feels that somebody is there. He feels the mother's warmth, feel the sounds, feel the touch, feel the smell. Even though they can't express it, they feel it. The existent feel is there. Later, he recognizes the mother's voice because it comes repeatedly. He recognizes mother's smell, mother's touch, and the shape as well. But still he can't place it, and no names are attached. And later he turns to sides, crawls, sits, stands, and walks without a name. He also looks at colorful objects, sounds, recognizes mother. So when mother leaves the house, the child starts to cry. We have those experiences, isn't it? Some children even have temper tantrums, like screaming, kicking, and shouting. As the language skills has not developed properly, they try to communicate in another way by shouting, kicking, or screaming. So, what happens once the child goes to the Montessori? The sounds and colors are introduced. For example, the teacher might show a picture of an apple and say, "This is an apple." So, with the sound, the shape, and color of the apple merging with the smell, taste, and feel, Ditta Sutta Mutta combines to create an apple in the mind sensor. Likewise, the sounds are given: table, chair, wall, tree, board, book, pencil, chalk, teacher, mother, father, school, a friend, car. Likewise, all are sounds. And now the world is creating. And not only that, the colors are also introduced: red, blue, yellow, green. So now the apple will become a red apple, car will become a blue car, tree will become a green tree. Now the existent field becomes the alive field. The me who sees the apple is created. Self-perception is created. Me who sees the father, me who sees the teacher, my mother, my sister, my school, all are created. All these are perceptions. So now the duality is created, and I am here who sees the teacher. So now the repeated perceptions, the sounds, gives rise to the wanting to keep them. This is my pencil and my mother. The value comes automatically. He wants to keep it. He gives a value to it. So in Mahanidana Sutra, Lord Buddha has explained it. It's just like a whirlpool which goes around collecting things which is around, it's like absorbing things. So this is our story, how the bhava is created, how the samsaric journey is created, how this soul is created. Actually, if you contemplate properly, you will see there is no soul. There is no me. But we think there is a soul. So, more thoughts, more repeated thoughts, the soul is powerful. So, to know the Trividya or the threefold wisdom, the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, Chutupapada Jnana, and the Ashtakshay Jnana is very, very essential in this path. It is to see through wisdom how this illusion is created. So, Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana is when one sees how the first thought was created in the child. So, without knowing this Trividya, there is no path. So, one should have this wisdom to see through this illusion. So, in other words, to catch the magician who creates this magic. For this, we have to listen to true Dhamma with the correct vision or Samma Ditti. And now you can see that we can't get this through knowledge or by doing concentration meditation, because it can be seen only through insight meditation and contemplation. It is not easy, because whichever way you take, you will get caught to the illusion of the mind. So once you listen to Buddothpado sermons and the understanding deepens, one realizes the science behind how this mind is created with one vibration. And in that one vibration, one thought or one aramuna, the birth and the death also creates. The 31 planes of existence is also created. So we have to understand how this one thought is created and how the light and sound was created in the first place. So once you contemplate deeply on this, you experience it through yourself, that actually there is nothing called light and sound either, that all are creations due to speedy vibrations. This is explained in Majjhya Sutra, which means if there are two different endings, there's a power generated. So likewise, as long as there is a duality, there will be a power. So imagine you are in the space where there is no duality. Then you can't place a me. There won't be a name or a form, isn't it? So now we know that thoughts are created with sounds and colors, and there is nothing in a color wave or a sound wave, isn't it? So when somebody sees through wisdom, it leads to cessation of suffering. Actually, is there a me who is suffering? No, there is no me who is suffering. So likewise, the ignorance starts to dissolve, because me or soul is also an illusion created by the speedy vibration. It's a current, the current underneath. So this current loses power, which means the power of the soul or the self vibration dissolves, isn't it? So it is very important to know that whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think is your world at that particular moment. So there is no specific entities called me and the world. Both are same. Chutupapada jnana. When one sees that every single thought is created the same way. So our noble friend Buddothpado Mahansa gives this example. You don't have to cut each and every mangoes to see the inside, because we already know that it is white, isn't it? So the one who is in the path, he will feel that me or the fire within is diminishing little by little. It happens gradually. So likewise, every thought is a vibration. Mother, father, sister, car, house, taste, smell, sound. So whatever you name it, all are vibrations. And there is nothing in a vibration. It is just a creation. For example, when you clap, there is a sound, isn't it? But we can't place from where the sound came from. We can't implement a sound, isn't it? So once you know the truth, the self-existence, the existent feeling dissolves. In other words, the defilements, the desire, ill will, hatred, all starts to dissolve, which is the Ashraksha Jnana, one of the threefold wisdom. It's just like the guideline which shows that one is in the path to liberation. The defilements are fading. So if we take day-to-day life, people run after success. they think whatever they do is not enough. They are driven by desire and thinks it brings happiness to collect things, collect knowledge, collect trophies, collect memories, collect money, and so on. So what happens? They run with desires, like the deer who runs after the mirage. They have goals, targets, plans, maybe to be better than another one, maybe to maintain a social status, maintain an ego. So always not enough money, not enough power. They want to maintain a powerful lifestyle. So to gain achievements. So they do anything to gain those. Sometimes one country is not enough. So they want another country. So they fight. So with that, getting more and more attachments, desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, with all that, the suffering. But just look at a bird who flies freely in the sky. They also have a life. They also feel hunger, thirst. But they also eat, they also sleep. They also have a family. But they are free, isn't it? So when there is sunlight, they enjoy the sunlight. When there is rain, they like to sit in a branch. So the raindrops fall into the feathers, isn't it? They don't trouble anyone. They live in that moment happily. They live with the feel. So they feed them, the little birds, and let them fly away when they are grown up, isn't it? But in humans, even if they are grown up, they used to look after them. No freedom. Likewise, there are people who work after even retirement. It's just like a habit. So humans, they think a lot. Mind is so powerful. So they plan what to do tomorrow. Maybe to kill someone, maybe to rob someone. But as you know, we all came from the radiant mind, where there was no defilements, isn't it? So how did this pure mind got defilements? Because we take the world as real and we stride towards goals, work hard to maintain self. We need to lead a successful and wealthy life. But in path to Nibbana, we do not gain something. Instead, we lose ourselves. So as humans, we are born as humans. Actually, we were like given a chance to understand this, understand the system, understand that there was never a me. From the beginning, there was never a me. It is just a system. So only few people understand this truth. So what happens once you understand this? The illusion of self starts to dissolve. So if one sees that Nibbana is within us, it is the real success. It's the real success in life. It's a system. The senses were working since birth. There is no me anywhere. Senses are working. Eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. If your eyes are open, obviously you will see. So because you have ears, you will hear. As you have a nose, you will smell. Likewise, you have a tongue and a body, you will feel the taste and hot and cold. So you have a mind, its action is to think. All these are natural phenomena and happens due to speedy vibration. Nobody is doing that. But you feel as if you are living. It's also a perception, an illusion. So as long as this existent feeling is there, which came through the zygote vibration, the alive field will be created, just like the two sides of a coin. So as long as the alive feeling is there, there is a death. So it is very, very essential to understand this system, the senses, and see that there is actually no self. So this self, the illusionary self, is created once the mind sense was created and the duality was created. So there's only one way to Nibbana, that is to see the truth in this thought, Aramune Satya Dakima, and see that there is nothing in a thought. So someone is searching to end the suffering. This is the only way to see the truth. So as always, we are very grateful to you, our noble friend Buddothpado Wahanse, for giving us this wonderful Dhamma. Therwan Saranai Aran Wahansa, may I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai, everyone.
Therwan Saranai. This is the English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado Deshana. First of all, we'll worship our noble friend Aran Wahanse, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. So we have been discussing many things over the last few months in this English Zoom discussion, and we are trying to explain, or we are trying to talk on common topics, and we according to our knowledge and from what we have gathered from Aryan Vahanse or our noble friends' discussions and disclosures, we are pointing towards the same thing. Actually, what we try to understand is that all the thoughts are creations. Thought is an illusion, thought is a creation of the function, sense of function. Whatever we think, whatever we talk, whatever we do is a thought. In other words, it's a name given, and it can vary depending on the language that a person is using. And thoughts are creations, and most of you who have been listening to our discussions, most of you know that how the thoughts are created. Thought is a creation of the system. System means the function of the sense faculties. What are the sense faculties? That is the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. Those are the sense faculties or the senses. And these are limited to the human species, and different animals or different living beings have different types of senses, and also a number can vary. But what is common to all of us is that these sense faculties create something which looks like real. And the word called anicca is used to describe that what we are assuming as real is not real. It is not something which is there truly. We never know. We don't know. We can't have a real idea of what is really existing. But it all is limited to the information provided or the information created at the sensor level. So we have no idea, there is no way of finding actually what is the true world is, because the different living beings have their own created worlds. So we never know which one is correct. There is no way of finding. And what Lord Buddha tried to explain was that this created world, when this created world, so-called creation or this illusion, when it is taken as real, the system tend to have clinging or aversions towards those stimuli. So our noble friend Aryan Vahanse is trying to dig out the true Dhamma which was preached by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago, because most of the true Dhamma facts have been covered, or I would use the word adulterated, by the facts that came from different different teachers and different religions. So it is not what we should try to understand. So our noble friend Aryan Mahase is trying to get us that pure teaching of Lord Buddha, and that is where the nirvana is. And what is nirvana? Nirvana is not something that we can gain or we can find as an aim, or maybe there's no destination called nirvana, because he always says that you are sitting on the nirvana and trying to find it somewhere else, trying to look around and trying to find something. As long as you try to find it as a thing, when you give a value and find as a thing, you will never find it. So little by little, when we listen to these explanations by our R.N. Vahansi, because there are about 9 Zoom discussions, of course, most are in Sinhalese language. There's one which we are having right now is in English language, and there's one in Tamil language. Actually, Sinhala speaking people have a better opportunity to listen to the other discussions and then try to understand what our Mahasi is trying to tell us. You can gather these things as a knowledge when you go on listening to the discussions. You can gather it as a knowledge because this mind sensor is so tricky. It gives the impression that yes, I know it and I understand it. But actually, what it should be is that internal transformation of a person. A person, I wouldn't use the word person, I think a system, I would say that is a better word. So there should be an internal transformation, not just knowledge which is gathered by listening to the discussions. So when you have this, when the system has this internal transformation, there are things that automatically felt as a feel. The system will feel that the stimuli which created a fire or some excitement in the past will gradually, that excitement or that fire or the value which was added automatically will get less and less. So the one level is that the thoughts, and then going beyond that, even the things which are seen, that means a vibration at the eye level, vibration at the ear level, those are also creations. So basically there is nothing at all, but all seems to be creations, one on top of the other. And in other words, it's like a building constructed without any foundation, which can collapse easily the moment you understand what is this mechanism, what is happening here. Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Saranai, I just started telling some few basic things. Maybe we can take a topic and start the discussion. Thiruvan Saranai.
May Triple Jane bless you all. We worship our Anansi. Yeah, anyone can join. Sometimes our Anansi might join. I heard that he was talking in the early morning Zoom discussion that our Anansi would be doing a sermon in Sri Lanka around this time. So
yes, there was
join.
a long one. Actually, I also couldn't listen to the whole thing. I just listened to part
No,
of
not
it.
that one. I think after that there would be something in the evening.
Yes.
5 o'clock one, Aranansi was mentioning something like that. So if that happens, we'll quickly hand over the Zoom discussion
Yes.
to Aran. Say, until then, we can actually continue discussion.
Yeah.
Is there any kind of interesting thing, Surangika? Is there anything we can continue to have the discussion or anything from you? Yeah, the long Zoom, actually, Aran says all the sessions are very long these days, so it's taking time to listen.
Thiruvan Sannai, Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Sannai of the Dhamma Friends, Worshipper and Vahansa. Yes, in fact, the morning Zoom, not the early morning one, the other one, I think was a very long 3.5 hour talk. And I think he was explaining quite a few of those basic true Dhamma philosophy, Satyajnana kind of aspects to a gentleman who must have been new to listening to our advances discourses. I too have listened to it only halfway, but maybe I wanted to just bring up a thing that in a past Andolnatmaka groundbreaking talk that was held maybe a couple of days ago. This wasn't our advance, it was one of the other people who explain it. I don't know whether Dr. Kokila, you heard it, and Dr. Sakuntala. Somebody asked the question about perceptions. And that mother asked about whether the sanya, as we call it in Sinhalese, or perceptions. And I think we discussed it yesterday or day before that actually the word sanya really conveys it better than perception, but for the purpose of our discussion today, because it's in English, we'll use the word perception. So the mother asked on the Zoom whether when one attains nirvana or arahathood, really, what happens to the sanya, and whether what happens to the perceptions, and whether the perceptions disappear. So in answer to that, it was, I think, person called Sumit, who is a known advanced practitioner, who explained about how the perception also has that underlying power. And the way he explained it, I think, was appreciated by a lot of people on that Zoom thing, because he took the five aggregates and said how, when we've all heard about and understood and tried to understand through Vidarshana, the vibration and the speed of vibration manifesting itself in the senses, which is the rupanya, that we call it, or form. But then form, and then followed by, I mean, you can't say followed by, they all happen at once in one moment. But so the form, and then with the form comes the sensation and Vedana. And then the Vedana, after that it's the Sanya, the representation of the Vedana or sensation is the Sanya, perception, and then the continuous happening of it is the Sankara or mental formations, and then which then translates into Vijnana or consciousness. But what he was explaining was that with that single vibration has an underlying power, and it is that power that multiplies because of the speed and then becomes a thing, and then one gets the notion of there being something existing. And that's how the whole light consciousness, sound consciousness, the feeling that it is there comes about. But he explained very well that in an initial vibration, just like the initial vibration has that underlying power, so too does the five aggregates, the sensation, the perception, the mental formation, and therefore the consciousness. So I also kind of, I hadn't thought about it or reflected in that way, which I thought was really quite helpful, because then he said, so too does the sanya, the perception, also have that underlying power, because it is an aggregate. It's the skandha, isn't it? So the initial vibrational power or the current is still ongoing. It is that underlying current. So the sanya, which is why the perception also has that underlying power, which if one is still in ignorance, will lead to abhisankarana or volitional formation. So, and then he went on to explain about how through the understanding of the mind and the thought process and how it comes about, it is that then that current that dissipates, and the arahat still has the sanya, still has the perception, still knows every object distinct from each other, and so on. But and then I think he used the example of Saryu Thero or some other Thero who still recognized the mother and still went and attended to the mother, and so on and so forth, without the obviously the underlying power or the current or the volitional formation. So maybe Dr. Kokila and the others, if you can elaborate on that a little bit more. I thought that was quite helpful, if that is just as a starter to the discussion.
What was the difference you felt in that? Because we discuss this kind of very often. So what was the difference you felt? That's my interest now.
The difference I thought that was helpful for that mother was, and so many other people also said that that explanation was really good.
Yeah, but you felt it too. So
Yes.
You felt it too. No, what was the exact thing you felt?
The fact that he broke it down to the skandhas. And he said that just because, just like the vibration is there in the rupani, the rupa kind of thing. So if there's rupa, vedana, sanya, sankhara, vijnana, so too does all the five continue to have that underlying power. That part, for some reason, there was no reflection in that way, and it kind of gave me more clarity on the perception, because otherwise I think I felt as if the perception was something like because when the defilements start fading or ceasing gradually, as you have said so many times, Dr. Kokila, how that lightness and then it's difficult
the thing is, whether you're talking about what skandha are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the mental consciousness or the...
No, the initial, the five aggregates.
Yeah, five aggregates is there for the other one too.
No, so it was the initial, the basic consciousness.
Basic five.
Yeah.
Basic five, okay. Basic five. So in that, so when we go back to the baby, the fetus, I think we have told this like 100 times now. When we go back to the fetus, we know that the power is there. That is how everything started. The power was there. Whether it is Rangika, whether it is us, whether it is whoever, the power, the vibration, the self-vibration, which has been the foremost reason, the underlying reason for this development of these five aggregates, in the sense even five sensory organs in that sense, because every cell has this this vibration. But the formation of the sensory organs, that is just the kind of the outcome, like the projection. It's just the projection. Other cells may not have the projection, but the sensory organs, specifically the 5 sensory organs in humans, have the projection. And that's all. And of course that the power is there underlying, but the problem is you actually, okay, how am I going to say this? Oh, this is theory. You know, when we talk about 5 aggregates, that is theory. Theory is not there in the actual experience. That is the important thing, that we might lose the interest, because it's useless to, in a way, to describe all the power. Yeah, like we can say, yes, power is there everywhere, yes, but the importance is about feeling this. So feeling the power and feeling the sensory organ output without that power is the challenge. So that's the practical aspect. The answer could be very complicated or very very good, but the thing is to actually feel this. So to actually feel this, the theory part is not that important, I would say. That's where even a 7-year-old could feel this, because what you should actually understand is, yes, there is a sensory organ which has started to function because of this power. This power has been the reason for this origination of these sensory organs. And sensory organs are going to be there until respiration is there. And that's why Lord Buddha has actually told about defilements, and the kind of has separated it, like how do we say that, the Skeles Parinirvana and the Skandha Parinirvana, because the actual one part is actually the first one. The defilements, the end of the defilements is felt while you're alive. So the main important thing is the moment that you practically, how you would feel with the power, without the power. That's all. So whatsoever this power is, we know that is the power that kept this samsaric cycle, the cycle of birth. So that actually gave us enough trouble, you know, but and it would continue to give enough trouble. But what is important is practically feeling the difference between power, the sensory organs working with the power, and sensory organs without the power. That is the important aspect of practical experiences that everyone should try. In trying that, understanding the theory part is maybe important if someone is actually looking into that theory part and dragging on to that as a factor, because this mind, we have to come, like, not we have to, all the words are really biased, but this to actually you can't catch this power while inside a thought. So the thought, piercing of that thought bubble means, actually what it means is that power is not there. So if your thinking power is too much, or your thoughts are really powerful, and it is about this Dhamma, and it is about this Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara, or someone is splitting hairs about Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara, and that is what is actually the affecting his or her strength of the thoughts, then understanding that might calm that person down. Do you get the point? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, because our
Yes,
thoughts
doctor.
are so powerful. Our thoughts are so powerful. That's why the lot of instances we kind of miss the feel. So why we miss the feel is because our thoughts are powerful. If the thoughts are so powerful, and because what happened with Ananda Thero was his thought about that tomorrow I have to participate to that thing as an around was so powerful. Like that, if your most powerful thought is about this skandha, then it is good to know, kind of. Otherwise, theory behind this skandha, theory behind any of these things is not the most important thing for you to understand or to actually pierce this thought bubble. To pierce the thought bubble is the most important aspect, is to understand that thoughts are not true. So whatever we discuss here, these words, the words which are coming out, if someone is even thinking about this skandha as like really serious, then for that person, that would be the most powerful thing to break now, because that's how it is. The when you know Dhamma, what the Saranansi says, you kind of know Dhamma, but then you have to kind of undo that too, because we are undoing. We are actually going backwards. We are kind of going backwards towards the radiant mind. And how can you go to the radiant mind if the thought about the skandha is so strong? Do you get my point? The practical aspect, we have to be careful. If we are actually, that's why I asked why it inspired you, because if something is inspiring you, it is because you kind of maybe hasn't thought about it, but it has to be clear that any thought, whatever the thought, none of these thoughts are actually true. Do you get the point?
Yes, Dr. Pokila. I just thought that was just an angle that I had not explored in the when I was reflecting, and also
this is only for you, actually, because that's why I asked the question, what inspired you? Because
and also I think we talked several times about when the perception becomes lighter and lighter, meaning doesn't become a thing, and then the form world.
Yeah,
How
form world is thoughts. So if you're actually putting
how yeah.
stress on skandhas, you are thinking about skandha. You are thinking about skandha, so that's fine. It's okay. You know, we have so many arguments. We can argue. If you want to see an argument, you go to people in this country can go to a club and see how they argue. They're not useless topics, and they can argue. But in Dhamma also we can tell in different ways. But the main message in Lord Buddha's Dhamma is Sabbe Sankara Anicchate. In Sabbe Sankara, what is Sabbe Sankara? Any action, any word, any thought, just in like they are all constructs. They are all baseless constructs. Basically. So the trick is, I mean, I haven't listened to that part in that thing. The trick is, if someone is talking about that and that person has forgotten that, that is tricky. And who is someone who is listening that has forgotten that is tricky. So that's where the most important aspect is whether you actually feel in this Dhamma. When you feel this Dhamma, you can understand the main important thing is to feel the sensory organ output with the power and without the power. That is actually the exact thing that happens when you see the non-vibration for a moment. That's where they don't misunderstand any of the statuses after that, because they know that the vibration is still there, because they know the sensory output with the vibration as well as sensory output without the vibration. So in that sentence, when I try to say that, you can understand, okay, there is a practical aspect of this, so don't forget. Because whatever we can discuss about skandha, we can split hairs about skandha, but then what about the practical aspect? If you forget about the practical aspect, okay, do you know, have you felt the non-vibration and how the organs work with non-vibration, and how the organs work with vibration is already what we have. You don't have to split hair about that. That's what we have. I mean, always we had that. So it's not a big issue to understand that. But the main demarcation comes when you understand that the sensory output or the sensory organ output without the power. And in that, you understand this 5 aggregates. What do you understand? The Keles Parinirvana, or the defilements, are gone, but still sensory organs are working. So that power which can be transferred, which can be not transferred, oh my God, which can be telepathized, or which can synchronize to any form of vibration is not there. That's another. But the sensory output is there. And when it stops, there's nothing. I don't know whether that gave you something. I just wanted to break your. I think I broke your mesmerization. But
It's just that sometimes you try to approach it. It's like a catch-22, isn't it? Sometimes because I think we discussed that there can be catch-22s in different ways. In a way, there is the need to relax, as you say all the time about the need for relaxation to get out of the mind, kind of thing. But also the fact that when perception becomes so light, almost that you don't even feel it, or the heaviness, the heaviness of that generally comes with the evolutional formation doesn't occur. And then at the same time, all that can be done is to understand the true Dhamma. Also, I mean, that's why we listen to our advanced
and letting it
discourses.
go and understand true Dharma and letting it go is the tricky part here, because you have to let go Dhamma as well.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Did you get that thing I was trying to
Yes.
incorporate here?
Actually, as you said, I'm sure these things, I mean, Surangika has heard these things and she knew very well. But for some reason, the angle that she was looking
That's
at
right.
obscured the real picture. It happens to me also sometimes now. There are certain points that I hear in discussions. It sounds as if something new, but when you sort of think a little deeper, it's obviously something that I have heard earlier, and it was something that was clear enough. But at that particular point, it sounded like something completely new.
Yeah,
And
the
also that,
main problem is not to forget that this is a practical Dhamma,
yes.
because if you have the ability to say Dhamma to the extent that it is okay, it is the best thing, it is the best thing, you can explain it, everything. But the most important thing is to know the difference between vibration with sensory output and the non-vibration with sensory output. And if anyone is not aware about that or has not felt that experience, there is it's very tricky. It's very tricky. But if someone is actually having that experience and trying to say, at least at end of that talk, someone should say, this is all useless, like the value that we put to the Dhamma theory is, we told, even our Anansi would say in such a beautiful way, like put so much effort into say that, because there's needed for a lot of people who have studied Pali a lot. It's needed for all the venerables also in the country or in the world. But at the same time, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. So whether it is the aggregate, whether it's nirvana, whether it's anagami, whether it's the power, the word power, the word non-vibration, any of these things, they're actually not there. We have a communication here. We try to give the communication. What is the communication here? Try to feel the non-vibration. That is the communication. That is the end communication here. not try to understand the non-vibration. No, that's not the message. Message is not try to understand non-vibration or try to by heart the non-vibration. Try to memorize everything. No, that's not the final outcome Adhan wants any one of us to do. It is to feel the non-vibration. If you feel the non-vibration, you know what exactly Lord Buddha is saying, what exactly is Buddha, what exactly is Dhamma, what exactly is Sangha. And then even if you haven't become the non-vibration, the clarity, the clarity is really there, and that clarity helps everyone. That's where the problem was with Potila Swaminathan, because he actually had so much Dhamma knowledge, but Lord Buddha didn't actually say that is the most important thing. His main important message is to try and feel this, that that there is no self here. The continuity of this field, the power that we feel continuously, is actually a construct. That is the main thing about sanya. That is the main thing about sanya. Because the perception, what is the big deal about perception? Because when with the ignorance, because ignorance is going to the end until you become the non-vibration, it is going. And with the ignorance, the main problem is the misunderstanding between the vibration of the sensory organ and the non-vibration. Even if someone is actually having these experiences, also, Paranvansi says there is a ignorance. That's why he has not become actually that. And in some sermons, he has told that actually ignorance is still actually not realizing that there is no vibration here. That power is actually gone. Because it's a tricky thing, to actually get the confirmation that it's actually gone. So that how subtle is. Even if someone has then now the Ananda Thero knew how you would feel the power, the sensory organs with power and without the power. But still, he had so much problem in trying to achieve that. And he forgot that. I mean, not forgot. He tried hard. And in trying hard, isn't that the ignorance still? And because he's trying hard to achieve something which had been already there. So that is the tricky thing. So this goes on in the practical aspect. These are the practical things that is important. And we can call it misunderstanding, but the word is not good because it's already taken. So it's kind of a no, we can't even say anything. I don't think we can say anything. So it is ignorance. It is that. I think that word is enough, isn't it? What do you think? So even if you understand, all about this power and all about this non-vibration, still the need to feel this difference is still there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think yes. Just I want to ask you, I mean, I'm not sure whether the way I have understood is correct. Please correct me. This is something I heard in one of the discussions, maybe in one of your night discussions or somewhere. As Surangika mentioned, now this is actually the theory part. So in the 5 aggregates where there is a vibration and then the vibration is felt in the sensation of the vibration, and then there is perception, and when the perception happens.
Practically, you can't say any of these things. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I know. Yeah, I know. This is
Yeah.
just the theory part, yes.
Yeah.
And what happens is in perception, there is very speed occurrence, and then there is a different type of a vibration which has more power or more current, isn't it? And when that happens, only you can talk about the consciousness. That means when there is a mental construct or the what we call the
It's not the
uh,
mental construct if it is only the.
perception, yes. Perception of light, perception of sound, like that. And then only you can talk about the consciousness, where there is a subtle feeling that there is a sound, and then there is
No,
uh,
subtle feel is it is happening here. The subtle feel, don't misunderstand.
mm, that
Subtle.
means there is some duality, isn't it? There you experience a little bit of duality, isn't it? There. I mean,
Yes.
the light is existing or the sound is existing. That is the consciousness
Yeah.
at that level.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there, that level also there's a current. And then this happens even at the Arhat state, where
No.
as long as
No, an arahant state, that's why we call it in a different name, because Lord Buddha can't explain it anymore. That's why he has put Anidasana Vijnane, because you can't say Vijnane. Consciousness is not there. You can't. But that doesn't lay anywhere. That's not either here or there.
Yeah, what I understood was practically that the consciousness is there, but the arhat state knows that very clearly that it's not true. It's just a creation. Isn't that the understanding? Isn't it?
No.
Yeah.
It's a field. It's a field.
Okay. And then when what happens is, when the person understands this mechanism, when the system understands this mechanism, the current which was created at the sensor level will continue, but the additional current or the additional fire which was created as in the form of a defilement will get less and less. I don't know whether that the way that I understood is correct.
Yeah, I think
Was I clear
Aranwanse.
enough? Was I clear enough?
Yeah, I think so. The Aranwanse sometimes take these two words also. I think because of that in English he is trying to say it in a different way. Sometimes I have heard that him telling the
So I think
alive
that
feel and the feel of existence. Because
like,
yeah, so but anyway, what you have to understand is This is something felt because none of these sensory organs are working, but there's no entertainment of that. So that beat has to be felt.
Yeah, there's
That
no
bit,
yeah,
yeah.
sorry.
That's a feel though. That's not a understanding. There's understanding anyway. That's why you start to feel that. There's internal transformation. That bit is there.
Yeah, true. There is no entertainment, but I mean, there is no difference in the way that
That
the
is the
things are seen.
difference. That is the difference. That what is normal vijnana and what is anidasana vijnana, that is the difference.
Yeah,
You
what is the
So
know,
difference? Yeah.
I think Dr. Sakuntala, the distinction that you're trying to make is between the vibration that we talk about in the Satyajna or the True Dhamma philosophy as being the cause of this Abhisankarana or the formation. So, you know, how we start saying it's the speed of vibrations manifesting in the sense faculties that gives us the sensory perceptions, right? So there is that vibration. And then the vibration that Aryan Mahatsa is talking about is the Atmiya company, the self vibration. It is that self vibration which is the underlying
actually, yeah,
power.
now I got it. I think I will add to that Surangika's thing because when Surangika was trying to say, I just got the question now only, sorry. Actually, but I have mentioned this before. Aranwansi mentions that before too, because this fight is only for one vibration. This fight is to get rid of one vibration, which is the self vibration, self perception, and the self thought. Is just one vibration. This happens when the the sensory organ functions as a thing, like in the sense it is felt as a thing. This coexists. This happens thing is the thing. You have to understand. It is kind of not the same vibration, but not. You can't even say that it is a different vibration because it is again synchronicity here. Because when the sensory vibration, sensory organ vibration is as felt as something, immediately without any gap, it is that other self vibration is activated. That's where you are born in each and every thought. That's how you are born in each and every stimulus. I think if you understand that bit, this will be a bit more easier because that's how you telepathy to the Buddha status. How else are you going to otherwise telepathy or synchronize to the Buddha status or the non-vibration? Because non-vibration is not one thing that one person achieves. It is also just a status which is there until the respiration is there. Even I think according to RN1 says the Dhatura Paranirvana, until such time the non-vibration is there. So that's just something I have understood from RN1's the sermons actually. So what I'm trying to say is, if this is not happening here in one vibration, in one stimulus, you will never be able to synchronize with non-vibration. How every stimulus you are being born and how why you feel that it is as a continuous thing is due to the speedy formation of the thoughts. But the main important thing to understand is you're born in every stimulus. And in that way, you keep understanding is there is always a chance that non-vibration will surface, or there's the ability to synchronize to the non-vibration in a particular moment where the sensory organ vibration or the perception is not felt as a thing or not taken as a thing. In the sense it's a feel again, but I can only say like that because that from Satyajnana he or she has understood that there's nothing other than the sensory organ vibration. That's how we change this. Otherwise, there is no way anyone of us is going to synchronize to the non-vibration. Did you get the point, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, what you explained is quite true, quite clear. Yes. Can I ask one more thing? Now, the word Anidassana Viññāne or Appatittita Viññāne also, I
You
think the
can't
same.
explain that.
I mean,
Yeah,
You
there's
have
a
to feel it.
metaphor. Yeah,
yeah,
metaphor given that like flashing a light to the sky, where I mean the light rays are not falling to any of the surfaces, whereas when you flash a light to a surface, to the ground or somewhere, you can see the shadow of the torch light, whereas when it is flashed to the sky, you cannot see, it doesn't fall onto any surface. I have heard that example, that metaphor given to explain the Anidassana Viññāne, that in simple words, this circling of what is called the Nama Rupa and the Viññāna circle is broken. Or in more simple words, if I say, the value given to the stimulus is zero, or no value is given to the stimulus. Am I correct in that way?
not just value, Dr. Sakuntala, I think in all three realms, form
All
and
three.
formless.
Yes.
Yeah, form and formless as well. And I think I get your point, because I think there was a point of struggling on that reflection as well. I think what you and Dr. Kokila, correct me if I'm wrong, the concept now, R.N. Manse has said, no, even the skandha, the five aggregates, is a concept, right? It is a concept that has been formulated in order to convey the truth. So, because there needed to be some mechanism for the Buddha to show people how to understand this mind, how to understand that there is such a thing called Atma Drushti or Sakkaya Drushti, and how this whole mechanism came about. So this was a concept, and just like that, R.N. Mahansa also has used several similar concepts to convey this message to us. So even now when we talk about the skandha, we say that kampaneta rupane. So the vibration, because of the various representations, becomes form through the speed. But ultimately, as we said, ultimately the touch point or the thing that we are trying to eradicate, or the thing that needs to be eradicated, is the self vibration, which is the thing that makes this continuity in the samsaric journey. It's a self vibration. But the vibration, just like the skandha, is used as a way of explaining the mechanism in these sensor faculties, because as Dr. Kokila said, even when the self vibration is zero, the base feelings that these sensory perceptions sensors have will continue until till the breath
Physical
is
body.
gone. Till the breath is gone. So, I have also heard somewhere in a talk where not R.N. Vance, I think, or maybe R.N. Vance himself also must have said it, that there is no such thing as vibration even. So in that, when he says that, you can imagine that that vibration that we say that triggered due to the speed triggered the formation, the form, sensation, so on and so forth, is also, think about it as a mechanism to understand the self vibration. But once the self vibration is completely dissipated, then what happens is none of these stimulus becomes a thing. There is no becoming in the stimulus, and if there is no becoming in the stimulus becomes irrelevant. And when the stimulus becomes irrelevant, whether there was a vibration or not, to trigger the sensory perceptions also becomes irrelevant. It is very intricate, or at least for me, it was very intricate to kind of get that. And Dr. Kokila, if you can explain that a bit more, but ultimately, as R.N. Vance says, we are trying to get at the self vibration. We are trying to get to dissipate the ignorance that lies in all beings, animals or humans, with regard to this ether company or the feeling of existence. The feeling of existence comes about because of that field that gets generated through the speed of vibration happening in the sense faculties. But ultimately, when the feeling that is generated through the sense faculties is completely understood to not become a thing, and that even that feeling of existence,
that's the
and therefore,
ignorance part.
that part gets completely dissipated, and as you said, Dr. Sakuntala, becomes zero. Then even if these sense faculties function, and they will function till the last breath is gone, that because it doesn't become a thing in the sensual form and formless realms, the apatitta vijnana that you talked of is the thing that is what's left. And because that's all that's left, everything else becomes irrelevant, and therefore that the initial vibration that we talked of that set off the sensor faculties also becomes irrelevant. Am I right, Dr. Okida? That's the way I figured it out.
I think
Because that vibration is something that just happens. So
not
that is not
I
our
mean that
ultimate
last
aim, isn't it?
last sentence, I would say we have to be careful, because when you say the self vibration becomes irrelevant, no, that's not the thing. You no longer can
No, not the self vibration. The vibration becomes irrelevant, not the self vibration.
vibration becomes irrelevant. Yeah, that's right. But this actual, what happens is, for an arahant, you can't, even by thinking or even wanting to synchronize to the self vibration, you can't, because that this has changed so much that non-self vibration, non-self perception has become the normal.
Yes, so that's then the new norm.
New norm, yeah.
means it's completely gone to, meaning not rock bottom, not zero. I don't know what to say, isn't it?
Yeah,
There's
true.
Absolute, because that's Shashrata, the tea leaves in the cup, everything, no residue whatsoever.
And also, I would like to add, this is for you too actually, within the mind bubble, it is very difficult for you to know what the sasava is. You have to remember that. So it is difficult to feel the actual what you feel, but how much power you have. It is difficult to feel it within the mind bubble. So that is the trickiest part, I think, because if the mind is even for a moment, what happens is when you actually, Aran once says, have you seen Buddha? That sentence, what he means is that whether you have felt it at least for a moment, in that, actually in that moment, just for that moment, the ignorance is zero and the vibration is zero, but still the sensory functions are happening. And in that understanding, in that particular experience changes the whole scenario, because all our life, what we knew was, this is me. I can see, I can hear, I can feel. I feel sad, I feel happy. My children are sick, or my parents are sick, whatever, something like that. The whole life, even before that, this much of life, even before that, the feel was the same thing. Feel was that it's happening here. Feel it. That's why we call it always like the vibration happening here. So if you're trying to go backwards, if you try to go backwards to your own vibration in the zygote, just imagine whether you can become that zygotic vibration. It is just a feel, but it is felt as it's here. In the sense, you can't have a sense because it's just a feel. There's no story there. It's just a feel. And if you understand that it is the same thing which happens in the ear, or the eye, or the skin, or the tongue, or the nose, and it is the same thing which happens when you get the mind consciousness, when a thought happens, it works the same way. The thought becomes the primary thing, and then you keep coming back. Thoughts keep coming back, and thoughts happen so fast. That's how the mind consciousness arises. You have to remember, this consciousness word is very specific. So what is mind consciousness? You have to pierce the mind consciousness to understand the other 5 consciousnesses. We are trapped inside the mind consciousness. But if you understand that the mind consciousness is nonsense, then only it will be easy to get into the field, because mind is always tricky. Mind gives you 5 aggregates, mind gives you nirvana, mind gives you, happiness, mind gives you sadness, mind gives you, what else mind can give you? Mind can give you, I don't know, you can't even count, can you? All the things that
the
you have
final
felt.
hurdle is the mind is not giving anything else now. Mind is giving only Dhamma points.
Yes.
Isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah.
It's only giving Dhamma points. Every day it's giving Dhamma points.
And that has become a thing without our knowledge.
That's right.
Yeah, and when someone start talking about Dhamma in such a way, then we interrupt and say, okay, just calm down, calm down. That's also a thought. But then that person can actually get angry because, he's talking truth. He's talking truth because this has happened to us. That's why I'm telling you. We will be like very happily, eagerly going to tell Aranahasi, yes, Aranahasi, I understood this. And he's like, either will be shouting or either will be like nonsense, like, something like that. He will just brush it off and like, you don't understand anything. And you are like scratching your head because you thought you understood everything. It's funny because this mind is very tricky. Because as soon as you feel like something that you have understood, you feel like, oh, wow, I
Yeah.
understood this. Yeah.
Now he won't scold after Kokila. Now he'll break into a song like Amma Varune. Then we'll
Yes.
know that we have taxed him, exasperated him to the extreme.
Yes. Yeah. Because now he doesn't have any words to even shout now because it's all gone. It's all used now. Now people are even used to that. Even to
Yes.
shouting.
That's right.
Initially you will be shaken, but now after that, after some time you'll be like, oh, Nancy is shouting. That's fine. No, my fault. Something like that. Yeah, but the message is clear. Message
That's right.
is
Yeah.
this mind bubble, this mind consciousness, or whatever the consciousness is not true. That's all. That's the message. And if you know this message clearly, that's it. You don't need to by heart anything. You don't need to actually go through this a lot. What Lord Buddha told to Rahula Thero, Rahula Little Venerable, was just that. Likewise, just keep understanding none of these consciousnesses. What are the consciousness? Mind consciousness, light consciousness, sound consciousness, whatever the consciousness you have, they are all constructs. It can be mental construct, and when it comes to mind consciousness, it can be just a construct when it comes to other sensory organs. They are sensory organ constructs. But are any of those things true? No, they're just constructs. And when you calm down to the level that you might even synchronize to the non-vibration, how come that happen? That happens because of the value of these consciousnesses are understood. That there is no value. That's how you synchronize to the non-vibration. Not by hearting them, not by anything else. The more you get the message from the noble friend that none of these things actually, none of these things are matter. Like they don't. There's nothing you can take for granted. Just you relax. You relax to the point that you will synchronize with the non-vibration. Then this continuity we felt, this power we felt, this if you have ever felt how you entertain light, you can't even say that if you haven't appears the mind consciousness, because in mind you get everything like fan, wall, window, bed. That's all you get. How can you Can you even talk about light? You can't. I mean, you can say, "Oh, I can see the sunlight coming," but even that's kind of having that thing. But when you use it in a metaphor, it is different. But what I'm trying to say is, what we feel, what we see, what we hear, everything is covered by the mind consciousness. Why? You see the tree, you see the chair, you touch the chair, or you hear crow sound. If you actually jump from this water up, and you might feel this, the non-vibration. Can you jump? No, actually, that's wrong. That's completely wrong. That word, my bad. It is if it happens, because none of us can actually try and jump. That's not how it happens. The more you understand that none of these things are true, that automatically happens. That's where the paramita is. How clear you get all these things, how keen you are to feel this, isn't it? Anything else? We just have about 2 minutes to go.
I think both of you took a lot of time to explain and give the answer to what I asked. I'm very grateful for both of you.
But the message is one sentence. Nothing
Yes.
matters.
Mm,
Yeah.
yes.
Nothing
Yeah,
is
I
there
think
to
that's
matter.
right, Dr. Kokila. Center message is none of these, everything that contemplation, even all these points, it's just thoughts. And we just need to lose just not give the value to it. But it's not as if anyone is giving the value to it, but just understanding
Yeah, that's how this mind bubble works. That's how it works.
Because it's almost, we discussed the trickster, that the mind, how the mind works, and because it almost the mechanism, because it's self-propelling.
It's self-propelling. That's correct. Yeah.
It now almost the mechanism almost. I mean, not that I'm trying to give life to it, but because it knows that in other stimuli it doesn't work, it's giving the Dhamma in the form of a stimuli.
Yeah. Mm.
Excuse me.
Dr.
Kokila. Please excuse us to
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. We worship our Advanced
Yeah,
Stop
because
for today.
now
Thank
they
you
are
very
reaching
much.
to Kandi Vihara,
Yes.
so we have to.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Terwan Sanai.
Terwan
Terwan
Saranai.
Sanai Indu, Terwan Sanai.
In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpado on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpado, awake humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpado on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpado, awake humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth. wisdom of Asia, shining glow, Buddothpado.
Liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath.
Wisdom of Asia, ever glow, Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
Dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind,
truth of birth and death made clear.
the path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go,
May Shri Persian bless you all. Thank you, Aran Master, for your noble guidance. In yesterday's English discussion, we were able to highlight few things about how Jaya perception is, when it is true, how it is associated with the existence perception, and when existence perception is true, how it is associated with the self-perception. But all this is the same thing as ignorance and the power, ignorance and the craving. It was a good discussion for everyone. Anyway, it is very important to understand that Jaya perception is actually not true. So we were discussing about that direction too, like how we have projected the Jaya to the outside. We are seeing something, but we think it is the Jaya. But that seeing something, is that true? When you say seeing something, So you can say, no, I didn't see a chair. I know the chair, but it is strong. But I see something. Is that true? No, that's not true. That's a shade of that's a shape of light only. And shape of light, is that true? No, shape of light is actually created because of the speed of the eye. So that's not true either. So that understanding, if it is not there, then useless. Because otherwise you will get the existence perception. The light, at least the light. All the Dhamma should be there, that light is not true. Sound is not true. So the sound consciousness, light consciousness is not true. That understanding should be there very well. If you don't have that idea, then you might feel that something is existing. We'll go to the sound one. So you get a call or you hear an alarm. So this time your eyes are closed. Imagine the alarm is sounding, your eyes are closed. And you know, so the alarm will be going on. If you feel that the actual alarm is outside, that's a problem. That's a projection of the mind. But then if you realize that sound doesn't actually have alarm, yeah, that's the mind saying that. That's fine. But then you might say, no, but I heard something. We'll forget about the alarm. I feel something. That is fast vibration of the ear. If there was no speed, we will never know anything about the outside. Speed of the sensory organ. Speed of the sensory organ is what you feel as something. This has to be really there for you to feel this thumb. So we'll talk about the touch. Now, you didn't know anything. Your eyes are closed. You're still sleeping. No, it's not sleeping. Your eyes are closed. And then you're not hearing anything. But suddenly, cat a cat touches your leg. So what will come? Cat. That will come. But that is the mind, right? Yeah, that is the mind. So is that true? No. But then you might say, no, I felt something. What is that? That's the speed of the touch sensory system. If that touch sensory system is not there, you might not feel anything. If your legs were numb, would you feel that there is a cat? No. No. As simple as that. Simple as that. If the sensory function is not there and the speed is not there, and after you know this Dhamma, you're not going to be foolish or by anything. You have to feel this too. That is a challenge. You have to feel when alarm is not thing, you're not cursing the alarm. We usually shout at the alarm. But will you not get up? Yeah, you will get up. But this, when all the previous experiences are coming, if it's a thing, same self-existence perception and self-perception is going to come. Imagine now you understand them, so nothing new. Anything new is not going to be a thing. So you're like, okay, now that's okay. But then there are all the exposures which has happened, which can again come back to the mind. Does that feel existent? Now, if you talk with a school friend, even if you're very old, the school friend might say, do you remember that this happened in school? And or you might say, do you remember this friend? That friend is now sick or died. So there are past experiences that we are synchronizing to now. So it's synchronizing now. Okay, then that they were felt as something before, and the existence perception is there. But just remember, if this existence perception is fully understood and gotten rid of, in the sense, the fully understood, not gotten rid of, the power is not there. Craving for the existence is also not there, bhavatana. That's an arahant. But what I'm trying to say is, if the existence perception is powerless, those memories doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It just comes and goes. So what matters is this existence perception power. That is the craving. Because with the existence perception, the power also comes. This existence perception is in the duality. That's in the mind. Mind bubble. If you are in the mind bubble, existence perception is there. So if you understand that that this existence perception and this power is actually manifesting only in the mind. The duality appears in the mind. The mind bubble, the duality is there. You can't help it. Mind bubble anyway, duality is there. With power, without power is the main thing, but duality can't be, is not there when the mind bubble is not powerful. So when you talk about this mind bubble, which perception is super troublesome, you have to find out. If your defilements are there in that sense, what that means is if there is a perception which is still becoming a thing, that will drag you down to the mind. You can't release from the mind because there is something important, something with heaviness or something binding or force. Because if the power is there, upadana is there, the force is there. It binds you to the mind. Anyway, the power is there, the force is there, chair is there. Oh, existence perception is there, and you are there. Self-perception is there. Your self-perception or self-feel is there because of the existence feel. So that is the same thing, kind of, but not the same thing. Because of this happens. This happens, this happens. So if the existence feel is there, craving to maintain that is also there. That is the self. That is the jati. So the existence perception is there, self-perception is there, same thing, existence feel is there, self-feel is there. But if the existence feel is not there, that's another, in the sense that existence feel is not a thing. How would that not become a thing if you are fully sure that it is the speed of light? Or if it's a touch sensation, it would be speed of the sensory organ. Any sensory organ, it doesn't matter. But specifically mind consciousness, the mind. You fully get it, that it is actually Actually, you can't compare physical light and the mind, because mind is completely a different aspect. And that is the trap as well, the mind. Because the duality is in the mind. If you get rid of the self-will and the trap in the mind is resolved, problem is over. Mentality is completely a different scenario. Mental image is a complete different scenario. You can't talk about physical speed of light there because it's a mental image. Can't talk about the physical speed of sound there because it's a mental image. But when you talk about that, actually, mental image is comprised of sound and light together. It's a new kind of sensory organ. That's why there is a mind at the sixth sense. That vibration you can't actually compare to the physical speed of light. So that should be understood. We are not actually trying to match it to the physical speed of light. We're trying to understand how this works. Sound wave and the light wave coming together, the mind wave is actually completely a different entity, different vibration. And that's not true as the sound, light vibration, same thing. That's not true. But it is, it produces a mind bubble, kind of a mindful world. This mind film, if you take it as a dream, just remember when you see a dream. Now, if you see your school friends as in a dream, what do you think about that? Is that actual life? No, that's not actual life. Is that actual sound? No, that's not actual sound. What is then? You still have the perception. So you need to understand that this is a different world. Even though the mind vibration, we are telling that sound wave and the light wave coming together, the mind wave is formed. Actually, a mind wave is acting on its own. And now it's empowering, overpowering the whole system. Now that is the world. Previously it was field only. Now the mind world is the world. So the mind world, the duality is there anyway, as I said. So any mind bubble, doesn't matter. Any mind bubble, whether it is some 2, 3 people's mind, any mind bubble is having this self-perception and the existence perception. So if the only way to catch this also here, that's why only humans can understand the 31 realms, because 31 realms is actually different levels of the mind. If it's more towards real, it is less mind. But then more mind, in a sense. No, different variations of the mind. So the animals, they don't have much mind, right? But when the mind is powerful, the form level and the non-form level are very powerful. Varanasi recently said how non-form Brahma can have so much power because they like their non-form meditative state. They don't feel anything, so they like it. If that is broken and they start feeling something, they are very angry, so they end up in Iran. So any mind, the duality is there, as you're trying to say. Power is there. If the duality is there, power is there. But any stimuli had the feel side as well. That's the nature. Feel is closer to nature, but feel is also not right. Not true. That's the speed of sensory function only. So any perception if it's a mind perception. But through mind perception only you can actually understand even the light perception is not true. It's the speed of light only. Speed of light only. Light perception is not similar to mind perception. Anywhere the mind is involved, the duality is there. To fully get this and understand that there is no self, the self-view breaking is happening. Because the feel, the nature, that you can't understand that. Even though the moth is jumping to the flame because of the fear, there's no big mind, but the moth dies. Moth doesn't understand that there is a craving for the mind. Sorry, craving for the fear. In the sense, heat. Craving for the heat or craving for the light. That moth can't understand. But a human with this mind system actually can understand that it is nothing to light, or it is actually created in light. Perception is actually in the mind. But the actual light, feeling the light. You like that. Still the power is there. So disturbed. So we talk about this every day. This trying and understanding how this stimuli has all these levels. Chair, because chair is a mind product, and that has this pop. It's a vast area, and we are not the best people to talk about it too. I'm trying to. So, Aranwansi is the best person for you to actually question and get more detail if you have questions. He's available in Sing on a medium in 7 o'clock, Sing Sri Lankan night time, and 7 p.m. and also 5 a.m. from Sri Lankan time. So you can question him if you book Dhammabuddha. You might be able to see him as well. The Buddha is an international meditation center. So try that and see if you can talk to him and understand more. If you have a big question about these things, trying and understanding 5 sensory organs is a must. 5 sensory organs. So the light, child didn't have any perception about the light. It's felt only. Initially. But then the ones slowly they get the perception of light. And the mind is formed. They have the perception of light. So the perception of light is different to actual feeling. Having an idea about light is completely different to the perception as well, thinking that light is outside. So it starts from Nama. Consciousness and Nama Rupa, it's the same thing, understanding this thing. So thank you, Aranwansa, for your noble guidance, and thank you so much. Thank you, Dhamma friend, for doing 24/7 this Zoom sermons. Thank you so much. May Triple Gem bless you all.
many syllabus, chemistry, physics, maths, many syllabus, but we are not studied our mind. No, how is our mind creation? How is our thoughts are coming? How is our suffering is coming? Why we are sadness? Sometimes we are in happy. Sometimes we are in sad. How is this happen? So no. We are thinking outside. We are living outside. No, that's the ignorance. That's the misconception. No, we are living outside, but outside is not real. It's our thoughts. It's sound and forms. Nothing, not anywhere. No, it's our mind creation. This is the understanding one. Someone understood the truth. Outside existent field is the power. Outside existent field is the power. No, it's the power. Is the that's the senses creations. There's a eye creation. Is the picture also existent? Otherwise, the sound also existent. No, this smell, taste, and the hot and cool, smooth and rough skin sense also given us the existent field. But this existent field is the power. Otherwise, this sound and forms together coming. That's the chair, table, everything is a power. Is existent field is the power. The existent field is outside is real, but not outside is real. It's our mind, no. It's our mind, not outside anywhere. But we are thinking. We have this field, alive field, existent field. It is the misunderstanding. It is the power. Otherwise, existent field. But it's a thought. It's a thought. Otherwise, it's coming. Is the power. Inside there, the power existent. There's a power is generating automatically. There's a sounds and forms together. There's a sound also power. No? It's a waves. This is sparking waves. We are talking about the waves. No, this sound also waves. Waves is sparking. It's a inside power is there. There's a waves. It's a sound. So we can hear. No, there's a body sensor. Body is here. There's a power. The waves. Otherwise it's a picture also waves. This sound and forms, the sound and picture together. That's the kindergarten time. The teacher teach is a red, yellow, blue. It's the colors also. Chair, table, mother, father, everything is everything is a sound. A sound also existent. Otherwise it's the something. No, there's a picture. That's together. There's a chair, table also existent. There's a something there. But that feel is the power. But this is thought. Otherwise, chair is thought. No, table is thought. Mother, father, and everything. This world is our thinking world. It's a mind. It's a mindful world. It's a mind power is this. This again and coming. The same picture. The power is generating. Its existent field is powerfully steady. No? That is the generating the power type. But this power is someone, these thoughts, no? Thinking. That's the existent field, otherwise the alive field. That is the soul. So, that's the power. There's the ignorance is this misunderstanding. So, there's something there real. The real is not a real. It's not a permanent. But our mind is given again and coming chair. There's a baby. Mind is coming. Chair is this. Chair how? There's a bhava sanya. It's a Buddha's word. It's a bhava sanya. There's a stimulus. Every time, every thought is given to this thoughts. is a okay. That's a real. That's a permanent. That's a world. This is the power. But there's a defilement also here. That defilement is like a power. Just he want it after. Is missing. It's a coming sadness, coming suffering. Something happened, decay or collapse or something happened. It's coming to sadness and suffering because it's a mind. Mind want it again and again. Mind want more after what happened. So again, so this life is some 60, sometimes 70 or 80 or this body, physical body is not still. It's going the decay, collapse. So rotten. So this body is not a permanent. It's a something happened. This body. So we are thinking we are going somewhere, heaven or somewhere. So we won't go into heaven. We are thinking not stopping. This thought is not stopping. That's why Andimas try to tell him this is destroyed finally. No, but it's not always happening because there's our senses creations, so mind sense creation. So after death, going somewhere, it's a thinking. It's not stopping. That is why circle of birth we are talking. Because our mind, thoughts, given this vibration, continuing, and the build up in. Continuing and the build up in. So this is our mind's creation. So not stopping. Not the place of stopping. That's why circle of birth. So but it's a thought thinking. It's a circle, yeah, going around, not stopping anything anywhere. But it's a thought thinking word. That's otherwise it's coming more than. That's a craving. Craving is the carpenter like that. Craving is a constructing this circle. So continuing. It's a craving. Otherwise it's the defilement. It's same thing. No. What think? This someone understood this Dhamma. It's not real. This world is not real. Nothing anywhere. It's our mind. We are thinking everything. So it's not real. It's the nothingness. No, it's not real. It's not permanent. It's a mirage. No, it's illusion. That's what someone understood. This is the truth. That's the true Dhamma. We explain. That's the truth. Someone know the truth. It sounds. Sound is not anywhere. Otherwise, sound also waves. This is our sensor, ear sensor, given us the sound. Otherwise, is a picture. It's not a permanent light, no picture. It's not a permanent. It is a happening. It is a constructing. It's a sparking. It's a vibration. It's a waves. No, it's a quantum theory like that. Same. It's not anywhere. You see that sound? That's a scrap. The strap is not anywhere. That moment is the happening. Otherwise it's the spark. It's a vibration. Every vibration have different ending. That is why spark. No, vibrate, why waves? That's a negative, positive like that. The similar is happening. Similar thing is the more than vibrations coming continually. That's the we are talking quantum theory. Same waves. That's the sounds. Sound is not anywhere. Otherwise, sound is not real. So nothing, anything. Sound or our ear, eye creation given our feature, but it is not real. It is not. It is not real. Otherwise, is the sound also not real. Smell also not. It's a sense of creations. Constructing this automatically is happening. This natural phenomenon. Nobody is doing. There's a taste also. Sense of creation. Hot, cool, smooth, rough, our skin sense also same. Hot also, heat also. Hot also is the vibrations, waves. Sound also waves, pitch also waves. So waves, nothing, anything. Otherwise, it's nothingness. So this understanding is the, I think, is the today what happened? Today you have everything. You also here. Existence field is here. Chair, table, everything. Sun, moon, trees, houses, everything. Mother, father, everything is thoughts. Your mind. Mind not you are inside the head. Mind is not anywhere. It's a spark. It's a spark. It's a vibrations. Sound also vibrations. Pitch also vibrations. Otherwise, sound and waves together coming. That's a thoughts also vibration. Thought is the mind creation. That's the consciousness, mind consciousness. We are talking. That's the ear consciousness and the sound and the eye consciousness is the picture, and together coming, that one is the mind consciousness. It's a charitable thoughts. This is a huge mirage. Nothing anywhere. Yeah. Someone misunderstood. That's a power is that's a fading. That's the defilements of fading we are talking. No, it is very important. No, it is very important to understand. So it's not easy because it's not thinking. Otherwise, it's inside. We can feel it. It's experience. You can experience it. It is very important, the experience, not a believing, not a trust. You can experience it. Now, you can realize what is carving the thinking in this. Sometimes your science is here. Yeah,
Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa. Yes, Aryan Mahansa. So, if I talk about myself, I was, listening to the Dhamma from long time, but I was not successful feeling it inside until recently. So I was just following the knowledge. That's what I feel like. And then from few months or few weeks, I would say, I was thinking why I don't see this. Actually, when people talk in the our Dhamma friends talk about it, talk about this feel in the Zoom discussion, even I could not understand what does it mean by feel. It is very important to feel it actually. So until recently, I could not feel it, and then now, Aryan Mahansa, I'm still not very matured, but with baby steps, I understand that from inside of me, I feel something very different. Very different means it's very relaxing, and then the density of the thoughts decreased. I can feel that, and then I understand that the power, the chitta power, or the feel of existence, that power is diminishing. and then the defilement is diminishing. Like, yes, sometimes I still, I feel that like, okay, I'm going with the thoughts and then my mind is making that illusion. But most of the time I would say, I feel that the power is diminishing. That's what I feel from inside Aaron Hansen.
Yeah, it is true. Now you are in correct path, no? Now you understand, no? What
Yes,
happened?
Hansen. Like, actually what I want to say, like, earlier time, I could not understand what does this feel means. And then when, Aaron Hansen could easily detect when someone talk about it, is it the actual feeling or is it the knowledge? I did not see the difference earlier. Now, when I listen to the Zoom discussions and then, when the Aaron Hansen talk with other Dhamma friends, I understand that like what is this feeling? Like how should I proceed with this path? So I feel like I'm in the correct path only because I see the result. It is not that I want to get that result directly. What I want to do is practice this awareness and then see the truth of this arising, and then like the birth of this thought and then the death of this thought. I'm just seeing the truth of it and then practicing the awareness, and then result come automatically. That's what I feel, Aaron Mahanse.
Yeah, I think now you are very happy. I think now you have experience, not the thinking, not the thoughts, not the knowledge. It's your experience. No, now you are happy now. What's the real Dhamma? What is the truth is here? No, it's the experience. No, happy now.
Yes. Yes, Aaron Mahanse, it's so relaxing. I mean, I can
calm and cool. To get tranquility, no?
Exactly, Aaron Mahanse. Yeah.
It is very
and I'm really grateful.
Otherwise.
I'm really grateful for these discussions, Aaron Mahanse, because I want to say, like, seeing it from different views. Like, when we have these discussions, like this Dhamma discussion and all the other Zoom discussions and everything, when we see things in different angles, different views, we understand this Satya Dharma, like Satya Jnana in different views, which is very helpful for us to overcome this ignorance, I would say. That is very, very important.
Yeah. It is very, very, very important. Otherwise, the more people know this Dhamma, no? No more people understand this Dhamma. So few people understand this Dhamma. No, very rare is this Dhamma. No, you are in USA. How is the USA people? They are thinking, no, does God make this world? Or they are thinking after death everything is over, or after death going somewhere. No, there's illusions. No?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But it's a science, no? Here, it's a practical, no? This Buddha
festival. Yes, Aaron Mahanse, I always like say to you that this Dhamma is so beautiful because it makes sense. It makes sense, and then like everything connect nicely and without any loopholes. That's what I feel like a scientist. Like, as an example, if I want to explain something to my students in physics, so what I'm thinking is like, where are the loopholes? Like, if we have a loopholes, I have to explain. So this does not work because of these constraints. But like, there is no restrictions here. Everything connects nicely with Dhamma. So that is really nice. And then when you ask about the people here, it's really sad, Aran sir. Yes, like there are people who believe in different religion. It's not just the religions, it's just the concept or the philosophy, I would say. But most of the people are atheists. That means like they do not believe anything. So any religion or anything. So it's like most of the scientists, I would say. So like any person that I work with in my department, if I ask, that is the truth. So all of them, they don't believe in God. They believe in nothing, only science. And then
Yeah, good. Very happy, no? Very happy. And how tell you this, no? I think your students are very lucky. Otherwise, I think you are telling the science, everybody. What is this life, and what is what happened to us, and what is the truth is here. You can also teach your student other part, no? Your subject is the physics, no? As your professor, no? You are studying your students. You are teaching campus, no? It's a big guy, it's not the teenagers. They can understand, no?
Yes, Aran, like,
yeah.
yes, Aran, without like giving them the direct hints, I try to give them some indirect thoughts. Like when I teach some concepts about the quantization or the quantum mechanics, what I give them is like a tiny thought, like indirectly. I tell them, why don't you think about your mind? What is the mind energy? Like that. Like I try to give them some indirect thought if they want to explore more.
Yeah, it is very interesting. I think you are doing very happily because you are interested in this subject otherwise. Because you are your subject is this, not a physics. I think is this one is the subject. What do you think?
Yes, Aran, I think what I
life. What is the life? No, it's the real one.
Exactly, Aran. So like there. I think there is a reason that I had to study physics. So that's what I think. To my understanding of this Dhamma, and then like let's say if I want to explain it to someone with this physics or like in a science way, it might be the reason. Yes, Aran.
Yeah, it is good because physics is the first sota is meaning is the Dhamma word is the sota, anusota and patisota. Sota meaning is the waves, no. No, waves is a sota, no. Waves is the speed. It's a happening, no. It's a speedly. That's the quantum theory. Otherwise, Buddha explaining this one. No, rupa and tiko also rupa. Rupa is the meaning is a rupa. Rupana is the what is the word is Pali is the rupana is the sparking of vibrations. No, rupana. It's vibrations. It's a physics, no.
Yes, Aran, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's physics. It's your subject final come down.
Exactly, Aran. Just the greatest scientist is the Lord Aran.
Yeah, science. It's a Trividya is the Buddha's word. So Trividya is how is our mind creations. It's a Kubbenivasana Sunyari, how is the radiant mind. The radiant mind don't know anything. After how is the sounds and forms and other senses creations and how is together coming. Speed is happening, rapid speed is here. It's naturally no one is doing natural phenomena. Is automatically creating thoughts. How is this physics? Trividya is the Pubbedhyasana. Someone how is this present moment coming chair or table or something is a thought. How is coming this? Is the history is there? No, inside radiant mind and after sense of creations and after this thought today, chair. How is coming? That's the Chitupatha. This present moment only the thought. This is not real. It's the asavakshanyana is the defilements are fading. Egoistic is gone, disappearing. No? After tranquility, you are today in this way, tranquility. That's the final. It's a subject of physics or science or is a Dhamma. It's a Dhamma now.
Yes, sir, and once, absolutely. Yeah, so it's so beautiful, like this spark. That's all we can talk about even. The fresh spark. That's all we can talk about. Yeah, it's really beautiful, Aran Hansa. I'm really I'm really grateful for all the Dhamma discussions and sermons that you have done, Aran Hansa, which
others,
is really
it's not a painting, it's not a knowledge, it's a experience, no? Inside changing coming, no any egoistic more, no more egoistic, no? It's a same, no, everything, nature like that. So everything is a nature, no? Not a human, no, everything. How is this? No? How nice.
Yes,
how telling this others? This is not easy to telling others.
Yes, sir, and once it's just a uniform vibration. Any object, anything that we define, it's just created by our mind, and it's just one single vibration. But we make the itta sanya, but with the ignorance, again, that itta sanya, the everything inside that thought is just a single vibration, isn't it, Aryan Mahansa?
Yeah. Otherwise, this death or birth is not. It's only the thoughts. You see that this present moment we are living only the. No, this present moment thought we are living only this present moment. It is only the thought. It's not real. Otherwise, not history or not future. Is this present moment only the thought? No, future something you can think, but this present moment, this thought only. No, you can't go future. You can't go back history. This present moment only the thought. We are living also only this moment. This awaken to the moment is the word. What is this dream? We are awake in this dream. We are living in the stimulation. No, it's a dream. No, it's a dream, daytime dream. But is this now you are wake up? Oh, what is this? No death or birth. No one here. Nobody here. How is this? It's not a thinking, it's not a thought, it's not a knowledge. Yeah, it's a real.
Yes, sir, I know. Yeah.
How nice this. You can teach this. Wow.
Yeah.
How nice.
Yes, sir. And once like the timeline that we created, just now you mentioned that like history, the present and the future. Like I still feel that, like, because like I'm not there yet, but like, and then the dimensions are, and with just a single sound, with knowledge, I understand it. Like if I close my eyes and then with that single vibration, with the speed, when we project our mind to the outside world, like we make these dimensions, we make up these dimensions, like so like someone is talking to me from right side, and then like someone is making sound from my left side. So these three dimensions we create with this mind power, and then the timeline as well, and so the future, like if it is a fresh vibration every moment, when we talk about, like if we can talk about a moment, it's just a fresh vibration, and then it arises and then it disappears right away. So how we can define this future, present and the past? So yeah, still I'm feeling the future and the past right now. But I think with this process, when our mind power decreases with time, with the decrease of our ignorance, I think one day yes, we might feel that it is just an instant. Hansa.
Yeah. Normally senses are working, mind sense also working. No problem, no. Thoughts are coming. It's okay. No, we are not editing anything. Anywhere. We are not editing anywhere. No. In relax. So people in suffering and sadness, but their mind, no? Mind given them sadness. No. We can see like a drama. We are not editing anywhere. No? We are not like normal other guys, no? That's a
Yes,
change, you know? Yeah, huge change here. It's very nice. This
yes,
understand.
and
Yeah,
then we
it's
need to
good.
feel it, like we have to feel.
Yeah. Normally, like animals, like humans also, we are not like that. We are not editing anywhere. Yeah, okay, no problem. It's okay. We can do anything. No problem. No suffering on us. No sadness. No, everything is okay.
Yes, Hansa.
Fine.
Yes, without the Itta Sanya. Yes.
This is the English.
I think that's right. They might connect the Zoom to that.
video call කරලා පැත්තට ආවා.
Of Vesak, and Ravi was trying to take us there, trying to explain Vesak, and we were trying to explain what Vesak is, and we'll recapitulate today as well, just because it's beautiful to know. Mic mute කරගන්න වෙයි අනිත් කතා කරන්න අවශ්‍ය නම් කතා කරන්න. That's okay. So I think we were discussing yesterday also how this Buddha was born. Well, we can't even tell that in the past tense, can we? We can't, because Buddha is a status of mind, and it's such a important thing, important message we are trying to give to the whole world, that to come and understand, to listen to this Dhamma and understand what really this is, because status of Buddha, is it something that you can achieve in the mind? It's not. And when we liberate from mind, it's actually and when there is no vibration in this system, you are already in state of Buddha. We people are really, we have so much gratitude for Lord Buddha. We have forgotten, because we usually as children, I remember, we took as Lord Buddha as a person. I mean, I took Lord Buddha as a person when I was a child. So because when we see the statue of Lord Buddha, we thought, oh, this is an image of Lord Buddha. So we felt so happy. I can even remember as a child, I saw a monk walking on the street with some disciples, and I couldn't help crying. I don't know. I just couldn't help crying. It was just seeing a person and a robe, but he was a monk, and he was giving me such a beautiful, like a mind. I was in the mind. So, but that's what we knew. So the Vesak day was full of chanting, full of like lantern, beautiful stuff. We give food to others. We go to temples. The family get together is really nice. I think it's really important to happen even today. But we were never told, we were never taught, or we never heard anything about Buddha, that what that is, and how to even, what Lord Buddha said, how to even understand that. So after all these years, now we hear that it is a state of liberation of mind. It's actually not a state of mind, it's a liberation of mind. So what do we understand about this world? What is your world? Do you understand your world? So how did the world arise? So our world arise as a child when we understand. I mean, we don't remember some of the stuff, do we? We remember when we started actually giving some pictures or some whatever we see. If we given a name and we remember that, from now onwards we can remember. So it could be Amma or Mum that we remember as the first step, because we hear the word Amma, because mother keep repeating the word of Amma, and with that we remember every other aspects of the kind of the kindness, the smell, the warmth, the feeling of security, feeling of happiness, how the hunger is gone when mother is close to you. So all this is in one emotion, and when mother comes close to you, feel, my mom, and you feel that everything in one moment. But this world began to widen and widen. So the day by day, when we come to a kind of age where we kind of know like a lot of stuff, every day we take them really, really, like we give them a real value. So as mother came to our world, so mother is the world. Actually, there's no nothing we took as everything we took as really there, whatever the word, the sun, moon, chair, apple. So when we take the example of apple, because everyone kind of will understand, we get the smell, we get the taste, we get the picture. It may be red apple, it may be green apple, or you might be like, you might be thinking about a good apple that you have eaten. So as wise, so mother, like the world of mother arise, the stimulus mother, the stimulus apple is also there. What happened there? Did anything happen there apart from this stimulus? That is the problem. So we got to know the mother, we got to know the apple, we got to know the chair. But the problem is now it's not the problem with the mother, but because mother became a kind of a existing thing, we kind of match them. So I see my mother 15 years ago or 40 years ago. So that mother is same as now mother. So I have seen maybe sun. Okay, we'll take the example of sun. I mean, the moon. So if you think, okay, I have seen moon as a child and I see it now. I see the river, or if you have been living near a river, you might think, I have seen this river as a child and now I see the same river. That's Mahavali River. Yeah. So we feel like there is a story and there's a existence and there is a timeline. What happened there? Even in the Sinhala Zoom meeting, I could hear someone was talking about sister, someone was talking about daughter, and how these things became a thing. How sister arise in someone's mind, how daughter arise in someone's mind. They're all like a product of your sensory organs. If you didn't have any of these sensory organs, the world of yours is kind of empty. Actually, if you don't have any sensory organs, we can't talk about a world or whatever the data we have. So when these things come together, we get a idea what daughter is. And you have a good daughter, you have a bad daughter, can be very, very emotional daughter who did good, who did bad, very beautiful daughter, the smell of the daughter, whatever. You can have a real big story about the same thing. You can have a real big story about your sister. So how did the sister rise? Well, I have a sister too. How did the sister rise? So sister arise when we kind of get this same kind of appearance coming repeatedly to your system. You identify that person, the dress similarly, maybe beautifully, and smiling with you all the time, playing with you all the time. So that system automatically is brought about by that. Actually, there is no difference between you and the sister. Sister is you. So that's how that happened, because there's only one perception. Perception is the sister. So the perception is sister. So how did the perception arise? From all the other perceptions, like all the sensory organs brought about the sister. So my kind sister, my playmate, my soulmate, my my only person who I can talk to, relate to. So we have so many stories into that. But these things are in the mind where all the data are entangled. But what is happening there? Actually, what is happening there is, it's not the problem of the perception. There's no problem with the perception. You can perceive. That's not the sensory. Unless you are devoid of all the sensory organs, you still can perceive. If you don't have any sensory organs, then you can't perceive. But then there's no existence of a different yourself without the stimuli. So what happened there? Actually, what happened there is when the cyst repeatedly occurs, occurring this system actually gets that cyst gets kind of gives the feeling of existence. That's because the not knowing how this system is brought about. So if you hear this Dhamma only, you can understand, how did I get sister into this system? Sister started in childhood. Sister got really, that world of sister got really bigger and bigger. Similar to daughter, similar to mother, similar to husband, similar to wife, whatever the system. So whenever you accompany one particular stimuli repeatedly, it becomes a thing. It's a natural thing. It becomes a thing. So immediately, at every time, when that perception occurs, you arise. The problem is that, not actually the perception. Problem is, when you arise, you get a feeling that me, mine, my soul, that perception starts to occur. So as a small baby, actually the small babies, they don't have this perception. They don't have the thing like I am living. They can't even, if somebody is calling that child by name, that baby will be like wondering what that is, because they just hear stuff. They just see stuff. But then with time, your mother, your sister, your father, your brother, your aunt, your uncle, your grandma, grandpa, everything, the repeated exposure of these stimuli brings about the same vibration. That's the problem. So Lord Buddha actually talked about Buddha's status, where liberation from all these, liberation of from this concept of self. How do I liberate from concept of self? Only by knowing how that arises. If you just because you want to get rid of the concept, it will never happen. But what will happen if you repeatedly try to understand, how did this self-concept begin? Because the very small child is kind of similar to like a small fly, where they kind of don't have the developed mind too much. So the sense of self is less, very less. It's not nothing, it's very less. So the awareness is there with avidya, so not knowing. So if you understand how this happened, the perception, the self-perception, the self-vibration, and how this concept slowly got deepen and deepen. So when someone is like 8 years of age, they can't really, if they hear Dhamma, it's so good, but if they don't hear, they will only know that I am here, I am seeing stuff, I'm listening to stuff, I'm eating, I'm tasting, so I'm walking, I'm smelling, I can feel, I cry, I shout, I do a lot of stuff, So they put every action in the system will be given the concept that I did it. This happened to me. That happened to me. Someone blamed me. Someone shouted at me. Someone praised me. So these concepts are really deeply engraved actually into this system. It's unless you question them, you can't actually even find them. When someone says, I went to see my sister, but then I was crying with her, then I'm laughing with her, then I'm crying again. She already has listened to Dhamma, so she's questioning, what's happening here? How am I even doing this? So people listening to Dhamma is such fortune because they know that there is no self, and they are trying to actually relate that to ourselves. So every day in practical life, what you can do is relate to these things. You have to keep relating to your normal day-to-day life. When you relate to day-to-day life only, you realize, actually, wait a minute, there's no person here. There's no one actually doing this. I just thought about buying ice cream. Now I'm starting the car. I'm in the shop. Now I'm back home. I'm now has taken a cup and I'm eating that. How did that happen? How did this magic keep happening? How do we not do all these things? So it's easiest way out is to think that, yeah, I'm here. I decided to buy the ice cream. I went to shop. I bought what I want. So the decision making makes them to feel like I made the decision. This is very difficult for some because you feel like you have taken a decision. Whether to go to Colombo or whether to go to Jaffna, you take a decision. Then you feel like, no, I took a decision to go to Colombo. But then, do you actually take a decision? That's the problem. So if you actually know how this system works, if you give a command to the computer, how would the computer know where to go? Would the computer know, or if they are given a choice, would they take a choice? So you have two robots. You give a choice to them. Would you go to Colombo? Would you go to Jaffna? And they take a choice. How can they take a they are given a choice and they will take a decision. How will they take a decision? They put all the data into that and take a decision. That's what they know. So what if I go to Colombo, it will be better because I can do these things. Or better I go to Colombo today. But was there someone to take that decision, or all these perceptions come together and took a decision? That's because that particular system knows only to take that decision according to the data they have. That's it. If you keep thinking like this, whenever you think that you are there, then you can criticize yourself. What am I thinking? How can I feel sad? How can I feel sad? How can I feel happy? Or is this system actually tricking us? Actually, system tricks you to believe that. That's the concept. Concept is built. It's actually believed thing that I did the thing. If you take everything, actions are happening. We are not saying that the actions are not happening. Actions are actually happening. But is a self there? No. But then, actually, when you understand this Dhamma, you keep questioning all your things, and then really one day it happens. What happens? Whatever the Dhamma you heard, actually in a kind of a it comes to action because there's no self. Whatever you heard actually then you are not taking things really for granted. You just keep doing things that you know. That's what happened before also. So you don't put much effort into things, but also you don't stop doing things. You just let it go. So when you let it go, the system keep working. System keeps happening. So is there any harm to anything? No, actually not. But when we keep understanding this, at one point, the system will realize, actually will experience a moment where you're walking without you, you're doing stuff without you, you're talking without you, you're actually thinking even without you. So how would that inspire you? Yeah, it will really inspire you, because you know that there's a difference. Because unless you know the difference, you don't know. Because you have to know the difference. Doing stuff without you and doing stuff with you is quite different. So when you know the difference, you don't have the urge to understand Dhamma. It's kind of you. It's you usually, if there's a great urge to do something, there's someone who is wanting, someone who is trying, but then we don't give up the trying initially, because we need to understand this Dhamma. It's okay to have some urge to understand Dhamma, because we keep listening. When we keep listening, we actually get more interested in that, and more you feel lighter, more likely you will feel the difference, and more likely you will really entertain this the non-vibration status. So if someone is listening to this Dhamma as a beginner, I would say don't get scared by the words, but it's a really good thing if you can listen and apply it to your life and see. If you see a chocolate cake and if you really like the chocolate cake, because some people don't like cakes, so if you like the chocolate cake and see how that system gets attracted to that, is it you, or is it just a system working without the control? But then someone might think, no, I got the urge to eat the cake, but I didn't, I didn't want to show that I have the urge to eat the chocolate cake, so I didn't go to the table. I just sat here. It doesn't matter. I don't want the cake. But still, is the problem gone? No. So what we understand here is, we know that there is a chocolate cake. We know the taste, we know the smell, we know the kind of texture that it gives you. So we know how these sensory organs brings about the chocolate cake. But actually, can you eat a chocolate cake? Have you ever eaten a chocolate cake? What is chocolate cake? So if I say now, strawberry. If I say strawberry now, you immediately will, if someone has seen or heard about a strawberry, you will immediately get the picture in your mind. So what's that? Are you eating that strawberry or the one in outside? The problem is you can't actually, even though we feel like we are eating something, we can taste something. We can touch something. We feel the cold, the touch of that. We feel the either softness or the rawness of the fruit. We see the redness. But have you ever had the ability to eat a strawberry? Not really. Then where is the sister? It's the same. You kind of associate with a perception. So the perception is really important. And when we understand that it's a perception, what happens is the value you give to the strawberry goes down. That's the only thing that happens. There's nothing else. No problem. You just can still eat it. No problem with eating a strawberry. If you don't have anything to eat, just eat the strawberry. Who cares? And if you want to buy a strawberry, a parcel of, like a pack of strawberry, buy it. That's not the problem. But if you understand slowly, the perceptions are just that, how do I say, outputs of the sensory organs we have. Because if you say it's a kind of another animal, that animal will never understand it's a strawberry. But that animal may understand something about it, and will also, if it's a bird, it will sense there's something to eat, and they may not even see the red color. They will go to that tree, they will start eating the strawberry. But we are telling from our mind, we have the perception, bird went there and eating my strawberry tree, the strawberry, the bird is eating my strawberries. But does the bird have those perceptions? So whose perceptions are true? So is any of the perceptions are true? Whose perceptions? Is the bird's perceptions true, or my perceptions are true? Or is or maybe someone like my mother's perceptions or my sister's perceptions? Whose perceptions are true? God might say, people might say God's perceptions are better than us. Is it? Or is it really in the mind? It's in the mind. So none of the perceptions are actually true. But is it a problem? It's not a problem. You just keep perceiving because you have sensory organs. You just can perceive. That's all that's happening. So we keep understanding this system. So perceptions are perceptions. So you keep understanding that. And so when we keep understanding that, the value goes down, so the burning goes down. When the burning goes down, you feel lighter, and day by day, the value of that particular strawberry. So you don't now actually cry about your strawberry anymore. You don't really care about the strawberry anymore. You can chuck it if it's unwanted. You can eat it if you want. You can give it to others. You can do whatever if you want to do anything with that. But the real value given by the mind to that is gone. But then comes so stuff like light. Because if you are actually not giving much value to the perceptions, then you might feel stuff like light. You feel like there's sounds. Or there's things that you feel like touch, temperature, pressure, taste, and smell. So what about them? Are they real? So is my perception of light the same as the bird's perception? Or is my perception of light same as to my sister's perception of light? Or my grandmother, who has no perception of light sometimes with the cataract and all that? So which perception of light is true? It's actually a mirage again, because perception of light is brought about by the sensory organ. It's just another perception. So you keep understanding this, then value you give to all the perceptions begin to fade away. So you feel this fading. The fading of the value is actually the vibration you had, because what really happened was, whenever there is a vibration, what happened was you kind of resonance into this vibration. There was someone who was asking in Sinhala about this perception. No, not about the perception, about the vibration. And I was thinking about it when that question occurred to that person. The vibration we worry is about the self vibration. We don't worry about any other vibrations. How did this vibration of self occur? How did the vibration actually, is there a vibration of self? What actually happened is, when the stimuli become a thing, there is always resonance into this vibration. That's the problem. That's where the whole long samsara story comes, because at one particular time, when there is a perception of light, of touch, anything, this vibration is there because you resonance into that vibration. That vibration is the most important vibration Lord Buddha was talking about, because Buddha's status is non-vibration. So how did that happen? Because the more you understand about this, more you feel wary about this. You don't give a value to that vibration. So the system, because we are used to give a great value to the self-vibration, self-perception, because if someone says something to you, you feel like, oh, I felt so intimidated, I felt so upset. There's no way that someone can tell that to me. No way that I can be humiliated in such a way. No way that I can be felt in such a kind of a low way. Or you might say, oh, that person really praised me. I felt so good about it, you know. So we are addicted to this vibration. In actually speaking, we don't know anything other than this vibration. We coming now from perception to the vibration, because perceptions are different, because there's perception of light, perception of sound, perception of smell, perception of touch or pressure, temperature, or perception of smell. But then when you understand, actually resonance is not happening there. Resonance is happening with the self vibration, or itta sanya in Sinhala. I don't know whether I'm telling the correct English word, but how did this happen? That's because in every aspect of our life, the avidya, or not knowing what the truth is, ignorance, has been really a great part of this. So Lord Buddha says, if you don't know, you will attribute this vibration to self. You will attribute that perception and then keep improving that perception, like you improved your sister's perception, like you improved your mother's perception, like you improved your apple perception. You will keep improving the self-perception. So you add great value to that. Actually, that's the greatest value you give. You don't give a value to others. If it comes to the one point, against everyone and self, you will choose self, because that is the most closest perception that we have entertained. There's no person apart from that perception. It's not just a perception, but the problem is we don't know that. So we don't know that it's like a current or like a force that is giving us the perception that there is somebody and giving us the perception that should be continued. So all this happens in the mind. So we talk about liberation of mind. So when we talk about liberation of mind, it's kind of unknown or a bit new to people because we only know mind. We can only relate about stuff in the mind. My sister shouted at me. My sister is sick. I'm so sad about her. Will she die? What is happening here? It's kind of similar to the apple, but we feel differently. Why we feel differently? So there is someone else dying in the hospital ward, but your sister is also dying. But you feel differently. How did that happen? Because that particular system was built on that data. It was built on that data. So the sister has vibrated. If the other person vibrated once, that sister has vibrated so many times, that perception has occurred so many times, that system always was born, or you were born by that stimuli. So sister has become a great stimuli. So it becomes really valuable to you. And that's why when people, sometimes when people who don't know Dhamma, when someone dies, they feel like they are dead. You can't blame them because their whole life they knew only that person. So that person, in the sense, actually that perception was a recurrent factor in that system. So when that happens, when that is taken away, you feel like the whole world is collapsing. It's true, because that's the multiple times when something is happening again and again, that becomes important anyway. So you can't really blame that. I can see multiple participants here, a lot actually. You all can add something to this now. Therwan Sannai?
Therwan Sannai, right? Therwan Sannai, doctor.
Therwan Sannai.
Dr. Kokila, I can add something what you mentioned, doctor. Finally, the ego that is going to be collapsed, but it is happening, doctor.
Sometimes in English speaking people might misunderstand the word ego, because they say the ego for, like, in Sinhala we say ahankara, or kind of they take ego as a little bit different. But I know in our area we talk about that mamatve, or kind of
self-identity.
Self-identity. Yeah, go on. I just wanted to add, because there can be this English soon. Yeah, we are not talking about that kind of thing, but we are talking in a Dhamma way, where we talk about the self. Yeah.
Yes.
Giving high importance to the self.
Yes. So it is it is a confidence that you are getting through this Dhamma. You are the one experience your egoistic, your self identity is gradually fading away. But doctor, in this part, doctor, we cannot think anymore. We cannot think this is what Aryan was said. No, when you think this is what is no, it is not comes under wisdom. The wisdom is totally different, but we know. The knowledge is really important. The Satyajnana part also really important. When you understand and when you carefully uh, see this, what is Aryan is explaining, gradually your self identity is fading away. That is the evidence you have. That is the evidence you have, but no one can say this is what I feel, because it is for you to understand. But to a certain level, we can say this is what Aranwas is saying, but it's really difficult to give the real message in words. Even, doctor, the self identity is fading. It is totally different thing what we knew earlier, doctor. Now it is comes under field, doctor. You know this.
Yeah, Theran Sana, actually, yes. For the initial beginners, we just start listening to this Dhamma, and then we slowly keep understanding the value we give to the perceptions is actually useless. Then slowly your world, which was extending too far, actually this shrinks, and actually the world becomes kind of immaterial. It's kind of not giving you any vibration. There is a moment where you change this, when you really understand one particular stimuli. Then it can be your sister, it can be your brother, it can be your mother, or it can be even a chair, it can be a tree, whatever the stimuli. If you understand fully about this, there will be a moment where you experience the non-existence. So when you experience the non-existence, then you know the difference between existence and non-existence. Then we don't have to keep thinking. We know that it's a path of, that you are kind of sure, or the doubts are gone, because you have that one particular experience of non-vibration. So that is really important. But that's kind of a secondary part, where that's actually the fruit of the Dhamma tree, because we usually need to understand the whole system, how mind works, how self-perception occurs, how self-concept occurs. If you don't understand these, what happens is you still give a value to the self-vibration, and then you can you might feel very light as well, because that can happen. But when you understand fully that there is no self, and it's just a vibration that happens through the perceptions of the sensory organs, because the sensory organs are still functioning, you will keep understanding how this system works, and the perceptions are not a problem to that system anymore. And then they feel, they actually start feeling moments of liberation of mind. So when you start feeling it randomly, it's really important that you understand it, because if you understand the mechanism only, that even that is not a great deal, like otherwise everything becomes really important to us. Whatever the the achievements we talk about, they become a thing because still they kind of don't give they don't go deep into the system and understand. They all are perceptions. So if you understand beyond the mind, that's something really important, because then there's no talk of self, or there's actually, it's really beautiful, because that is actually the start of the path. But to come there, it's not easy, because you can't do this by force. You just have to keep understanding Dhamma and how these systems work. Because liberation of mind is difficult, because the mind is really powerful in some people, and the mind is addicted to keep thinking. So when you keep thinking, even if you keep thinking that this world is empty, you might feel like world is empty. If you keep feeling that the world is like there's no one here, you might feel that. But that won't be there when you don't feel it. If you feel that you are not there, you feel like you are not there. But then if you feel like you are there, then you are there. So that's where the doubts come. So when the doubts are gone, and you know the exact thing that what you're talking about, even momentarily, if you know there is a liberation of mind and there is non-vibration, then there's no big issue about it, because system follows. There's nothing you can do. System just follows. It was keep winding as a soft toy girl, or what is, I can't even remember the English
Doll.
word for the Bonica doll. Yeah. So like a winding of a doll, I have told this before, like winding of a doll kept happening in the whole life of us. At one particular point, unwinding starts. But there's no one who kept doing the winding or the unwinding. We just realized that. That's it. So the winding kept happening because of avidya, ignorance. And when the ignorance is gone, or kind of gone to like a particular level, then that in that particular level, the unwinding happens. It might not happen to the zero, but we know Bahir Swamin Wahanse, the unwinding happened very quickly. Apparently he's the fastest one who did it. But we don't have to worry about whatever that is. Unwinding can take time, or may not take time. Who cares? Because there's no self here anyway. So unwinding starts when you don't have doubts. And that's the important thing. Not to have doubts, you have to experience at least momentarily this liberation of mind, or non-vibration state, where you don't feel the self. You just keep doing stuff. It's kriyasita. What is kriyasita in English?
Functional mind.
Functional mind. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the functional mind keep happening. It's not a problem anymore. So that system feels very light, but be careful about thinking about it again and again, because if you keep thinking about what you're experiencing, that's actually the mind. So you can actually spoil this status if you're addicted to thinking. So that's where Aranhansi keep telling in Buddothpado Dhamma discussions, what we are trying to reiterate is when you come to one particular level, stop thinking. Yeah, stop thinking. So if you really want to think, maybe sit down and I don't know, why do you want to keep thinking? Because more you get addicted to thinking, you try to think about all the experiences you get. That's what we did even in the winding doll. The doll who is getting winded, that's the pattern we had. We gave a word to every emotion we had. We gave a word to everything we identified. We want to separate. We want to know. We want to give a identity. We want to give an end. We want to know the end. We want to know the beginning. We want a story. We want the timeline. We want everything. Isn't it? We want everything. But then, if you have felt the feel, that's okay, but don't turn it to if you're turning it to if you're thinking about it again, then you are actually corrupting the feel. You're masking the feel again. You are actually encouraging the mind, not the functional mind, the normal mind that we have covering the non-vibration. So the feel is actually nothing you can explain. So we kind of try, if you try to, we don't have to tell that, basically. Because if you're trying to tell that, but we are trying to say a message here to people who have listened to Dhamma for about 3-4 years. We are trying to give a message. Just understand Dhamma, that's it. And see how these sensory organs work and let it go. Letting go has a lot of meanings here. Letting go is really important. Letting go of a simple perception is not easy because in mind we like to think about all the perceptions we get. So even if we get, if we have that attitude, we might overthink and mask the path or close the path actually. So it might close the path, or you might not be able to feel the non-vibration at least momentarily, or for a fraction. This moment is really important where you liberate from mind, and then you can know that things can be different. The difference should be known. Yeah, is there anyone else?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a very good explanation, great explanation. Actually, before stumbling upon this Dharma, actually, we were carrying the weight of all these thoughts where the external had become real to us. Like even when we are sitting, at our desk, at our job or wherever it was, we were carrying the weight of our loved ones, our problems, and issues with work and everything else. But when we understand this Dhamma, only we realize that we were simply believing in something that is not existing. That is just a effect that comes into existence because there are necessary conditions that are present. So after that, it became easier and easier that all that we have to understand is how the mind comes into existence, every moment. Like you correctly pointed out, how the perceptions get together and create this existence. And if you take a step further from it or step backward from it, how does even this light, sound, smell, taste, and touch, they come into existence? They are all manifestations of vibrations getting together to create this feeling that something is existing, that the book, chair, the mother, father, the yellow, whatever, all these things come into existence, and therefore the self is created. Initially, the infant doesn't have all this. The infant only has this inclination to taints, which is Sasrava. And then he was introduced to the colors via the introduction of, somebody would point at the color yellow, and then he will be introduced to the, given the label yellow. And the adult who's introducing this child to the colors would make this child look at it so many times and make this child repeat it so many times, and eventually the system will end up repeating the word after the parent, yellow, yellow, yellow. Yet even whoever is looking from far away would think that child started talking. And similarly, the colors, the shapes, and even we can revisit these memories within us, how we were introduced to the world. We can kind of revisit our earliest memories, going back to the days we started barely talking. And then this parents would ask this child to ask, baby, who's your mother? Show me your mother. And then the kid would keep pointing at the mother. And then, who's your father? The kid would keep pointing at the father. And then eventually the system takes on a thought saying, if that is my mother, if that is my father, then there must be a self that to whom these parents belong to. With that starts this concept of self, the self-identifying view. And it comes along with everything. Now everything is turned into thought. So if you, in the same manner, names are kind of, names are entangled with other kinds of forms. The visual form, the auditory form, the olfactory, all kinds of forms. And then because as a result of the input from five sense gates, you have, and it has occurred so many times at a faster speed. It feels like this. Let's take our classic example of the chair. It feels like the chair exists because we've been given the label and pointed at, we've been shown that so many times. So the chair exists. So if you now we talk about this so many times, like we've heard this so many times, but if you really pay attention to it, like you're pointed at the image of a chair, and image and the label that is given to you, the chair, which comes through as a sound, when they are entangled, it feels like the existing chair is outside. But if you take a closer look at it, the image that you can see through your eyes is not a chair itself if we don't have the label chair. Image is just an image and it's a bunch of colors. Is that a chair? It's not a chair. And if you pay attention to the label chair, the sound chair, the chair, that's just a sound that comes through the ear, chair, chair, chair. That there's no chair in it. So there's no chair in whatever you see in front of you. There's no chair in whatever the sound you hear. But when they get together, when they get entangled, predominantly those two, there is a chair. So something is born out of nothing. This is like a mind-blowing thing if you really can like take some time and contemplate on it. It's like, damn, like where is a chair coming from? Like there's no chair anywhere here. So see, like the perception thing, it's the image of the chair is pointing at the sound of the chair. The sound of the chair is pointing at the image of the chair. And that is, and same way the self is created, name and form being entangled. So we are kind of lost in all this, and definitely lost before learning all this. Even then, you have to have less defilements to be able to really kind of see within you in a convincing manner, because it's very confusing. Intellectually, in the form of wisdom of knowledge, we take it in, and we take time to actually. It takes time for this to be kind of sink in or sunk in. So when we continue to say that, like, so it starts with the chair, and then you can think, as soon as you see the chair, first the label comes, oh, it's a chair, and then, oh, this is a very expensive chair, my grandmother gave it to me, it comes from generation to generation. All these things, all this information, thoughts about it is automatically entangled to it. And by the simple, by just taking a simple glance at a chair, you're already kind of diving in this thought, mind-made world. So that is, so if you see how this chair come into existence, that there's no, if you can contemplate on the thoughts and come back to where it comes from, then the chair, and then see that there's not even a chair in here. It's it's whatever the inputs from the sense gates, and then chair is kind of destroyed, or as in not in that literal sense, but whenever you look at the chair, the mind traveling would just stop at the chair. Similarly, like if you have a picture or something of your mother and your family, old picture or whatever, as soon as you look at that, you're already in a mentally created world of all the past events, the trips and all the sad events and all that. So we are kind of bringing all that attention that is everywhere in a mind-made world while we are physically kind of existing here back to this present moment, like the kind of journeying backwards, so that then we can understand, then when we are in the present, it's not kind of conditional, but like eventually it so happens that when we are in the present, you can see more, you can observe more these truths that we took in as in mere intellectual knowledge, and because it made sense and it was logical, and we start getting insights and it becomes self-evident to us, oh, this Dhamma is the one, because I know I can feel it within me, because as you contemplate on even this name and form union, eventually you begin with the insight that the thought is different to whatever you see. The thought is different to whatever the sound you hear. The thought is different to that differentiation is, which is a very subtle kind of a truth, it becomes evident to you. Then you clearly begin to see the difference between this mind-made world and whatever is in front of you, and then you see the truth about what is in front of you, which is again, like you correctly said, a mirage that comes into existence as the manifestation of vibrations. So yeah, Dr. Kokila, that's what I wanted to add as a different take to it. I think we have other members also have joined Tirvanchana.
Anyone else want to put a word? Any?
There's Kavin there also, Surangika.
Yeah, Dhiran Saranai, Dr. Kokila and Harshi. Thank you for the great explanation about how the self-existent arises and the ignorance create this mirage, which is the duality where there is a self to observe anything that perceive outside. So if I add the different perspective to it, I would say the thought that we talk about right here by Dr. Kokila and Harshi, we can interpret it as just a vibration. So it's the mind spark that Aryan Wahanse tried to emphasize. And this mind spark will arise with the power due to the union or the fusion of the name wave and the form wave. So if the mind spark arises due to the ignorance, the suffering is inevitable, and then the higher the power of this vibration will create the higher suffering. So and then through the right vision, the Satya Jnana, one would understand how this thought arises, or this mind spark arises. In order to do that, as Aryan once explained, we will unveil the truth, and then we will see how does this form wave arises and the name wave arises. And then how does this thought arises? At the end of the day, there is nothing existed before, or there is nothing to be taken as something exists right now. So it is just a mind perception, and there is no one to perceive it. It is just the sensation arises through our sensory organs, or this sensor gates. So that's all. And then the power is very important here, because the power determines the suffering, or that burning feeling, or the self-existence feeling. So when someone in his path, the main thing that that person would notice is this burning feeling, or the mind power. So that is the self-existent feeling, or the Atma Sanya. And then and further, with the understanding of the truth through the right vision, the person could experience how does this self-existent feeling fades away through this burning feeling, or the mind power. So that's what I wanted to add, Dr. Kokila. Theron Saranai.
Theron Saranai. Yeah, actually, we can explain this in multiple ways, and that's what the beauty is actually in this Dhamma, that we can explain it to a scientist or a psychologist, or even a mother, housewife, who doesn't do anything or hasn't learned anything in the school. So we can actually explain this in different ways. That's the beauty of Dhamma. Finally, what you feel is kind of same though, because in the mind there's so many varieties of the stuff that we feel, but in the field there's no variety, there's no difference, there's no entertainment of stuff. Yeah, anyone can add more. It's a beautiful Dhamma. It's a beautiful day where people are actually reminded there is Dhamma, there is still we hear of Buddha. So this is a very good time, because there will be a time that you never hear even the word Buddha. We hear the word Buddha as well as we hear Dhamma. So you can actually not after death, you can understand Dhamma now and liberate from mind and be in supreme bliss. Yeah, I don't have any other words to say. Supreme bliss now, here, not in the next moment. So it's Vesak Day. I invite someone else to add some words if you have any.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. I have personal experience in understanding the different levels of this self-existent feeling. So if sometimes when we call that there are butterflies in my stomach or somebody's stomach, that we have to do a public speech, we have to do if we have to do a presentation, if the person is a beginner, actually inexperienced person might get some burning sensation inside, and that is due to nervousness or anxiety maybe. So we call it that, and I feel that that is an occasion where this self-existent feeling was obvious. And then sometimes somebody is wearing a kind of dress, some maybe a sari, that we also love that color. So since we know this Dhamma, we don't go for that. We can at once, even without contemplating on that, we realize what it is there. But at subtle level, within we admire it. Maybe it may be self-existent feeling or this perception of self, or if we are thorough with, we fully understand that it is a system, this mechanism of the six senses, then that also diminishes, because we automatically, without any effort, we feel that it is the work of the system. So right now I'm experiencing such kind of things in day-to-day life, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvan Saranai. So please explain. Yeah,
if we take a small child, when they were very little, they can do anything. They will be in the center of the house, maybe naked, dancing up and around, doing all sorts of stuff. No problem whatsoever. And adults also don't pay much attention, because they have they feel that it's a baby, you know. But the actual, if you can become the baby's mind, that self-perception is not there. So he can dance, he can cry, he can even make a tantrum, like tantrums, they can do anything. They don't care. They whether the whole family is having a get together, that baby, they don't care. They just can make a tantrum or can even sing, you know. But when we grow bigger and we get this self-perceptions or the self-concept, actually, this self-concept brings about all these attitudes. But that's normal. But we just have to realize that's how it happens. Because when you feel that there is someone, when you know that there is someone, you just feel it. You just feel anxiety or depression, the nervousness, whatever the word given, you feel this vibration. That vibration, actually, if you can understand, even that vibration, there is no self, but there is a vibration, yes. How did that vibration happen? Because this concept is really important. It's much important than even the mother or sister or brother, whatever the concepts that keep occurring in the whole life. This is more important than that, because this self-perception is the perception that we have known forever. So that's the most closest perception. So we resonance into that all the time. So that perception is really, that vibration brings about all these problems. But once we know Dhamma, this will still come. It doesn't matter though. Then actually, in Sinhala also, Dr. Udami was nicely explaining that I heard. It doesn't really matter, because you know that system takes time to unwind. And unwinding or winding is not done by anyone. So we just keep understanding the stimuli. That's all we can do. That's what Lord Buddha said. You can only see the arising and the cessation of stimuli. That's all you can do. So you do that, and the rest follows. So the anxiety is not you, but that vibration actually happened because everything became a reality. There's a value to you because you are talking, you are giving a speech to others. So you feel that there is someone listening and someone is, so you are giving the speech. But if it comes naturally, you make mistakes and you do it sometimes very correctly also. You might do it or you might make mistakes. But first, initially, it might give you some butterflies, yes, in the stomach. Or you might feel shaky. Or you might feel like going to the toilet 100 times before the talk. Does it matter? Doesn't matter. You know, there's no such kind of thing. It's just a system, and you are just learning how this stimuli occurs, how stimuli can bring about the self-perception or the self-vibration. So it's a beautiful thing to understand, and the more you realize the thing, you will start actually feeling this. So when you experience talking without you, that's a beautiful thing, you know. You talk.
where this self-existent feeling was obvious. And then sometimes somebody is wearing a kind of dress, some maybe a sari, that we also love that color. So we, since we know this Dhamma, we don't go for that. We can at once, even without contemplating on that, we realize what it is there. But at subtle level, within we admire it. Maybe it may be self-existent feeling or the perception of self, or if we are thorough with, we fully understand that it is a system, this mechanism of the six senses, then that also diminishes, because uh, we automatically, without any effort, we feel that it is the work of the system. So right now I'm experiencing such kind of things in day-to-day life, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvan Saranai. So please
If we,
explain. Yeah.
if we take a small child, when they were very little, they can do anything. They will be in the center of the house, maybe naked, dancing up and around, doing all sorts of stuff. No problem whatsoever. And adults also don't pay much attention because they have they feel that it's a baby, you know. But the actual, if you can become the baby's mind, that self-perception is not there. So he can dance, he can cry, he can even make a tantrum, like tantrums. They can do anything. They don't care. They whether the whole family is having a get together, that baby, they don't care. They just can make a tantrum or can even sing, But when we grow bigger and we get these self-perceptions or the self-concept, actually, this self-concept brings about all these attitudes. But that's normal. But we just have to realize that's how it happens. Because when you feel that there is someone, when you know that there is someone, you just feel it. You just feel anxiety or depression, the nervousness, whatever the word given, you feel this vibration. That vibration, actually, if you can understand, even that vibration, there is no self, but there is a vibration, yes. How did that vibration happen? Because this concept is really important. It's much important than even the mother or sister or brother, whatever the concepts that keep occurring in the whole life. This is more important than that, because this self-perception is the perception that we have known forever. So that's the most closest perception. So we resonance into that all the time. So that perception is really, that vibration brings about all these problems. But once we know Dhamma, this will still come. It doesn't matter though. Then actually, in Sinhala also, Dr. Udami was nicely explaining that I heard. It doesn't really matter, because you know that system takes time to unwind. And unwinding or winding is not done by anyone. So we just keep understanding the stimuli. That's all we can do. That's what Lord Buddha said. You can only see the arising and the cessation of stimuli. That's all you can do. So you do that, and the rest follows. So the anxiety is not you, but that vibration actually happened because everything became a reality. There's a value to you because you are talking, you are giving a speech to others. So you feel that there is someone listening and someone is, so you are giving the speech. But if it comes naturally, you make mistakes and you do it sometimes very correctly also. You might do it or you might make mistakes. But first, initially, it might give you some butterflies, yes, in the stomach. Or you might feel shaky. Or you might feel like going to the toilet 100 times before the talk. Does it matter? Doesn't matter. You know, there's no such kind of thing. It's just a system, and you are just learning how these stimuli occurs, how stimuli can bring about the self-perception or the self-vibration. So it's a beautiful thing to understand, and the more you realize the thing, you will start actually feeling this. So when you experience talking without you, that's a beautiful thing, you know. You talk. You just talk. And that's it. And you make mistakes. What are mistakes? That's another word given by people who have a value to all the words in the world. You give a value to a word. Yes, there you are. You are there if you are giving a value to any word, any concept. You are there. That's fine, but you keep understanding this. So when you keep understanding that, value goes down, so the butterflies goes down, and you keep talking until the sensory organs stop doing stuff. Does it matter that the sensory organs are dying? It doesn't matter, because it's just another occurrence. Because occurrences can happen, because there are 5 sensory organs. Humans are called really having a extremely complicated mind, where they can incorporate all the data and bring about a new data. So it's keep happening. Yeah. So the perceptions keep happening and they keep changing too. Nothing is a problem if you know that there is no self. And it's just a vibration which occurred because you took the perception as real or the stimuli as real. So you keep seeing this arising and the cessation of the stimuli, everything will follow. So it's really nice thing that you told. And even liking a sari, that's what I said. You like a chocolate cake, you like a sari, you like a maybe a small child will like a kind of a denim with cuts everywhere. I can see children like that. So the denim is having holes. The child likes that. Does it matter? It doesn't matter, but the problem is that liking comes through the ignorance, because you feel that it gives you some fun. So where the fun part comes, actually it's a nice thing to discuss. Where this fun part comes from, a sari, from a denim with holes, or from a chocolate cake, from today is the Vesak day, there will be so many incense, like what is called the Hanunkuru. the incense sticks,
Yes, yes,
giving
definitely.
so much smells, so smelling really nice. So which they give us fun, wouldn't they? They will give fun. So where fun part is actually from this self vibration. The fun part is wanting more. Because if you have fun from something, you want more. That's where the problem is. So we naturally need to understand, if you want more of anything, of course there you are there, you are actually wanting something. So you can't deny that. You can't just say, no, I'm not there, but I wanted that. That's so you have to identify that this is happening. Actually, it is a system where the stimuli has become important, because if you like a sari, you are in the outside, so you are in danger. So you just have to know that, if you actually go and try
Yes,
to.
doctor. Thank you very much for the explanation. Yeah, that I see the difference now, whether it comes from the system or the self-existent feeling. So it
It
was like
differs.
yeah,
It differs though.
yeah.
The problem is it differs. So you can
Yeah.
actually walk to the sari and touch the sari and buy the
Yes.
sari without this self-existence feeling, but not having that nandi or the entertainment or the, what do you call,
Attachment.
attachment, without the attachment. So just by looking at someone, you feel like a robot going to a sari and buying a sari and putting it on the onto the body and actually checking it and smiling also. You can see, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there is attachment. So this is very tricky, like to say that you are attached or you are not attached. That particular system will only know. That particular system will only know that whether it's you got attached to the sari or actually that system. So that's where the importance of feel comes, because you can't give feel to another. You can just explain about that, but the feeling has to come on its own. Then if you feel that, then this system walking towards the colorful sari, that you may have that perception, that, this is a beautiful sari. Is this a beautiful sari? Yeah, that's a beautiful sari. No, there's no denying about the beautiful sari. You don't go and buy a ragged thing, like something that is not matching. You go and buy the correct one. You don't, if you might go and ask the price and, it's 50,000. Oh really? No, you keep that with you. I'm not buying that. Does that mean that you are really bad there? No, you went to buy a sari for the wedding, but then it's too expensive for you and you just come back. Is that a problem? No, but the problem is whether you felt it is quite different. So that's where the feel comes. That particular system will only know how strong the attachment is and how less the attachment is. So that's really into you. So no one can actually make the boat for you. You need to find the boat. You need to make the boat. You need to actually cross the river and then let go the boat too. So it's really a tricky part in that sense, because you need to know whether you have an attachment or not. You need to be open about that. You need to be truthful about that. So if you have an attachment, that's fine, but the problem is you knowing that. So if you feel that how this system works and you still have the vibration, that's fine. It's just that you should know it. You knowingly, you know that this system works erratically. It's not working properly, but it's erratically working. Doesn't matter unless you don't know. If you don't know, then it's a problem. But if you are aware and if you feel that this vibration is going down and this that there's no problem in that, if you understand the arising and the cessation of the stimuli of sari, that's it. If you know, if you don't know, then you learn it. That we are in the path. Every one of us are in the path. So there's nothing to hide or nothing to be ashamed of, you know. It's really a beautiful path. We are learning every day. We are still learning every day. We are kind of learning, wow, I got attached here, I got attached there. This system is working like in the previous like you know that how previously you will get attached, but then now you don't attach that much, but still you have some attachment. You may not even go near that sari and you may be like, no, I like that sari, I'm not going to buy it. Who cares? I like it, but I don't want to. That's kind of another different angle you can do. But that doesn't necessarily mean, I don't know whether you are cheating yourself. So buying or not buying doesn't necessarily matter here. What matters is the cessation and the arising of the stimuli of that particular stimuli, which is the sari. So which, did it matter to you or did it not matter to you? So if you are in the field, these things are not necessarily important because these things keep happening, you know, system keep happening. System sometimes get attached to stuff. Well, you are aware, but then that attachment gets less and less. It will never increase. It will never increase. That's the beauty of it. It should never increase. The bucket should be emptying every day, not keep filling. Isn't it? I hope I put it correctly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kokila. That's very clear. Sir, can I ask one more question about feel, mind and the feel, if we have time? Sit.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah,
We have this, like
doctor, sometimes when I walk on the road without any thoughts, I mean, I don't think mind is heavily at work in such situations. So somebody comes forward, then I see the person. Sometimes I don't smile with the person, so I just walk past. And then my mind starts working and say, oh, that person might think bad of you, you didn't smile. So they are the mind works. But sometimes maybe the same person, I smile with that person. Then after passing that person, only my mind again tells, okay, today you laugh with that person. So so sometimes the feel acts both positively and negatively. Sometimes we smile with the person unknowingly, sometimes we do not smile with the person. The person might think these are thoughts again, now I am think that I am bad or I'm unfriendly or whatever. So is this clear? I don't think
you have to be very careful. I
yeah.
don't know if I told this to you before. You have to be very careful.
Yes.
I repeatedly say that because the way you explain that, I think, I don't know with I I have a feeling that you might have misunderstood the word feeling. So when we call about this, when we call about this avadiya or the
Awareness.
Yeah, the super awareness, actually a little bit more precise, because awareness is taken by a lot of people saying see here. So I'm not talking about the see here, but the awareness, super awareness we are talking about is not what you described just now. So just be careful. Just be careful. Because if you know that, you will not even think about it again, because even thinking comes under that. So the way you put the question to me, I have doubts about the field that you are talking about. That's the problem. Is actually it's good that talk in that way, so that we kind of can warn, but we can only warn because this super awareness is something kind how do I say, it's there all the time. It's not kind of when you smile or whether you don't smile, if you go back and think about it, it's fine. But the problem is the way you put it. I feel that you haven't fully understood about the liberation of mind, because if you feel that the thought that came after not smiling or smiling will not be there, because you're not going to keep thinking in that way. World is a experience, like whether you smile or not doesn't necessarily matter. But you might, if you might smile or you might not smile, it doesn't necessarily matter. But if you keep thinking about your experiences, that's in the mind. So I am, just by the way you talk, I'm thinking from the beginning you were in the mind. So that's where I tell you, be careful, because if you are from the beginning, if you are in the mind, you just didn't feel like smiling, and what at one point and another point you just felt like smiling. So what my advice would be, just stop thinking about these things, please. The more you think, the whole disaster is the thinking, because you try to interpret every action in this system. You just act naturally. One time you might laugh, one time you might smile, one time you might say hi, one time you might say good morning, one time how are you? And if someone says how are you, you would say fine, thank you. Whatever. Does it really matter? It doesn't necessarily matter. A system will keep working. The system will system will continue to work, So not necessarily you need to keep thinking about these things, because thinking doesn't help. If you know Dhamma a lot, and if you have listened to this Dhamma for a long time, best thing is let the things to follow. Let things to follow. But if you feel that you have to do something, then just feel why you have to do something. If you feel like you have to do something, sometimes things just happening. So don't try to give interpretation to that. So it's just a feeling I got. So just stop thinking and see whether you can feel the vibration. If you didn't have any vibration when you smiled, if you didn't have any vibration when you not smiled, what does it matter whether you smiled or not? Doesn't
Yeah,
necessarily.
doctor. Yeah, very clear. And that thought occur automatically, doctor.
Then the thought
Following
doesn't
this,
necessarily matter
yeah.
either. Where I'm thinking, when you ask the question, I feel that in the both times you were not in the field, because if a thought comes secondarily, I should have smiled, it's fine. But whether you got the vibration because of that, I don't know. You're the one who will know.
Yeah, doctor. Very clear. Thank you very much, doctor. Thiruvan Saranai.
Everyone, Sanai. Yeah, we had a good discussion today. Anything else to add? We have I think 10 minutes. Yeah, we have about 10 minutes for the Sinhala one next.
Actually, I don't have anything to add, Dr. Kokila. But if I restate what I understood, it's let the system runs automatically without any disturbance. That's what we always do. We disturb the equilibrium. In other words, that's how I interpret it. So always we think that. Because of the doubts, we think, okay, did I got attached to this thought or not? Did I caught on ignorance or not? So this is the doubt that most of us who are in the path have as the doubt. So yeah, I mean, understanding how does the system works, and then the awareness is the key, I would say, as you mentioned. The awareness does not arise like the sihir that we talk about in the like mundane path. When someone in the super mundane path, through the right vision, understanding the Dhamma as the intellectual knowledge, then someone who understand the Dhamma very well needs to follow through the practical path. Through that understanding and following this practical path, the super awareness will build automatically. So through that, we can see this how does the system work automatically. So without an effort. So if there is an effort, there is someone who put the effort there. So that means still caught up in the thought. So we need to let it happen effortlessly. So that's what I understood, Dr. Kokila. And I think Dr. Ravi is in this forum too, if he has something to add. Yeah.
I think he just joined. I don't know whether he's busy.
That's true. That's true.
And also, I would. So you said something really beautiful there. So when you have super awareness, the vibration, whether the vibration happens or not happens, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, because you know that no one actually can force the system to stop vibrating. No one can actually do that. So who cares? The vibration was there from the beginning, and we just understood how the vibration occurred. That's it. And we can't stop vibrating. If there's someone's trying to stop vibrating, that's you. That's self. So just trying to do something somewhere, just stop that. After learning this Dhamma for a long time only, I'm telling this, a new person who enters Dhamma path initially should actually think what is happening, and actually we call it yoniso manasikara, like understand how this vibration occurs, or how this mind originates, how this self-perception, self-vibration occurs, how the self-perception occurs through repetition, and how through repetition of self-perceptions that self-concept occurs. So we all have to understand this in the beginning. We have to keep thinking about the stuff that is keep happening. But and at one point, we have to know to stop overthinking. That's the difference of the path that Aran Hanse tells, because people most of the time don't know like to understand that the thinking, like giving value to some perception and keep thinking about it will actually close the path, and at what one particular moment. So if you get addicted to thinking, you will keep giving ideas to whatever you felt. So the feelings, you can't feel anything, because as soon as you feel it, you keep thinking. You feel it, you keep thinking. So the feeling will never come. You can't become the feeling anyway if you keep doing that. It's difficult. So to let the feel come, or let the super awareness grow, you just need to know the balance. You can use the mind, but you just have to, I mean, I should admit that it's something that that can be tricky. I mean, that's why we are still in the path. But that's doable. That's still doable. If you understand that the mind is actually, there's no value to the mind, and you liberate, you have a experience of liberation from mind, you know that that's just kind of another experience, like a mind. It's useless. The mind is a product of all the senses, that's it. So if you don't give value to the mind, the feeling can arise. But if you want to actually feel to maintain, don't keep thinking about the feel you get. Then you suppress the feel, I would say. Anyone else?
Yes, Dr. Kokila. Actually, you explained it very well. So the balance is the most important thing. I would say when someone walk through this path up to some extent, the balancing of contemplation and non-contemplation is very important. And then if it goes out of control, mind get the priority, and then it's very important to understand the balance to avoid that. Yeah, that's very beautiful, Dr. Kokila. Thank you.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ඩොක්ටර් කෝකිලා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි කාවින්දියා.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Yes. So I was listening Kokila's explanation. That was very nice. So, but what I want to ask is, so is there a way of contemplating things without having such kind of a feel? I mean, without getting into this self-existence. So if I take an example, like if a child, if a school-going child, she or he has to sit for certain exams. So they have to memorize certain things. So they have to contemplate these things. So, but without the self-existence, without the notion of the self-existence, can't he keep those things memorized? So,
Oh, definitely can. It's not a
yeah,
big. So actually, this system works beautifully. You don't have to do anything. It didn't do anything before. There was no self before. There's no self now. There's no self in the future as well. So the memorizing part is a part and parcel of this system, and especially humans. So that system will continue. There's no problem, no dementia, no memory loss, nothing. It will actually continue to do well because there's no tension, there's no burning, there's no problem here.
Yeah.
There's no
Even you keep on memorizing these things, definitely there is no person here. It's just a system. It happens into a certain system, right? So that understanding should be there, isn't it?
Now, as an example, there are new medications come into the world. As a medical officer, I have to understand the new medication. I have to read about it. I have to understand about it. I have to give it to the people. Does that matter? The system does it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Kokila and Kavindra. Thank you.
Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation that comes through. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. The last breath will be so peaceful, so peaceful. With Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Wake up, wake up, wake up to the truth.
This is the English Zoom of Buddothpado and Wahanse's Deshana disclosures. And from 2:45 to 4 p.m. we will be discussing some simple Dharma facts. And if there is any person who wants to ask any questions, anybody who is listening from YouTube can join the Zoom and we can continue it as a discussion rather than just one person talking. So until the others join, I will start with some very simple facts. Lord Buddha's time in the history, it says that Lord Buddha has preached about 84,000 preachers or deshanas. But when you go into detail of these 84,000 preachers, they have been done to different people and at different times to suit that environment and to suit that person's knowledge and also the ability to grasp what Lord Buddha is saying. But basically, when you take everything as a summary, what Lord Buddha has tried to say was that each living being has a created world with the sensor functions. So different living beings have different types of senses. One species generally have a similar type of senses, but still there can be differences. But what is important is that the world created is an illusion. It's a creation then and there at that moment. It's not something persisting. And the fact that there is a speed involved in all these times, the speed creates as if it is really existing, as if it is really there. So that is a myth that we are we are clouded with. We are kind of blind with this myth, and it's an illusion. It's a creation. It's something that happens at that moment. So basically, if we have the sensor function. Sensor function means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. Those are actually the physical parts of the body, but in Dhamma preachings, we don't really mean these physical parts, physical organs, but because the physical organs are there is some activity happening which we call a vibration. And vibration is the one which is referred as sensor. Actually, it's a function. So this function creates something then and there. And it's in the form of seeing something, hearing, and feeling a taste, smell, or soft, hard feeling to the skin. So it completely 100% depends on the nature of the sensor function. So different living beings, now we know some animals do have different senses, like the ability to grasp radar-like activity, radar-like waves. So each and every living being think that this is the real world, this is what is there outside. But the animals like insects or maybe worms have a different world created, but they are not. They have some sense of living. All the living beings have this sense of living. That means a self-feeling, and all the living beings want to maintain this this feeling, this of living being, want to live, want to continue, want to maintain that. So when you do realize this fact, this is what the essence of Lord Buddha's teaching, that it's a creation, it's a kind of a dream, and the inability to identify or inability to realize that this is just a creation of the sensor function or creation at the senses is the biggest uh, pitfall that we are in. So basically, little by little, when you listen to this Deshana by our noble friend R.N. Mahansi, we tend to realize that this function of this sense function, and also how the self feeling is created. And when you understand this, when you sort of go on listening to these facts, it becomes clearer and clearer that it is a creation. And what happens is that the value which was added automatically to this so-called created world becomes less and less significant. Not that, you are not seeing the things differently, you are not hearing the things differently. The feel that you see, feel you get is the same, exactly the same. But the value which got automatically added or the tagged to that stimuli becomes less and less. I can see Dr. Kokila also has joined. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai. Yes, I was just giving a small introduction about R.N. Mahanse's Deshana and this Lord Buddha's teaching, the spirit of what he was trying to disclose. You can add something to that, or you can decide on some other topic that we can discuss.
Yeah, give. Yeah. Actually, we can discuss something if you can bring up something that we can.
I think recently there were some discussions. I remember somebody asked you a question also, and then R.N. Mahanse also one day gave a very beautiful uh,
Oh my,
discussion
the
on.
last few days
Yes,
discussions are amazing, and I don't
yes.
have words to say about recent discussions. Actually, they are long also. Some, for instance, last evening one, I have a little bit to go still. Yeah, but they are really amazing. I haven't listened to today's one at all.
Yeah, I couldn't listen either. Actually, he was one day he was explaining about the three realms, that is the sensual, form, and formless worlds, taking the morning sunrise into example. Giving it as a metaphor. He was
Yeah.
explaining it very beautifully. We can maybe talk about that because
Yeah, but it's a metaphor. So when after listening to that, and when a person, like some person, after some time, when they try to talk about the same, it doesn't sound same. That's the problem, because
yes, exactly.
metaphors are quite metaphors, and it's given for a reason. So the thing is to not to take the metaphor as metaphor, but just to take the inner message that is given. So it's a bit difficult when we try to take it, but actually it's very beautiful way to talk about the value and also the dream and the consciousness in such a beautiful metaphor. But you can't just take the metaphor. It's not something we can take in gross way. Such a or like Lord Buddha has told once, like you have to see the rainbow. You have to see it in such an angle, isn't it? Like, but then the same way, it is really important that you try to catch the sense of the examples he's giving. We can talk about it actually, but it is something you have to experience. That is the importance of it. But actually, there are other ways and means to understand this, and your own experience will be similar but different,
Yeah, actually, formless word is something still I have a sort of gray. It's like a gray area to me. I mean, I can tell it like a sentence. I can explain it in some sentences, but the actual experience or actual experience, without that actual experience, I don't think I can give a very clear view to a person who wants to know about it. Formless world.
Yeah. So now that sentence will take that sentence. Now, if we talk about that, the main important thing is to drop all those ideas and just live the world and just live. And living means stimuli like that, it's just that. And the tips would be just to let feel happen, let it go in the sense the problem here is the thickness of the mind actually. Otherwise, if you can have actually, you can get tips, like if you go early in the morning, you get up and go outside, like how you feel things, but how it is still with the feel of existence. And that is the trick, I think, not the actual formless world. Formless world is not a big issue at all, I don't think, because formless world is the feel. That's not the main problem, but it may appear as a problem because you're taking it as a problem, but main thing is to actually feel the no self or non-vibration, because then only you understand that these are two different fields. So one field, it's just with the self-perception, and another time it is without the self-perception. It's just perceptions, it's just a feel that you have mixed with the self-perception, without the self-perception. So when you can only warn the person about that, and that there is something like that. So if someone is keen, I think the first step would be to just be inquisitive about the feel. First, the feel is with self-perception. Anyway, we still feel, but it is still with the self-perception we would be having the problem. And once we master the actual truth, so Satyajnana, that is where the difference is going to happen. It is going to happen. You can't actually do anything here, and it will happen. It will happen with the keenness for you to feel the non-vibration, keenness for you to keenness, or actually kind of have some effort, keenness and effort to feel, and you feel the self, the vibe, feel the whatever the what do you call it, touch, sound, light. Can't you see that there we don't call specifically, we don't call it light, we call it like feel the vibration. That word we specifically use, I think it's important to understand that it's just to feel without the mind part. That's where you can, if you want to imagine it, it's very difficult to imagine, but if you want to imagine it, imagine in a way like kind of going back to the baby's world and see whether you can become the baby. Because if you just go on imagining the baby, go backwards and backwards and backwards and backwards, and like imagine a 6-weeker, can't you see that they don't have an idea, they don't have a mind? So we feel that maybe they are saying like us now. No, it's just a feel. In the beginning, it's a feel only. Even the I, it's a feel only. It's a that's the kind of like, it's very difficult to tell these things because it's all, the words are all taken, but it's a kind of a vibration. That is the vibration that we understand. That is there with the self. And what about without self? Without self in the sense, what's the difference between the field between non-self perception? Because all the time when we're trying to talk about this, all the time we have discussed that the sound will be there, but the feel that it is happening here will not be there. That is all we can say. Then when we say that, we kind of understand that initially the baby is going to feel that the vibration is happening here. Why we call it a vibration is because to give the idea that there is just something happening, What would a bacteria feel? It's just the vibration that is happening. One ecocylica, the one cell organism. Just a vibration. What else can that organism have? The same thing. In that sense, if you try to feel this will come. It's just understanding this basic thing, going backwards and trying to feel it with prajna. I mean, we are not actually going back, can we? No, we can't. But with the wisdom, with the help of the field, we can actually feel it. What really happened? How the field actually get complicated after the mind is formed. If you keep understanding this, that there is a trick here, that the mind formation is the trick that we understand. That is where the part of the problem is actually solved, because the self-perception and self-view is actually magnified because of the mind. Even though self-perception is there in the field level too. I don't know whether I help you in that. Just
Yes. Actually, there are now, as you said, I think you can't sort of draw lines and separate out this realm from the other one like that. It's, as you said, it is a kind of feel that cannot be sort of defined and explained, isn't it?
yeah, but you will feel the difference as soon as you are not in the mind, because this has never happened before.
Yeah, I don't know. These are some of the experiences that I get sometimes. I don't know whether they are just sort of yet some other magic creations of the mind sense, whether they are just kind of pitfalls. Very, very small fraction of seconds sometimes feels that only the lightness, like they are very, very light feeling. And also you said about that feel, and again the feel can be there for again fraction of second without the attached form. I mean, sometimes now if you something like feel on the skin without location or without a further description of that, just for a fraction of second, you can just have a feel and then subsequently the form is attached where it is and what sort of pain, that sort of feelings are sometimes experienced. I don't know whether they are just some sort
Yeah,
of
that could be the feeling of consciousness.
Mm,
That's kind of that. But the anidasana part,
mm,
that is quite different to. I mean, there's a bit more in
mm,
that experience. If you actually, that is the importance of going backwards. So the anuloma and pratiloma.
yes.
Now I can't even remember the English words for that. But if you actually,
Anuloma is going down the stream and pratiloma upwards. That means backwards. Going backwards is pratiloma.
yeah, going backwards means you
Mm,
actually have. Now imagine this. Try to feel this when we say something, and now imagine you hear the horn of a vehicle.
mm,
So when you hear that, it's directly a horn of a vehicle. There's
yeah.
no big deal about it. It's a horn of a vehicle. But you actually, if you feel this without the mind part, it would be just the wheel of existence in there. That would be felt as a vibration of the air or sound. I mean, we can't even call sound because even if I say sound, then the mind is involved.
Ah, yes.
You know, that is the tricky part because that's the main reason for us to say it in this way. That I mean, there are so many ways. That's like Aramansi said with the vision. He said it in the vision. So we can explain it in different ways. But you know, when it is kind of even the sound is not in that. That's why it's a feel. It's a direct feel. But then direct feel is not the non-vibration. Direct feel is the feel. Direct feel is the basic consciousness we have. I mean, that's not a big achievement, but it is an achievement as well because we don't know these things. Basically, it's our ignorance that we never thought about a consciousness beneath. And when it comes to that, it is the tricky part again that you know, the third thing about this, you know, it is the speed vibration of the sensory organ. If we change that ignorance into wisdom, then only the non-vibration arises, that the feel that you had, that it's here, happening here, even if it's one cell organism, the vibration is felt here. That is not non-vibration. You feel the vibration, you might get scared, you might feel all that, but that's not non-vibration. Non-vibration is that when you feel it is not actually happening anywhere. It's just there. You know, that's where that's all I can say actually, because it's very difficult to explain. But that's the most importantly, I think the most important way to understand is how go backwards and try to feel your own fetal life, your own kind of, it's a metaphor again. You can't really go backwards. It's a metaphor again. When you say try and, if I say try and become a single cellular organism, can you? You can't. But then I would still say, can you become a single cellular organism and see how the vibration is happening? That is exactly again the meaning, because it would be the feel in the eye. If it is something you see, it is the feel in the eye. If it is something you hear, it is a feel in the ear. If it is something about the skin or the tongue or the nose, it will be something felt in this lining in the body, on the tongue or on the nose, on the skin, isn't it? So the wisdom, with the wisdom, you can actually start feeling these things. For that, you should master feeling also. That's what Aranans is trying to do, to master feeling. And then, but if just imagine someone is mastering feel without Satyajnana or the truth, nothing will happen, because they will feel the self. That's all. And also in concentration meditation, what happens is you have the idea that there is self, and you definitely it is going to come as I felt the non-vibration. But here, the because of the truth only, this is the experience is felt differently. That's all. Otherwise, the experience is not the main thing. It is the vision that we have that changes the whole outcome. So one would actually end up in Brahma form in non-form world. Another one would be attaining Nirvana, because the change in the vision. Do you understand? So that's the main difference. But I don't know whether it is coming out properly. What do you think, Surangika? Do you have anything to add? Don't know this. She's busy.
Dr. Kokila.
Yes.
No, not really, actually.
Yeah.
It's a difficult
topic.
Thing to, difficult area, I think, to put into words.
Yeah, difficult area to put into words, as well as difficult area to experience. But the thing is, this experience of no self or non-self or non-vibration, giving a no self perception is completely because of the Lord Buddha's teachings. Otherwise, it will be just similar to everyone else. That is what happened with Dhamma, because the way you understand is completely different, because no one at Lord Buddha's time, no one talked about anicca dukkha anatta. No one else talked about that. Only Lord Buddha came out with that explanation. And no one actually talked about anatta at all. I mean, so the main thing to understand here is the change view. And when you have changed the view, whatever you are going to feel, and if you understand, actually it is the speedy vibration of the sensory organ, this is going to change anyway. And as soon as it changes, you feel that yes, this is the no self-perception, because it's been now understood before by the teachings. And then this changes the whole scenario, the way you look at life, the way you look at the field, the way you look at the film, the dream, everything changes. That's where the Sakkaya Ditthi is broken, or the Samadhi is happening, the right vision. So right vision is the important thing. Everything else follows. Do you get it? Everything else followed. If it's not following, there's a problem in the right vision. Do you get the point? So that's why I'm telling, try and feel your own, even if you feel how would a worm would be feeling, how would a single cell would be feeling, how would a 6-week child would be feeling. Just do an experiment. Just keep, but it's not like you looking at them and thinking, they must be doing this. No, that's not the way. Whether you can become them with wisdom, it is the way to feel this. And that's the tip I would say, because it's all about tips from the teacher that changes the whole life. And Narayana has changed a lot. The way we look at the life, it has changed a lot. So the same thing, it will change the way you perceive things. It will change the way you feel things. And it will definitely pave the way to feel the non-self.
Can you explain the meanings or what is meant by anicca dukkha anatta? I think that will be beneficial for the listeners, because there are non-Buddhist people who are listening to this.
Well, I don't know what are the exact words he's using for anicca dukkha anatta, but anicca is actually well discussed in a lot of Buddhists are well aware about that. So if we are using the English word impermanence, it's a bit used. There's a problem in that.
Maybe we have to use sentences rather than looking for simple words, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. But if we use it in an thing, it's mainly understanding about this field of existence. That's the core idea of it. So how field of existence is formed, or how it is the construct. That's a basic. So that's actually should be said last, but I'm telling it first because that is the core thing that you are going to understand in the end. What is it? That the field of existence or alive field is a construct. That is the basic idea. So the basic idea, that is the basic idea. To understand that, there's so many things to understand because field of existence never comes along. That's what we thought. I am here. I thought about going to the town tomorrow. Okay, that's how we tell. Or I'm here. I feel so cold. That's how we talk. Normally we talk. That's how we talk. I feel so tired. I've just come from work. I haven't even changed. And I feel so tired. That's how we talk. So, but when we talk like that, we have no idea what we're talking about. But we keep talking like that. And to the beauty of that, even the child starts talking like that. The mother and father talks like that. The child is looking at them and child is thinking, oh, okay, this is me. This is father, this is mother, okay. This is happening to me, that is happening to them. All right. And they learn it and they start talking the same thing. I'm hungry, Amma. So it's nicely communicated. That's fine. It's happening. This is something new. Something is happening to you. So it's fine. So the demarcation is done. But when we go on understanding what is actually this I or me or mine, there comes a problem. We can't locate it now. If you do this research, you should feel the truth. If you have a good ability or the kusala, you should do this because then you will understand. So what are the constructs then here? So that we keep understanding, okay, we talked about I am tired. I came from work, I am tired. Now I'm doing this. After that, I'm going to have a wash. So that someone would even believe that, yeah, true, And then the thing is, when we try to dissect or like try and find out the I, you can't. Then we go on dissecting and dissecting and dissecting. Will you find it? You might actually understand how this view of I has come across, like has surfaced to this world. Because this is only talked in this human realm, because humans are able to communicate, humans are able to think, humans are talking. In the other organisms, if you say about the one cell organism, they just have a feel. They don't have a big story, like, because they don't have a mind. Because we have a mind, we are talking about this, I, me, mine, all that. Then we go on dissecting, we understand, okay, then there is kind of perception that always there's something here and the other person is there. So I'm sitting down
Others are in the living room. I'm sitting down in the room. So don't we have a perception? We have. So what is the reason for the perception then? Then we go on doing the research and we find out, okay, yes, there is a perception. Yes, it's true. We agree that. We know that there is no self because we started dissecting and we couldn't find it. You know, even if you try to find the self in the body also, it's difficult because you can't find the self in the body. But the 5 sensory organs, Lord Buddha didn't talk about the 5 sensory organs when he tried to dissect the body. Because 5 sensory organs are the main areas you feel, the feeling. So the feel, you understand, okay, the feel is the main problem. So what do you feel? You only feel the vibrations of the sensory organs. So then what is the problem here? Problem is there's an additional power. There's an additional power that coexist, kind of, that happens, this happens. It coexists with the vibration of the sensory organ. How does that happen is because of ignorance. This ignorance is there fully from the beginning to the end. So ignorance is a part and parcel of this vibration. Even in one cell organism. But only humans can actually catch this. Why? Because the mind, the magic mind, which happens with the collective effect of the 5 sensory organs, is actually giving rise to this different world of mother, father, sister, brother, toys, my house, playground, garden, school, bus, friends, then the boyfriend, the girlfriend, then job, friends in the job, the working place. So then the story has begun. So the story has that underlying vibration, yes. But now it's easy to catch. Why? Because the actual mind has the self-perception. So it is actually in the self-perception now. And it is going to be a self-thought also, because if there is a vibration always, it can develop into a new thought. So chair is just a co-vibration of the ear, eyes, and the feel. Same way, you have an idea about that I'm seeing, I'm feeling, I'm hearing, and all that, and you just collectively it becomes like a thought, which is I, me, mine. So the anicca, how can we talk about anicca here? The impermanence. What is permanent here? Nothing is permanent here. So the main important thing here to understand is that chair, when chair is felt as real, like permanent, the self-thought is strong like the same way. Why? Because it's the same. If it is felt as a thing, it's the same thing. This happens, this happens. So we understand with the help of the impermanent thing that actually chair is not there. That means we keep understanding none of these thoughts are actually out there. Even the figure you saw from when you look at your leg, you can see your leg. Oh, I can look at my hands and say, oh, these are my hands. But the thing is, you feel it is actually as real, isn't it, when you look at your hand? But when we understand that it is just a perception, that's one part of the impermanence, actually. Why? We understand that they are just thoughts. But then we keep understanding more. We just don't stop there. The hands is a hand. A hand is a perception. Yes. How did that happen? Who told that this is a hand? How did the hand come to this word? What is hand? And we keep understanding. It's a feel, or it's a vision, or it's a sound. Only these things can do it, because smell is not really associated with the hand. Taste. I don't know, if you taste your finger without anything in your finger, you won't taste it, would you? So it's just mainly about the three things: the feel and the sound and the vision. So these vibrations brought up the actual perception of hand. So that is also one part of impermanence. So we keep understanding how this construct has been happening, because that's how the little baby who had a radiant mind has developed a self-perception and a self-will, which is so destructive. So, but there's more to understand. What is there more to understand? You understand that, okay, perception is wrong too. Perception is there, yes, but it is actually a construct. What is there? What is there more to understand? Well, there is light, there is sound, there is feel. Then we keep understanding, okay, is that true then? Because we are going backwards. That's why I told you, try to go backwards. Become the baby, become the child, become the baby. Become the fetus. So if you keep understanding this, you feel, okay, now what brought the perception? It is the sound, light, or feel in the skin. So then we understand, okay, is that something permanent? Not really. Again, impermanence is there. Why? Because that's actually a mirage. That's the most beautiful mirage in the world. What? The feel. Feel is just the rapid vibration in the skin. The sound is rapid vibration of the ear. The light is rapid vibration of the eye. Then you will automatically end up feeling the non-vibration. Then now there is two different ways. What? There's a self-perception. Now there's a new thing that has never happened before. That's what Lord Buddha said, never heard before, never happened before. Non-self-perception. just once in one particular stimulus. Can be either eye, can be either sound, it can be either feel, doesn't matter. So then it will be definitely impermanence is now understood. What is impermanence understood? Okay, now this self-perception which had been there forever, or the feel which had been there forever, that what I felt forever is a construct. Why? Because that because of the non-self perception, now we can't call that whole life experience or whole samsaric experience of self-perception or self-vibration is a construct. Do you get the feel of the impermanence now?
Yes, I think you touched almost all the aspects of impermanence. As you said, it is in two levels. One is this obvious impermanence, which actually there's no need for a wise person like Lord Buddha to preach it, because any person will observe that impermanence. But the deeper level, as you said, that impermanence at the level of the thought, because it's a construct, and the impermanence at the level of the senses, because again it's another construct. That is what I think we have to understand, because that is what Lord Buddha was trying to explain, isn't it? That's a thing that has not been explained in any other religion, I would say.
Yeah, isn't it so beautiful?
It is, yes. Would Surangika like to add something? Dharmasana?
Yeah, I think that was, Dr. Gopila gave a good explanation, the anicca in those two instances. And I think Aryan Mahans also says that one has to start somewhere, and that initial anicca definition of impermanence that the mundane society embraces is also required to a certain extent, until such time the deeper meaning of the true Dhamma can be accessed, isn't it? But of course it is almost like touching the surface, but nevertheless I suppose an important step on the journey, I suppose, because when you think of people sometimes in these societies and they have encountered tragedy, for example, in Australia, I don't know if you have heard, we've had a terror attack in the last couple of days in New South Wales, and so the people in mourning, and the ability or the inability for them to see beyond a person dying, and things like that is quite difficult because of the level of ignorance and what you call it, misconceptions. So to even broach a topic of this nature would be quite difficult. And what even the basic impermanence or anicca would be difficult if one hasn't had some kind of association with certain Buddhist principles, or at least heard or read about some of the Buddhist teachings, which basically talk about impermanence only in that light. So it is a difficult topic to broach with in the mundane world, and that is why Aryan Manse so many times explains that the stream enterer and people accessing this Dhamma are just such a minority of people, akin to the little dust that gets collected under a fingernail, as opposed to all the earth or dust that is around us, which is so many billions of people. So I think in that sense, there is such a unique opportunity that has been opened in this day and time, isn't it? That even for the fact that, I mean, did anyone think that 2,500 years later there would be a revelation of that long hidden core Dhamma principles that will be again brought to the fore, isn't it? And that there will be a true non-vibrational state in the form of a noble spiritual teacher who would come forth and show the path and guide the people on the path to true liberation of mind. So it's a wonderful opportunity, and I think Dr. Kokila, you mentioned right at the beginning our advances last few days, the talks that he has given and the various aspects that he has touched on. These are, in one way, these are not things that he hasn't talked about in the last 5 years of discourses, but at the same time,
He has.
there are, yes, exactly, but there are also aspects that I think we mentioned it 2 days ago as well, that there are also aspects that are somehow felt as if they are deeper, and there's deeper meaning that he's trying to convey, isn't it?
Yeah, it's I mean, 100% he has told these things, but I think it is getting more precise to people now. I think that is what is happening. And that means people are actually feeling it. You know, when we talk about impermanence, well, we never kind of thought that the self, the feel of existence, or the feel here that we have, that we are living, is the actual one, which is actually, it is the construct. We kind of never even thought about it, and we have known this anatta or anatma for a long time, and definitely I have researched about it before. I have thought about it a lot, actually, and it has come to my mind a lot even before I listened to Alanuan say, why Lord Buddha say it is anatta or anatma, and why then we feel something here? Like, why do we feel as if we are existing? And the explanation of this view, this perception, and the feel is immaculate. I mean, I can't tell any adjective to that even. Like the three worlds, that three worlds in the sense this, the view is actually in the sensual world, the perception is actually in the form world, and the feel is actually in the non-form world. And this very thing that we are fighting, in the sense, not we are, but the fight here is with the non-vibration and the vibration, or self-perception and the non-self-perception, or the right view and the wrong view. Isn't it so beautiful now? There's a fight between wrong view and the right view. Even it's very obvious now when people talk about this Dhamma, like it's that's what Aranwanse is saying. If the non-vibration has to be strong, the right view has to become stronger and stronger to fight with the non. It's not a fight between people, not at all, because there are no people here. It's just a fight between the vibration and the non-vibration, I would say. And even those words are useless. But just to give an idea, they're all metaphors. So you know, the fight between views are very obvious. Very obvious. You know, when Lord Buddha had someone come and, you know, keep fighting with the words, not fight now, you know, arguing. Then Lord Buddha asked, you are sweating, you are like in a very great discomfort. I'm not in a discomfort. What's the problem with you? You know, like it's a metaphor actually. It's another metaphor to show that what's the problem with you? It is okay, you have a view, but why are you struggling like this? You know, then people also with good understanding, good you know, skillful people, this kusala, doing some kusala, would be like, really, yes, he has an opinion. Okay, if you think Lord Buddha has an opinion, yes, of course he has an opinion. I have an opinion. We two are fighting. One is giving the opinion in such a like a, you know, like in a really nice way without feeling any problem, and one is giving an opinion with so much effort or power or such vengeance, like whatever the word you can use, anger. So definitely there is this power difference, isn't it? So where this power difference come, what is happening here? Someone would really think, you know, one word Lord Buddha said, we are going to find the woman who took our clothes, and we are trying to search the woman. And Lord Buddha said, why don't you search about yourself? And there's only one sentence he used, and everyone in that I can't remember whether it's 500, the whole team was shaken, just one sentence, because I think they have that vibration, you know, like they are close to that, so they kind of change in just that one sentence. Isn't it beautiful? I mean, what changed me after listening to Arana's, I never knew about an Arana. I just listened to one sermon in the YouTube, because I used to listen to all the sermons in the YouTube. If you ask about it, I just put on the YouTube, I just switch it on, and I kept doing work because I'm so busy. I just keep doing work. And one day I just heard something about this no self Dhamma, and I'm like, wow, that is no self, because I had that in my mind. And that's where I went back and searched what more sermons has Aranwansi done, and has never stopped since then. And today also I would say, yes, Aranwansi has done a sermon. Listen to that. That's so beautiful, you know. So I haven't stopped listening to his sermon. So that is the thing. So we don't know who will actually change by listening to this Dhamma. If someone can't feel it, they can't feel it. It's okay. It's okay. But if someone can feel a difference, I invite everyone to actually listen to this and see. Because if you're searching about consciousness, come and listen. If you're searching about this self, come and listen. If you're searching about how to become an arahant, come and listen. There's nothing to lose. So what's the big problem? Just listen and see. If it's not amicable, if it's not, if you find it very difficult to understand, you can stop listening if you want. Doesn't matter. You don't have to just criticize just because you can't understand or you can't feel. You just have an open mind and listen and see, because we never know when things are going to click. When things are going to click, they're going to click then it's never going to stop. Because once you turn, once the tree leans towards the river, that tree is going to fall to the river. Isn't it? Anything to add?
Yes, I think as you said, yes, Suran.
No, go ahead, Doctor.
Please, I can add
Um,
later.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was trying to say that once you got the message, or at least a semblance of the message, it's so hard to undo it, isn't it? Because I think, as you said
Yeah.
about that clan of 500 people, each of us, if we talk about it even from a mundane sense, there has been something that has been felt even from probably for different people, the experience can be different, but from our childhood days or from the age of youth or whatever it is, there has been this searching, or there has been this thing that this, like just like Aryan Mansa had that experience in his childhood, saying, what craziness is this, you know? You grow up, you go to school, you have to study, then you study, then you get a job, you get married, you have kids, you grow old, then you're looking after the children's kids, and then you grow old and die. That's it. So, is that
Yeah,
what
we
the
have
world
seen
is?
what happened to our grandparents. We have seen what happened to our parents. We have seen what happened to our, for me, for my patients, we see this all the time. And no one is worried even. No one is like even wondering what is happening here.
Exactly. But then you'll have a handful of people who will wonder. And where did that wandering thing come, isn't it? So there is that sense of non-vibrational kind of mood, or the leaning towards that in a way. And I suppose there is where that Ugatitanna, Vipatitanna kind of non-vibrational or close to non-different stages of wisdom arises as well. And then if there has been that notion of there's something here that's not quite right in this mundane existence, then when this true Dhamma is heard, just like you said, one little sermon here and here, or another sermon somewhere else, then that is the turning point, and you don't have to listen to anything more. That because of that earlier pondering, earlier reflection of the anatma, what does that mean? Surely there must be a deeper meaning. That pondering and the reflection that you did, Dr. Kokida, then comes to the fore, isn't it? The moment that word or a couple of words are heard, there is a turning towards the, against the stream, as we said a little while ago. The whole thing gets off the anusota into the patisota. At least the turning point is there, and then all that happens is the more one the actions one takes is more towards the patisota rather than the anusota, because you got the trigger. The trigger has happened, isn't it? So,
and it happens to everyone in different ways. I don't think anyone can hear this for like 3 to 5 years just for fun. I don't think so. I don't think it is fun to keep hearing and just not give up. I mean, sometimes you might feel like giving up, but you might not. Even though you think about giving up, you might not. Still, you will just keep listening, because even to listen to this now self Dhamma is difficult, and some people can't even get around this idea of listening to no self Dhamma, let alone understanding. And here we are. A lot of people are trying to understand it, and keen about understanding it, discussing about it, talking about it, doing Zoom meetings. So much interest in understanding this non-vibration. It's so good, and it is so important. I think we are running across to the 4 o'clock Zoom meeting. Thank you all Dharma friends for coming for this English Zoom discussion, and we will continue this discussion tomorrow. And Aryan Wahanse, we worship Aryan Wahanse as usual, and we salute him as it's so much gratitude. Thank you so much. May Triple Gem bless you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Sana, Dr. Kopika, Dr. Sakuntala. Yeah,
can start with some very simple facts. May all of you be blessed by the triple gem. And first of all, I would like to worship our noble friend, Buddothpado and Mahanse. In this discussion, during the next 1 hour, 15 minutes, we will try to discuss some simple facts. Actually, there are 8 Zoom discussions throughout the day, and there 2 of them are dedicated for the practical experience, and then there are 2 Zoom discussions which meant for getting the doubts and the problems clarified, and there's another one on Sutra Deshana. So like that, for with different topics, with different areas being covered throughout the day, there are so many Zoom discussions, and most of them we have our noble friend also joining, at least for a short while. Sometimes R.N. Mahanse speaks for the most part of the Zoom discussion, giving sort of very valuable explanations. So we will try in our best to explain whatever in our capacity. This is the Dhamma pathway that is explained by our noble friend is very practical, and what is experienced is described or explained. And then you realize that there are many things that we didn't understand, or we didn't realize that what is the true happening underneath. So basically, we are experiencing the world with the sense faculties, which means basically the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So whatever in that capacity, whatever is created by these sense faculties is taken as true existing things. So that is meant by the ignorance. So when we realize this truth, that these are actually imaginations or illusions, or in other words, they are all thoughts, a little bit of light is shed to the path, because we are groping in the dark without realizing that there's an imagination, there's a world which is imagined. So little bit of light is shed, and then little by little this light becomes brighter, and then we can see actually where we are and the path that we have to follow. So in practical explanation, so the R.N. Mahanse has introduced 4 steps in the practical experience. So little by little, there is some understanding of what is happening, and the fact that all are thoughts, and there's nothing called mind, and there's no existing thing called mind, but it is just a flow of thoughts, and the thoughts are the ones which control the physical, so-called physical body. And there's no one, no controlling body, or there's no owner to this activity. There's some system, like some series of functions taking place. So these are just some very basic things that I wanted to say. I can see Dr. Kokila and Surangika both have joined. Dr. Kokila, Therwan Saranai, Surangika, Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai.
If you can start the discussion, I was just telling some few basic things until the proper discussion starts.
Yeah, we can start the discussion. I think, it is good if you can like bring up a topic. What were you talking about? Like,
Nothing specific actually. I was trying to say what are the sort of basic things in Aryan Mahansi's teachings. The fact that the mind, trying to understand the mind, and then what is meant by the word, what is identified as the word is a creation of the mind or the sense faculties.
yeah,
Those were
the
few things that I
understanding
was
of
saying.
this vibration, or the, we use the word vibration all the time. I think we use it to actually give the idea that self, the feeling of existence, is actually kind of a power. That's why we use that word, and words are actually used to communicate something here. None of these words are actually true. So when we talk about the truth, whatever we use, whatever the description we use, is not the important thing. What is given, what is told, what is gestured here is that this field of existence is none other than just a vibration, or just a power which is there because of the this cycle that happen in any being, where whenever the vibration is there, the self-perception would be there, and that continue to exist because of the ignorance. And only we talk about this a lot, but only in this human life that we have that ability to understand how one stimulus, one thought manifests all the whole this vibration, when there is ignorance, when we have given value to that. When we say these things also, there are problems actually when we say we have given and all that. So the way we talk can be very, very how can I say, having some pitfalls there, because whenever we try to say anything, it has this effect of first person, second person effect, like someone telling something. But here the basic message is there's no self. This is the difficult thing to. It is easy to understand actually. It's not that bad. It's okay. Anyone who has a sensible idea of this world and self can understand that the self can't be inside the body. If it is a thing, then how can that vibration be in another? Lord Buddha has described one time it can be a monkey, one time it can be a dog, one time anything can happen. So in that sense, we can understand that it's obviously not in the body. But then Lord Buddha has told once, actually it's a beautiful thing to say, Lord Buddha has told once that never think that the self is in the thoughts, because it is okay even to think that the body lasts only 60, 70 years or 80 years or 100 years if you want to, that much years, and it is okay to think that the self is there. But if you think that the self is in the thought, then you will be in a big trouble. He has actually told this in another way, and it is beautiful to understand that self is not actually in not in any of these things. And then we are wondering, any human with a powerful ability of thinking will think, then where is this self? Why are we talking about a self that we don't even know? And that's where the Lord Buddha's Dhamma actually is coming really important here, handy here, where you realize then what is this power, then what has happened, why there is cycle of birth, why there is, we even without Lord Buddha saying, we have heard so many, people talking about and past births, and when we check on that, that's actually true, then we are kind of like shake it off and forget about it, because we can't explain any of these things. But then this consciousness has been discussed a lot nowadays. A lot of English speaking countries, a lot of physicists, a lot of people who try to understand spirituality actually talk about consciousness a lot. But the consciousness is actually the basis of this self-existence as well. So it is beautiful to understand that, because everyone thinks the consciousness is the base, and Lord Buddha, according to Lord Buddha and according to what you can feel here with Dhamma, you can say, no, it is not the base. It's actually the non-vibration is the base. So if there is any consciousness, that's the vibration, and that's why we are discussing about two types of nirvana even. One would be zeroing of defilements, and the other one would be zeroing of the aggregates. So when you understand these things, and it's so nice to understand what's happening here. And if there's anyone here who has joined to ask a question, anyone can ask. We are just having a discussion because usually it's rare to find someone actually having a question and asking that. But the importance of understanding this consciousness and understanding that it is not the baseline is really important. And the consciousness is actually the basis for the being, or the being in the sense the sense of existence, or the life field that we talk about. But in that, just being or single cellular organism can't actually describe any of these things. But the humans with this great mind actually can understand what has happened here and can feel it too, because all the levels of this self vibration, all the levels of that can be felt in one stimulus. And when we say that when you actually experience non-vibration, all these levels will be passing. you have to pierce all these levels to actually feel the non-vibration. So it's really something that should be felt. I think that is the challenge we have every day. And then if you understand that actually the only thing that existed, this is in a human, because in a human we have discussed a lot actually in all the sermons how we are born without defilements actually, because initially we have only the basic consciousness, but then the defilements start with the with the forming of self-perception and self-view. Anything we can build up the discussion here?
Yes, actually, I saw a message which was circulated. I received it. I can't remember from where it came. But actually, what the contents were very much similar to what our Aranwahanse is teaching. What it said was that it's just some transferring of energy from one point to the other one. There's nothing going from
Even
here to
transfer
there.
is wrong. Even transfer
Word,
is
oh
wrong.
yes.
That's
You
very,
have to
we have
say
to be very
synchronize,
careful.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, because if we
Synchronizing.
say synchronize, no,
Mm.
if we say transfer, what happens is there is a thing to transfer.
Yes, I understand. Yes. So you have to say it's synchronizing, isn't it? Resonance,
Yeah,
or it's
because
synchronizing.
that's why an
Mhm.
arahant will never be born again, because there's no
Mhm.
vibration here, and there's no synchronicity to not synchronicity will be broken forever. It's because there's no vibration here to synchronize to anything. That is the end. That is the important thing. Not the death part. Actually, not the end of the sensory organs. I'm talking about the ending of the defilements. Can't remember the singular word for that, but there's two nirvanas that we talk about in that. But when we talk about the transfer, some people actually talk about transfer. It's very tricky, because if you are talking about a transfer, it is similar to someone talking about vijnana being transferring, in good olden days, not good olden days, olden days, we used to talk about so many things transferring, I was here, then I'm there, and then next time I'm there, then after that I'm here, something like that. That is how the discussion went on. That even someone who is talking about the previous birth might say that, like, now I'm here, but I was this one before. That is how the story goes. Never it goes in the aviññānaka aspect, like not in, because it is described in such a way that we all give a aspect of Sakkaya Ditthi, wrong view into that. So whenever we talk something, we have to be very, very careful not to give that
word, that
in the sense, not the word, the essence of it, like the sense of wrong view, because wrong view is always like application of wrong view is everywhere. Any word has that aspect, wrong view, because whatever the words, they are used in this normal world, but actual the feel has none of these things. And in that sense, you can understand the words has no power at all. The feel has no importance of the words, but the words carry this how can I say it? The taste of Sakkaya Ditthi is everywhere. Taste of wrong view is everywhere, in every word. So we have to be careful anyway in whatever the word we are using, because we get trapped, especially in English language, in whatever the language, we can get trapped here and we try to use words. So we apologize if we make any mistake in that way. We are not actually willfully making that. But what I was trying to say, if someone is even talking energy being transferred, transfer word even has that effect, that is the problem. Because if it is something like that, even this the vibration, it is a construct. That is why that we have the ability to, or any being has the ability to attain the non-self status. Because if it is not a construct, if that power that whoever is talking about is not a construct, Sankata, if it is not Sankata, in the sense not a construct, then you can't attain Nibbana, you can't attain non-vibration, because the vibration is a construct with the sensory organ, whatever the stimulus, can be just consciousness, whatever, that stimulus, whether it's light, whether it's feel, whether it's sound, if it is radiation in any other animal, whatever the sensory organ, that particular stimulus is the only thing that happen. And that stimulus only. But that is the difficult part, because we feel that we experience that stimulus. So why we feel that is this trick of this, that perception we have that it is happening here. How the perception came is from that kind of the power we have here. Why the power is here is because there is ignorance of not knowing that it is only the stimulus that was there. Someone can add on to this discussion. What do you think? I think I actually obliterated Sakuntala's, Dr. Sakuntala's discussion. You can actually continue what you were
No,
trying to say.
actually, no, surely. I mean, you did the correction, because that's definitely you had to clearly explain and say that there's nothing transferred, no transferring here. You are very correct, actually. It's something becomes equaled or synchronized, and that is, I don't think the wordings were. I can't exactly remember how the wordings were, but what they were trying to say was that you cannot abolish the current. You cannot abolish a current, but it will continue. This is that is the basis of this
life.
Some life or samsara cycle. And what happens in Buddhism, I mean, the scientists are still struggling to find out about this phenomenon, but Lord Buddha has explained that 2,600 years ago. And then the question, how is this now when a person, there is Arhat state, in the Arhat state, how does this current is abolished? And then it was mentioned that when you do not add fuel to the fire, the fire will be gone, will be extinguished, and then you can't, I mean, you can't say where the fire has gone if you, I mean,
Actually,
that is enough.
that's bit sus. That part is the fuel. Actually, what I don't know. The we if we are feeling something as there, definitely fuel is there. I mean, we
Yes.
can't really stop. Who is trying to stop putting fuel? That is the that is the self vibration who is trying to don't put fuel like that, and try to stop putting fuel. That's kind of it again, that is the problem with this language again.
Yeah,
But
very tricky,
anyway,
isn't it? Yes,
very
very
tricky,
tricky.
because when we
Then
try
you
to say
end up
don't
having a
put fuel, who
misunderstanding.
is not putting
Yes,
fuel now?
yes.
That actually the fuel itself is this not understanding that it is the consciousness or the vibration is actually happening only in this sensory organ. That is the exact thing that will help you to synchronize to the Buddha state or non-vibration. And then that is the beauty. Non-vibration is also kind of that's why Lord Buddha has said that 5,000 years this Buddha state will last. How can you say that? And we in the past, before Aranwanse has divulged all these things, I used to actually think that the Dhatu Parinirvana is something else. And now only we kind of realize that's not the thing. That's actually, totally we have taken this in with the things and the people aspect. But these can't be taken in that way. And the Buddha status is out there, everyone, and you can synchronize to that. That is the message that we give, and that is actually ending of this cycle of birth. Whenever there is a vibration who is closer to that, will hear this Dhamma by some or other and will get the message. I mean, randomly we hear this Dhamma, very random things, very, very random things. So likewise, someone who might listen to this, it should be just one. Now, if someone understand it in Thailand, there's a very, very good chance that it will be spread in Thailand. And if there's one in Vietnam, then it will be spread in Vietnam. Likewise, it is just has to be felt, and then there should be people out there who is actually kind of waiting, not waiting willfully, like, because all these words carry very heavy meanings. It's really not giving any justice to this Dhamma. But yeah, this will just keep happening, isn't it? Surankika is also here.
Yes, I think it's just a sequel or just a system functioning. And as long as there is breathing of the physical body, uh, the sensor functions occur, which means the vibrations. And because of the speed of the vibrations, it creates something. And
Yeah,
these
that power.
creations, yeah, power, and there's always power, and this power merge together, and then yet another creation, which is the thought, and again the
No, no,
thought.
no, 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 no. In that, there's a little bit of a confusion there. So
Mm,
the mind is also just another vibration. That doesn't matter.
yes,
When it is felt as a thing only, that synchronicity happens with the self vibration. Self vibration is completely different to any of these sensory organ vibrations.
Mhm.
It's only just one vibration, which that is the thing that we keep understanding and we keep feeling.
Dr. Kokila.
Yes, there are some.
On that point, I was just trying to find the last few days our advances talks in various places. I thought I heard, and maybe I don't know whether I got it wrong. He said something, I think, repeatedly about, I'll say this in Sinhalese. ආයතනවල දැනීම, I thought it was ආයතනවල ගිනි ගැනීම වෙනම දකින්න, ආත්ම ගින්න වෙනම දකින්න.
Yeah.
That is, to say that in English, for our other listeners to understand the burning or becoming a
Vibration
thing
would
of
say.
this. Oh yeah, the vibrations arising from the sensors and the self vibration
That is two different
separately.
things. Yeah.
Can you explain that a bit more, Dr.
That was the
Kokila?
exact thing I was trying to say to Sakuntala, because because the vibration of the eye has no issue with that. Vibration of the ear has no issue with that. Only thing is with the ignorance that the fast vibration of the sensory organ gives us the feel that it is felt as a thing. That is the origin synchronicity of the which happens with the synchronicity of the self vibration happens. It happens with each organ. So it's whatever the stimulus. Imagine you just hear a child shouting in the background. So that's a sound, and that immediately we know it's a child shouting. So that's the thought. But if you open your eyes and you look at, then you might see, your handbag. So that's seeing. But none of these things is not the problem. The problem is the feel that you get that it is a thing, kind of. It is it exists basically. That is due to ignorance completely. When the ignorance is not there, this field is not there. So that is why we keep telling that importance of feeling this momentarily, feeling the non-existence or non-vibration in that just a moment. What you understand is, well, that is not there. that feel of existence is not there, but the sensory organ is working. That is the thing that is important. That is the difference. What I'm trying to say when we try to talk about what Dr. Sakuntala was going to say. Why I stopped her was she was going to say. She was telling something like the power is there, then the mind forms. No, mind is forming anyway. In an Arahant, also Lord Buddha, also the mind is there. Doesn't matter whether the mind is there or whether the eye is working, whether the sound is there, whether the bodily feeling is there. It doesn't matter. Why? Because the non-self perception has taken over. It has taken over completely. Self-perception is gone. It has been taken over by non-self perception. How did that happen? Because the self vibration is not there, so that in the sense that feel of existence or the ignorance is not active anymore.
It's like, if I give an example, I don't know, I don't know much about drums, but I'm going to give an example about a drum. So, you know that they say Arabere paluak nae kind of thing. So, you know, if there's an old drum and you have hit it, and you know how it resonates like a sound. But if it has completely died, you know, the leather thing that you hit on, and then how much there is contact with that leather part of the drum, there is no sound emanating.
Yeah,
because
in that the problem
something like
of
that.
that
That's right.
example is,
Yeah.
I would add that because otherwise that will not cross my mind next time. The problem with that example is one might think the sound will not be there. Actually, sound will be felt much more nicely than before.
By the underlying sound, I meant the
yeah,
self vibration.
I know. But because it's sound now,
Oh yeah, that's true.
people can misunderstand that when an arahant may not be hearing much, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe hearing is muffled. No, it's not like that.
Nothing like that. Then the other thing,
they can actually hear much better than that, and because they feel everything, they will feel the sound so much.
Yes, because then there is
better.
then there is the stimulus, meaning it's not a stimulus, but it is an object. But it is the object only without the duality, isn't it? And that's why one can become the person in front of you. One can become anybody else, and then, you know, because the self is wiped out from here, which means that there is no, because otherwise everything is relative to me, isn't it? Everything is
you can become the sound too.
Yeah, everything is relative to I, and when the I and the self is no longer,
it's actually like a way to tell that, you know, you become the sound is actually another way of telling about this experience, because you don't feel this side. It is as if you have become the sound.
yes, but if you say that to someone who doesn't have a really good understanding, they can also misinterpret it.
Yes, yeah.
Because if we think about a lay person, for example, you know, people who, when you say identified with something,
they might think that actually now self is there.
Yeah, because I mean, even if you just watch the audience that go for these concerts, Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakuntala, I mean, just watch their faces and see how much they are in it. If it's like somebody playing a guitar on the stage, or like a pop star, or I don't know, even if it's someone gone to see an orchestra, and you look at the sense of rapture in their faces, you
But
know the bhava, the
that's
becoming.
inside the dream, though.
I know,
Now,
that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
So that is the point where that it can be quite tricky if you tell that to a person who hasn't got a proper understanding, because R.N. Vance, I remember, has said in a very old talk that at a certain point it flips, isn't it? It flips back to become the sound. It flips back to become the whatever.
Yeah. Actually, this consciousness level, or the vibration level, this it's only a field. So the sound is a field only. That is the thing that you can't even describe. In that dreamy music concert is not there, because that's the vibration level. That is the arupa. So the non-form state, that is the problem. Yes, I can understand where you're coming from, because when you try to say something, we always take what we know. So if you are inside the mind, as we were talking, remember when Sudharma came out from the house and saw the slippers and missing slippers and went out, and the whole thing, and I was saying that it is inside the dream, though I don't know anyone understood. And when I say the same example to you also in something, I don't know whether that is understood, because it's very difficult to understand about this dream, in the dream and out of the dream. And out of the dream is the vibration level, or the non-form level, and non-form level also is the understanding about this vibratory nature of the organs. Yeah.
And
So,
Dr. Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala, I'm interested in your views also, because these days, I don't know, there's so many very, very fine points that R.N. Vahansa is saying, or maybe...
Even today one.
I haven't finished listening even yesterday or this morning. I haven't finished listening because I'm trying to listen to I keep going back and trying to, because there is this notion that there are aspects that have got missed. So I'm always rewinding it and trying to get it.
That means your mind is so flustered.
No, that's because I'm trying to do it whilst I'm working and I don't have time. So there is no full concentration on it as well. But the thing is, it is so intricate, Dr. Kokila, that
yes,
the Vidarshana that is trying to I suppose you might say that one is trying at that point, but even to kind of do a bit of penetrative insight to that particular point that R.N. Vance is trying to pull out and draw us into that deep penetrative insight, it almost it goes to a particular point and veers off. It goes to a point and skips, as if it's not touching that point. It's, I don't know how to explain it. It's going to a point and then it's veering off, as if meaning there is more either vidarshana to do, or more.
I think more to be felt.
More to be felt, because
more to be felt. I would say not more vidarshana. I think from kind of time you all have listened. I mean, it may be less than me, but at least 2-3 years, isn't it? I can't remember now.
Yes, 3 years, yeah.
How about Dr. Sakuntala? How long?
Yeah, I'm also, I think, a little bit more than maybe 2.5 years.
Yeah. So, yeah, kind of maybe now only you're actually listening. Who knows? That is
Yes.
the
It's
thing.
quite possible.
There's a possibility, yes, because by experience I can say that maybe now only you are actually trying to share the there's an example. Lord Buddha says asalomak siyakkadakata vidida, and you're actually trying to do that. You are actually trying to do that. We are not good what are those good in using arrows, so we are kind of actually trying to use that arrow and try to pierce through a horse's one line of so maybe so in the tail actually, so the in the fur, so isn't it the beauty that there's some things that the mind can't do. To a particular degree, mind can handle stuff, and then after that, mind can't do anything.
Yeah, I think, Dr. Sakuntala, I'm interested in your views on that as well.
Yes, of course. I mean, as you said, now only, I mean, we have got the equipment ready, and now only we are trying to, trying to split the horses fur into that. We are aiming at it now, because all this time we have been gathering the things and getting ready, I would say. And as Dr. Gokila said, that most of the things that R.N. Mahansi explains in the Deshana are sort of becoming clearer and then quicker to grasp than right at the beginning. There's one question I want to ask actually now. We say that there is, nothing existing outside. We say that now we take the example of that music instrument, the sound from the music instrument. Now, from one angle, we say that there is nothing called music instrument. There is nothing called musical sound because that is just a thought, that is just a construct. And going beyond that, it is just a vibration, and the vibration is also not something existing, not something persisting. So there is basically nothing there. And on the other side, from the other angle, we say that the self perception becomes zero here. There is no person on this side, but the sound is there. How can you explain that? I don't know whether my question was clear enough.
Aggregate effect is there. So the aggregate effect will not go away until this system stops. That is the aggregate effect you are talking about. The aggregate effect is the
sound of the music instrument. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Aggregate effect.
No. Actually, it's a feel. So whatever you're saying is actually not there anyway.
Yes.
The consciousness part I'm talking about actually. So it again is a bit tricky when I say that. I can see.
If I try to explain that, Dr. Kokila, correct me if I'm wrong. The way that what I kind of the way that can be explained is, so if you take those four stages of the Kamatahan, the practical program also, at the third stage, once the understanding is there about there's nothing also in the thought, and then you come to the third stage, then it's only the sensory perceptions, no? So when the sensory perceptions are there, the perception does not disappear, no? The usual cheese milk example. So even for the Arahat, the perception still forms, the mind consciousness still forms. So the sanya are still there. It is so the sanya are still there.
Even consciousness or the vinyana part is there, but it is
even the
not
vinyana.
It is not doing anything. It's not falling onto any side.
That's right. The patita part, it's not a patita thing is happening. There is no, the self vibration doesn't occur. That the object that manifests to the eye still manifests. The object that manifests to the ear still manifests. For example, if you are doing the walking meditation and you start off and at the beginning you feel the ground, but then if you're doing a reflection saying, the dried leaves that are being trampled by the feet, there's no such thing as the dried leaves, that is also a thought. The ground is also a thought. I mean, if you go through the first stage and then the second stage and things like that. So when you come to this third stage, that perceptions of the dried leaves and the crow crying on the branch of a tree, the sun falling on your skin, exposed skin of your neck or hands or something, all those sensations are still prevalent as perceptions.
Yeah, that part should be corrected, Surangika. That last bit, the last bit has no description at all. It's just that's why I always use the vibration word, because it has no whatsoever that's out of the dream. That's only a feel. So in that, it's a very, very different experience in that.
So can I just explain that now, though I just gave those examples to Dr. Sakuntala, that is just to kind of convey that to her, but ultimately to the jnana or the wisdom, the warmth of the sun, the sound of the crow cawing, that how generally when those aspects are heard, sensed, and seen, and so on, automatically the thought kind of forms the word in the head, kind of thing happens. Even that there is no naming forming kind of thing. And I'm wondering, Dr. Kokila, if that's what you're trying to say, because there is no naming, there is no.
But
it is just out of the dream. That's all I can say.
What's that?
Sorry? But the name will be there, isn't it? I mean, naming is
no, that thinking part is not there in that. That experience, the thinking part is not there.
The experience is there, but not the thinking. The naming of it comes through the thinking, and that part.
But when you say naming part, that is a bit artificial. Because the wordings are giving an artificial essence to it, so we have to be careful. But actually it's feel only is that I can say. Feel only means feel only.
And the feel there, Dr. Kokila, is that doesn't become a thing. That is not a thing.
That is actually the chain that we get in that. You feel the vibration and then the non-vibration. That's kind of the way I can explain it, but I don't know how to explain it more than that, because it becomes tricky to explain anything like that, because it's just something you have felt, like you can't really tell more than that. But it is important to feel your vibration, because then only you know that it is the vibration which is going to go down. That is the vibration that is going to go to zero. and you have felt the 0 as well as the 100% of it. That is the sasavasa bhava. That the whole samsaric problem is there. That is the important thing, but that can't be happening inside the mind.
Yes, it was very clear what you two were explaining, actually. Thank you for explaining that. I was wondering whether there was anything different the facts that you mentioned was very clear. And then I was thinking whether there was anything else that beyond that level. As you said, that as long as the physical body is there, as long as the sense activity is there, there is something created, but what happens is without the owner, without an ownership or without a doer, it continues to happen until the physical body collapses or ceases to function, isn't it?
This underlying power is the power which is going to go to 0 slowly. So imagine someone feels a non-vibration momentarily. That's it. You are back in the water. You are back having all the defilements, everything. You have that vibration again. Okay. Now, because the self view is broken, then the defilements or this vibration starts to slowly die down. Like it's going to cease slowly. And then if you experience this again, definitely that vibration which was there before is not there now, but it is there still a little bit, like that, and then finally when you come to a level of an arahant, which I don't think I'm the suitable person to say that, but in that particular thing, there's nothing. In that sense, what we are trying to say is there's no underlying power at all. But these organs are functioning, that's all. But this underlying power is different to the sensory organs that Aranhansi has told it today, even today also multiple times. That is the trick there that we have.
Sorry,
because
Dr. Kokila, can you say that again?
The difference between the self vibration and the different between the vibration of the sensory organs. Yeah, he mentions it today also. I haven't fully listened to that either, but the one in Kalani one.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, I've listened also halfway only. Yeah, there's so many points.
And I think these are very, very important, so that you can understand how arahants who never gave up but keep trying for how many years did they say,
And I think he brought out the point also, Dr. Sakuntala, you must have also heard it. He said, I think it was this morning or at the beginning of the Kalaniya talk, where he said, that Kaya Viveke, Chitta Viveke, it's conducive to have that relaxation from activities in order to go deeper and deeper into that state of tranquility, which is a way of actually making that non-vibration emerge. It's not as if, one is being told to go away into the jungle somewhere, but at the same time having that ability to bring that state of tranquility and go deeper into it to get the what do you call that thing in Sinhalese, the abhyantara nihandi the internal inside silence,
Inner
or
silence. Inner
yeah,
silence.
because when he brought out the point of the arupa and the rupa sanyava and the sensual world, the formless world first. I mean, all of us would have experienced, anyone would have experienced if you, I mean, the early morning state is so pure, isn't it? At least compared to the state of the mind as the day progresses almost. Because that's why the 2-3 o'clock in the morning is also a very conducive time to listen to the Dhamma and engage in Vidarshana, because the clarity of the state of mind, although that the mind is an illusion, the mind is still used for the Vidarshana purposes. The clarity at which one can understand certain deeper points is the best of time, which is probably why he's talked about the arupa stage at that point, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
No, actually, what you said is correct, but more to that, the feel
It's most prevalent
is,
at that time.
Yeah. You actually closer to feel as well.
Oh yeah, closer, and that's why we're like,
because you have to feel, you have to be closer to the field, the non-self, because you're feeling self-perception and feeling the non-self perception, or vibration and non-vibration. Yeah, the feel is kind of the level of consciousness. But the problem is inside the mind, this mind bubble is not easy to
transcend.
Transcend. That is because the mind has so much power. But when that mind power goes down, it's going to happen anyway. And whatever the timing, there is so many conducive other stuff too. Like it should be like very without much other troubles. The body should be in a good state. The mind should be in a good state, as you said, and the particular stimulus, because we talk about this initially in one stimulus, but later we don't talk about in one stimulus. This is going to because the view is broken. Then after that, what do you call, the defilements are going to reduce slowly, and your feel is going to improve, increase, and the mind power is going to go down. Mind power, but that doesn't mean that mind is not there.
Yes,
that is the thing. That is the tricky part, I think, that what Aranahansa is trying to say, that we misunderstand. But we do that all the time. We kind of misunderstand, isn't it? A lot of mothers would say, I just felt sad. And when we question, they understand, okay, it's not me who felt sad, it's just, sadness.
And I think he said that the more one becomes comfortable, that the mind is also another sensor.
Yes.
So on the one side, he encourages followers to come to the feel, but then on the other side, almost like contradicting, but I suppose it's not. But, depending, as you said, on what frame of mind we take it. On the other side, he says, the more one gains the confidence of understanding that the mind sensor is also just like another sensor, to that
Yeah, that is
extent that,
prajna. That is
yeah,
prajna.
that is
Actually,
prajna,
that's the
exactly.
wisdom. So these are the things that would fight the ignorance. These are all chaitasikas. I don't know what's the word for chaitasika, by the way.
Chaitasika.
Never knew.
Mind objects or this? No.
I don't know. I don't know.
Chitta Rupa and Chaitasika are two different things, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just associated with mind. That's all I know.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Chitta
And
Chaitasika, yeah.
yeah, but these words, the words in that language, whatever the Pali or the whatever the language, it is so informative. Even with the word sanya gives us like a better feeling than the perception. As Dr.
Yes.
Sakuntala said one day, like it's really,
Yeah.
really helps us, and that's the importance of Sinhala language. Sinhala language has so many things that helps us to say this. But this, whatever the language, the feel and the feeling of the vibration and feeling of the non-vibration has no story. That is the thing. And the Lord Buddha, not Lord Buddha, the Pacheka Buddha will feel this and will become it and will not be able to describe it. Oh,
Yeah.
that's isn't
Very
that
strange, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah, and that means it happens, and it just happens.
Because that vibration has been becoming becoming weaker and weaker. And in the Buddha Kalpa,
There's a chance
there is
to
still a chance,
still the chance to
reach
synchronize to the
non-vibration completely.
synchronize to the non-vibration once, and if it happens once, then it definitely going to happen again anyway. The Lord Buddha has given that assurance now in 7 chittas. If they definitely it is going to happen in 7 chittas. I think they may be trying to join the 4 o'clock Zoom discussion.
Still 4 minutes more, I think.
Asanti's phone
Oh,
is
is she trying
joined.
to? Okay.
But he hasn't talked yet anyway. We have only like 2-3 minutes, and it's such a beautiful thing to listen to our nuances. The Kalania thing, and it's I haven't finished it, but I can feel the vibration, which is should be so nice. And yes, Asanti is, I think, trying to talk. Yes. Therwan Sanai.
Therwan Sanai, everyone.
Therwan Saranai.
Arenwan Siri Namaskar.
Namaskar, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. There was Sunday Namaste. There was Sunday all the friends. So let's start. Our morning Dhamma disco. So right now, a thought appears, and even after it fades, something continues. It's a kind of subtle echo and activation. It's like when we see something, an object, it isn't in there, and suddenly there's another thought appear. This mind, it doesn't stop. It keeps generating thoughts again after another. And what gives them more power is when we take them as the truth, the reality, and the emotions may be happy, may be angry, may be hatred that follows with that. And when those thoughts are keep repeated, let those with power. So soon the whole world appears. It doesn't feel like appearing. It doesn't feel like as a process. It feels like something continuous, stable, clear. So today we'll explore how thoughts triggers more thoughts, how thoughts occur in our mind, how this repetition creates this solid feeling, this reality, how emotional reinforcement strength this illusion, and how the self is continuously rebuilt through mental formations. So at the first, as we know, the first contact, the first sense of contact is very small, very light. Everything begins simply and very light, not even existing, but just appearing and disappearing. The sound can appear and disappear. Vision appear and disappear. So that's how this sense content. So they're simple. But does it interfere? At first, it is just only content, no story, no set, no meaning. Just those raw fragments, simple sensory events. But content, it does not remain isolated because the thought's activation begins immediate, almost instant, because that's how this body, this mind is used to create thought. It created thoughts for a long time now. It can create it soon. It feels like almost instantly. But there is always this process underneath it. So once the activation begins, thoughts appears. And how this thoughts appearing. As you always know, this whole thing is working just like the process of tuning fork, that frequency resonating together. So when a sense of contact happens right now, it triggers, it resonates with the previous it resonates with all the frequency possible that similar with this one. And if the previous one is connected with not just simple as a sound, but simple as a vision, or simple as a smell, but instead it was the combination of sense contents, which is called a thought. Then that's the one that comes to this moment, that resonates to this moment, that appears in our mind. And the strongest one appears. Most used one appears. That's fine. The same thought appears immediately. And because it is the same thought, we mistake it always as it is the exact previous thought, but it's not. It's something similar to that previous thought, reconstructed right at this moment. So that's how a sound, let's say a word, basically a word is a sound. So when we hear that word, that sound, it's the stuff that it triggers images, it triggers taste, smell, touch, those colors, everything related to it. So that's how it happens. When that sound was triggered, it resonates with the previous similar frequencies. Everyone, each and everyone, not in this life, maybe the previous lifetimes over. But the thought that strong useful appears immediately. So that's why when we heard apple, we immediately reminded of the footsteps. Yes, that's the one we used mostly. That's the one that got powerful. That's the one that got linked best with this sound. So now, immediately in the sound is heard, that whole mental formation object of that fruit, that apple, and with its colors, with its smell, with its taste, with its touch, with its textures, everything. And the only thing that had to happen is just simple trigger, only a simple sound. And that sound was enough to trigger this whole object, the thought. So, in this sound level, because and activate these other frequencies. And right at this moment, that thought was reconstructed through resonance. So now this thought, it isn't in it. Now, when you taken it as real, when you believe it, and the value you given to these things are real, when you take these as the reality, this thought, that doesn't disappear and enter with. Now, something similar to that frequency was charged up. That's why when we heard sound effect, we get the image of this fruit, that the smell of it, that's the taste of it, we get everything. And it doesn't end there. And after that, more thoughts followed. So one thought easily triggered another. Now that sound became a thought. Now that thought creates more thoughts, resonate and creates more thoughts, triggers more thoughts. And when you take those thoughts also as truth, as reality, emotion follows. Maybe you get happy, maybe you get sad, maybe you get angry, maybe you get hatred, maybe you get love. Different emotion follows. And the stronger the thought field, the awareness is, the stronger the emotion follows. And stronger the emotion gets, stronger the story gets, which means we are trapped in that emotion. So now, with those no thoughts, this mind creates all, but not out, not existing, but from our own mind, mental formations. This is a mental constructed world. And in that world, there are people, there are situations, there are things, animals, objects, not only that, events, future, past, design, identity, everything in it. But if we go to the root of each of these words, all of these are just thoughts. That's it. Another that strengthen this image. It is the repetition. Like we said, when we see, let's say, let's take an example of a chair. So let's say when we see this chair only once, then we forgot it. But let's say we keep seeing it frequently, so the thought of that chair reconstructed again and again and again frequently. So now this system, his mind is used to that. Now, even without effort, just instantly we see that vision occurred. In that vision occurring, the thought of chair also there. It's always the process happening, but because we are used to it, now it comes even more faster, immediate, automatic. Just like when we get used to certain things. Let's say we are starting a new hobby, a new work. At first, we don't know it's slow, but when we get used to it, we can do it even more faster, and it happens immediately. Sometimes even without effort, it happens almost automatically. That's what happens in thoughts as well. This mind get used to it because of the repetition. So now it happens, appears instantly, almost instantly. But underneath, there's always this process. But since it happens again and again, it got his mind got used to it. His system got used to that process now. It happens even more faster. That's why it's more hard to find this process. Not just the chair, but for each and everything. These thoughts appear almost instantly. Because that's how us humans got used to create thoughts, this process. But underneath, it's always this process. But now it's even more faster. That feels that automatic. So the thought feels like almost instant occurrence. So when these repeated patterns that make this solid feeling of this illusion, let's take the chair. So the chair now sometimes it appears automatically, immediately. We can't even notice the process. So for us, we mistake it because the process is so fast we can't notice. So we mistake thought as the final outcome, even not as a final outcome, because it happens, it appears immediately, instantly. We assume, we believe it does, reality. Because we can't see it as a problem. We see it as a thing, a real existing thing. Because it appears immediately. We think the chair is there, not in our mind. That so far, that so it appears. We blindly believe that it exists out there, not a simple concept, but as something real, strong, solid. So when this also happens again and again, this thought of chair becomes real. Because each and every time when we see this image, this color, the thought that called chair, that chair mental formation appears. And when it appears again and again, it feels like it is the chair, not as a process, but because loving it used to, the system got used to, when the vision appears, immediately the thought appears. So this mind mistake has the speed, mistake it as the reality itself disappear. That's why we think that what we see is the chair itself, because we can't see the process. And because it's happening again and again, this process has become so hard. The thought of chair appears immediately. It feels like the thought, somehow it feels like every thought that appeared in our mind exists out. Feels like it came from out. That's why people think there is that outside of the thing. But it is just a color. That thought, that chair is a construction of a mind, not something from now. So now, not just this chair, but each and every object is living in this spirit. They exist outside as things, objects, people, and situations. They not as some mental constructed story, but as something solid that exists on its own. So this is the illusion. This is the illusion of his mind. And this repeated thoughts becomes more stronger, more easy to resonate, reject again and again, which makes it faster, which makes it appear almost instantly, which makes that we believe that it doesn't exist. It is not as a mental formation, but as a we mistake it as it exists outside on its own, but not as a mental formation. That's why those things real, solid, stable, convincing, and top of all, exist outside, exist in that vision, exist in that sound, exist in that smell, in that texture, because they are free so far. We mistake it with each other side. We believe it exists in the sense of contact, when actually it was a process, a creation from the sense of contact. It was a process, a creation, happened, done by our mind. So when we got so used to this thought, this process, this mental formations, it gets even more stronger, more louder, more heavier. Like we blindly believe these are the reality itself. They also get stronger because of that, because the value we give to them. No, it's not just impairment for me, an occurrence. It's something like it that has stored to it. But each and everything is just a thought that appeared right at that moment, right at this moment. Nothing is existing. Whatever, whatever thing you said was our own thought. And thoughts, none of those thoughts exist. None of those thoughts are so. Each and every time, each and every thought is reconstructed. You might think the apple is just one thought, but each and every time that apple thought is reconstructed again and again, because it's similar to the previous one. With the frequency, we mistook it to the same previous one, came itself, appeared itself in this moment, but it's not. What occurs right now is reconstructed right now, but it was resonated with the previous thought. That's why it feels as the previous one, because it's similar to that thought, but it doesn't mean it's the previous one itself. Because thoughts, they don't exist. There's no location. There's no place to store thoughts. Each and every time thought appears with the resonance and disappears. They don't exist. So how can it be the same thought unless it is something similar to that thought recreated? But people blindly mistake it for the previous one itself. So when it happens to each and every single thought, this illusion gets stronger and creates another illusion of this world of thoughts, world of mental formations. So now each and every thought has become stronger, and the emotion follows them also stronger. All of these things are taken as the reality themselves. So this is how suffering begins. When this illusion is taken as the reality, people start to suffer because they are so trying to hold on to something that is not even existing. It's just their own mental formation, and they're trying to keep it from outside. And the stronger the thought is, the stronger the value it has, the stronger the suffering will be, that emotional intensity. Because of that value of power. So the mind becomes trapped inside these thoughts itself because they are not seen as constructions, mental formations. Instead, now they are taken as the reality, this illusion of reality. So now the mind mistaking those repeated activations for reality itself, whether it's thoughts, emotions, everything now. They are not just simple mental formations. They are not illusions. No, they are real as the reality itself. So people are suffering for an illusion, but blindly believing it is as the reality. And it isn't anything. There's another part. There is also a self in each and every thought. It didn't come out of nowhere. It also appeared because we used it a long time. The thought also appeared with each and every object. Basically, it was also triggered each and every time a sense contact happens. So both self and that outside object in both appear together. So they are same illusion. So the thought and the self both are same things. So now, like the thought feels real, like the thought appeared almost instantly. This self also appears almost instantly, and this self also feels real, but it's also another thought. We feel it in different ways. My thought, my feeling, my story, my objects, everything. And now the outside world is not just simply outside, but there is this self with experience in that outside. This story, this concept also, this perception is also used as we use thoughts for this love, for this life, in this life for a long time. So the self also appears immediately, and we don't even notice, and it feels real. Like the thoughts are believed, the self is also believed as reality, truth, because it appears again and again, each and every time the thought appears. So the self gets more strong, and not only that, because it is born with each and every thought, it is believed. It feels like it's continuous, solid self. Now there is a thinker, a creator, a center, an owner, a continuous self that experiencing those toys, those world, those objects, those things that outside world. But the self is also a God. It is also a repetition that feels as real, that feels continuous, that feels stronger. But it is also mental formation and illusion. Mental formation, a thought that mistook as the reality itself, but it is not fear as every other thought. It is also a part of process. This self is also continuously reconstructed. This self is also reconstructed, just like any other thought. So, it feels real. Now the world outside feels real, and the self also feels real. Now all thoughts combine. It creates this continuous and continuous self experience. Not It's not just that one thought appears after a moment. Each and every thought appears almost instantly, again and again. So there's no space left to see this truth. Because of that, this mental information is mistaken as realities. So it creates continuous hurt and a continuous self and a continuous. But whatever feels continuous is repeated construction, repeatedly deconstructing so fast that it feels like continuous solid existing thing, just like a light bulb. The light bulb is always sparking, but because it's happening continuously, we can't see it. we see the continuous existing light us. The thoughts also create this illusion of world, and thoughts appears again and again so fast. We blindly believe those things are exist. We don't see them as some reconstruction. Instead, we see them as the reality, continuous, existing things. But they are not fixed permanent as they feel like. So now when we see this process, not by knowledge, but by your wisdom, but by deep understanding, you start to get the confirmation yourself. These thoughts are not true. These thoughts are actually an illusion. These thoughts are really don't. You start to see through this illusion. And you see that this whole illusion, what felt solid, strong, real, starts to lose those solidity. Because then, once you see this truth, this repetition, this process becomes visible from your mind, from your wisdom, from your deep understanding. And then, once you see this process, these thoughts, this illusion, what felt strong, real, starts to soften. It doesn't happen instantly, but it happens slowly, naturally. And in the end, you slowly, naturally start to lose the value, the meaning, that power of these thoughts, of this illusion. And with that, this self, this ownership is also softened, because it is also seen as repeated mental formation. It feels like existing. So let's then simple. We'll end our one Dhamma discourse for today. There was some about it.